Yeah, no problem.
All right, so we're about to begin. Again, like I said, we're going to begin with Ms. Feliciano. So if we could just, again, at York, we're just going to get to you next. So if you could just hang out for a few moments, we'd appreciate that. Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Boyce. For today is Friday, July 17th, 2026. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certified they've reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
Morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, panel member Rodriguez.
Can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Melissa Feliciano, 422-632.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Melissa Feliciano, inmate number 422632. She is serving a sentence of 6 years incarceration for robbery first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of May 13th, 2026. There is no victim input at this time for this case. There is an offender accountability plan that has been reviewed. It shows the offender has completed the WARNA, new thoughts, and has a job. Utilizing the women's risk-based assessment, the offender's overall score for recidivating falls within the medium range. Ms. Feliciano, this is your opportunity to tell the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I want to begin by thanking the board for giving me the chance to speak today. This opportunity means more to me than I can express. I take full responsibility for my actions that led me to my conviction for robbery in first degree. I know the seriousness of what I did, and I know that my choices caused fear, harm, and pain to others. I think about that every day, and I'm truly sorry for the hurt I caused. And I carry that remorse with me as a reminder of the person I want to begin being. Over the past 5 years and a half, I've had a lot of time to reflect, not just on my actions, but on the kind of woman I want to become. I have remained disciplinary free, followed every rule, and committed myself to personal growth. My incarceration taught me accountability, patience, humility, and the importance of making choices that honor the people around me and the community I want to return to. For the past 3.5 years, for the past 3.5 weeks, I've been living in a halfway house in Hartford. And this has been a meaningful step in my reentry. I have followed every rule and expectation and have adjusted well to the structure and responsibility that come with being there. These weeks have shown me that I can succeed in the community and that I can be trusted and that I'm ready to continue rebuilding my life the right way. I'm also working full time, and that has been a blessing. Having a job gives me purpose. It gives me stability. It reminds me every day that I have something to contribute to the community, that I can show up, work hard, and be someone that people rely on. I'm proud of the progress I've made, and I'm committed to staying employed and continuing to grow. I respectfully ask the board to consider the steps I have taken, my disciplinary-free record, my successful transition into the halfway house, and my dedication to full-time employment. If granted parole, I will continue to follow every condition, stay employed, and make decisions that reflect the lessons I've learned. I will never forget the harm I caused, and I will spend the rest of my life making choices that honor the accountability I owe. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and for allowing me to show that I am ready to continue my rehabilitation into the community. Respectfully.
Okay, thank you very much for your opening statement. So what's going to happen today is that we're going to take turns asking you questions. And then when we're done with that, we're going to deliberate and talk about your case, and then we'll give you an answer today, okay?
Okay.
My colleague, panel member Smith Palmieri, is going to start with the questions this morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Feliciano. That was a very nice opening statement. I thought you did a thoughtful job and, didn't go too long where it sort of got watered down. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
We're here today, as you said, for a robbery 1 conviction, but that offense involves a little bit more, right? It involves
Absolutely
an end, a loss of life, somebody that you knew. So I heard you say specifically that you take responsibility, and you specifically mentioned robbery 1. So can you tell us exactly in your own words what you do take responsibility for, not just by naming the charge?
I take full responsibility for even allowing other people, as in my co-defendants, to be, first of all, a part of my life. Second of all, I just take accountability and responsibility for what happened. Because of me, someone got injured, someone got hurt, and now it was a loss of life. And it was because of me and my actions, nobody else.
My review of the file is you really put the ball in motion.
Yes.
Correct me if I'm misread or misspeaking, but the 2 co-defendants, they were somebody you were acquainted with through your actions in Hartford. You more or less introduced them to this opportunity.
Yes.
To rob the victim, which led to eventually the victim's death.
Correct.
And I would agree with you. You've done quite well. You have engaged in mental health treatment. Now we're live streaming, so I'm not going to ask you to go into really any details about your mental health treatment. But I would like to know, how things are going, if you feel good.
Yes, I actually have a psychiatrist. His name is Jay Berkowitz. He is out of Liberty Integrated Behavioral Health. I've been seeing him since I've got out. We have our treatment plan going on, so that's ongoing. I have actually an appointment with him next month. Okay.
And you resolved any issues with medications that you were having?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay. And you feel comfortable with the way you have things set up?
Absolutely.
Okay. And is it your plan to continue treatment for a period of time? Have you thought about that?
Yes, absolutely. Treatment is most important towards, reintegrating into society and then actually being into, the community, because those decisions that I made in my past were due to bad decisions, not getting treatment, those types of things really took a turn for the worse in me. So that's my main goal, is to stay focused on rehabilitating and making right choices.
And moving in that direction about making choices and how you've, improved yourself in many ways, including your mental health needs to get better.
Yes.
You were really struggling with addiction also at the time. And that definitely appears to have played a role in this offense. However, when I review some of the programs that you've taken at York, when you were at York, it did not include an addiction services program.
Correct.
Okay. So, how do you feel about going forward, not having any substance abuse treatment to give you a foundation for being back in the community?
Excuse me. So actually, while I was incarcerated, I think my first 2 years I was in 2 North, which is the PHP, it's mental health program. We had groups that focused solely on addiction. So I did have some type of programming, just not DOC related. Right now, what I'm doing, I'm seeing my psychiatrist, and we're going over with my treatment plan about, he also deals with my addiction and things like that. The only thing is that I can say about that is, for me personally, what didn't work for me, because I have been to a rehabilitation program before outside of DOC, I didn't feel comfortable being in a room, talking about, getting high and all those types of things. It didn't really work for me. It made me feel like I just didn't want to relate anymore to that. I want to move forward with my life. So I definitely talked to my psychiatrist about it, and he's helped me with doing so. I would like to eventually seek other type of programs about it, but right now I'm more focused on my mental health, so that way I don't go into anything else.
Okay, so you see mental health as being your primary need for right now.
Right.
Okay. And should you, progress as you progress with your mental health treatment, how would you proceed with then addressing your substance abuse? Can you think of what you might be able to do in the community that could support you in your sobriety?
I definitely see myself looking for a sponsor, somebody to, go to and seek when I feel those weak moments, or moments of, something happening that could trigger a thought, or, anything. But I also would like to say that once I furthermore proceed into all of that, I would like to help someone else that is in my situation.
I think that's a lot of individuals in your situation feel like they can give back by maybe mentoring or sponsoring someone else. I
Absolutely.
think that for our purposes today, we want to make sure that you're taken care of, that you will be finding some places to provide you with structure and stability, outside your employment.
And I appreciate that.
It's important to be able to be social in the community and safe in sober way for yourself.
Exactly. And
It
there's,
is. Go right ahead.
I'm sorry. And there's also, I also have a lot of support. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Pursuit. It's a work for a little program, right? And a lot of the females there, they have transitioned out. They're more than supportive of everything. Yesterday, I had somebody come up to me and tell me if I ever need any help with anything, they know what I'm going through. So.
And do you find that your coworkers that have been going through this program as you are now, have been there a while? Is there longevity with the employees?
Yes.
That's certainly nice to be in a good situation to see how that is.
Absolutely.
Certainly doable.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's a good future. It's a great company. You know, there's a few companies up that way that do have work furlough programs. And for those that want it, it works out really well. So we do
Absolutely.
encourage you to continue it with it if it, you know, falls into how you're living and where you're living.
Yeah.
You've
The
taken
company
some
is
other-
very supportive.
Yeah, they're very supportive and friendly, or as we like to say, to the reentry
Yes.
community. It's a second chance program, that's for sure. It's an incredible
Yes.
opportunity for a
It
career.
is. It is.
I mean, not just a job. So you've also, I did read too, talking about your mental health, that you did do groups, that you've been participating there. Did I also read too that you did some peer mentoring through the mental health program?
Yes.
Okay. And that took place for a while because they recognized how well you were doing. And you were doing that for about a year, almost a year and a half.
Yes.
Okay.
It was a great experience to be able to help the women in there. It's just, you know, you don't feel alone. That's the most important thing that you take away from that experience.
It is important to have support. Always remember that.
Yes.
And there is support in many, many ways in the community now,
Yes.
especially for your mental health needs.
The most important thing I learned there was it's okay to ask for help.
Definitely. I did see also that you completed the New Thoughts program. It's,
Yes.
you know, and many individuals find that helpful to kind of think about things in different ways, to be able to parse out the consequences. Can you talk to us a little bit about maybe how that program is giving you a different angle to be thinking?
Yes. First of all, I loved that group. It touched point on a lot of what I kind of was already researching about addiction and trying to keep your mind from falling to a different way, people persuading you. It teaches you a lot about how social society can sway one way and you can go either that way or you can go the other way just by simple things, the sound, the way you hear things, the way you see things, the way, you know, it was an awesome group and it really taught me a lot about sitting back and thinking about the way one person may think compared to the way I think, the way some person reacts, the way I can react. It was very mind opening.
Good. Do you think it'll help you once you're in the community on parole?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I would
It
think
already does.
You also have an 11-year-old son? Daughter, sorry.
Yes.
And that will, yeah. And I would think that helps a bit with parenting.
Yes. I did parenting classes too.
Excellent. All right. So you talked a little bit about the offense, and you did not take the Voices program, but can you talk a little bit about, from your experience now through all the programs through mental health, how do you think the victims are affected by this whole situation?
The victims are affected for the rest of their lives. It's something that the situation, it was the worst thing any of us had to experience in our lives, and there's nothing that I can do to take that back. The only thing that I can do is change who I was. The most important thing was taking accountability. When I would make mistakes or do anything, I used to run from them. That was my favorite thing to do, was run. Being incarcerated, going through those programs, talking to other women, allowed me to really open my eyes and mind to see the actions that we make, the decisions we make, it has a ripple effect on the entire world. And that was really mind opening to me during my incarceration there. It was just, it's nothing that we can do to take back, but to learn from the decisions that we make and how it affects everyone around, not just you.
I mean, you knew the victim for quite some time, a
Yes.
few years at best. And regardless of what your connection was to him or your relationship, you knew him for quite some time. And, essentially because of your actions, other people became involved. And he is the victim of it all.
Yeah.
It's
It's really a conversation of, like, I'm not able to take anything back, and I'm like more than sorry, but I can't. I have to move forward, and it's nothing I can do to change it. I know I'm gonna have to carry that for the rest of my life.
and it's important to be able to look forward. You cannot, as you said, you cannot change the past, but you have to grow from those decisions that you made. Right. I mean,
Yes.
essentially, he was an innocent person
Correct.
that was taken advantage of.
Yes.
Let's talk about your release plan a little bit. You've got married while you've been incarcerated?
No.
No, so that's not your husband, because he was referred to your husband and then not referred to your husband.
No,
As your
I've
husband.
I've never
Okay.
said that he's my husband.
Okay, I have boyfriend, husband, in question mark. So, and how long have you known him?
2.5 years, almost 3.
Okay, because your release plan is to go, is it live with him or live with his mother?
With him.
With him, okay. And how did you meet him?
We met online. He was a person that actually came out of nowhere. Neither one of us really were looking for anything, but just someone to talk to, support a friend. And it became more because we had more things in common, goals, moving forward with our life, same type of mistakes that we made, but we saw what it's done to others. And it's just a person that has supported me when no one else has.
I asked those questions because for a release plan, it's important to know that part of your success is going someplace where people are going to be supporting you, where there's not as much as you can avoid any kind of criminal activity or something that could trigger you going back, or cause you to relapse for your substance abuse or put you in difficult situations. So when you're incarcerated for a period of time and you meet somebody, it's always important for us to have a little bit of an understanding of how that occurred.
Absolutely. And I appreciate that, asking these type of questions, because I understand completely. People come out, they don't know who they're getting involved with, and then it ends up turning into a nightmare, whatever. But he's very supportive. He's actually a little too supportive for me, but he means very well. And I know the difference between a very toxic relationship, healthy, and I feel very safe with him.
Is he somebody that comes to visit you at the facility, or do you just communicate through the tablet or letters?
No, we communicate through phone. Also, he is on the road because he has his own business. So, but most of all, that's how we kind of met, through electronic, and it just kind of keeps staying that way, even though I want to see him sometimes, but it's okay.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation you have, especially since you've never really been together in person. So, it'll be up to parole whether or not they allow you to release there. So we will, at least I'll be recommending, that you be able to continue at the halfway house until that's resolved or not resolved. Give you a chance to work things out. And how long have you been working at Pursuit Aerospace?
Almost 2 years.
Okay. You have a nice savings, it says, or appears.
Yes.
And a good future there. So do you have any concerns about being out in the community? You do not have parole, you do not have probation. So once you finish this sentence, which is not that far off, you won't have the support of community supervision. Do you have any concerns about being back in the community? Any concerns about treatment or people you might encounter?
I don't necessarily have too much concern. I'm very aware of what can trigger me, what can't. I'm very aware of, I have disciplined myself and my mind to where I know I can't go to certain areas. I know I can't do this, do that, because regardless, even if I'm in a halfway house or not, I can go to work, but I can also take a walk wherever I want to, right? It's the decision that I make and discipline myself without thinking about community release or parole or anybody. It's in my mind and my mindset of just, honestly, I've been through a lot in my life, and sitting down for almost 6 years taught me and gave me the ability to understand that I deserve so much better, that my daughter deserves to have somebody better. So I'm just focused on giving myself the best life that I can give myself.
And your daughter's with your mother?
Yes.
Okay. And did I read that you're going to try and work out some sort of custody?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, as soon as I get myself stable, you know what I mean?
Right.
I'm unfortunately in this type of situation because of those decisions I made. I have to make sure that I'm not going to be bouncing in and out of her life. So I want to make sure that I'm completely able to support her in every way possible. So I have to fix anything that's going on with me first.
Good. Smart. Very insightful.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes. Okay. So I do not have any other questions. Is there something you think maybe I should have asked or you hoped I would ask and didn't?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'll set.
Thank you very much. Hey, Ms. Feliciano, I just have a couple of questions. My colleague asked a lot of things that I was going to ask you. So during this robbery, the victim's vehicle was stolen. Did you drive the car?
No.
Were you in the car? Did you go in that car?
No.
Okay. Do you have a driver's license?
No.
All right. How do you get back and forth to work now?
I either get on the bus or Lyft.
Okay. And what are your plans for doing that when you go to your sponsor's home? How are you going to get back and forth to work?
So I actually have an appointment with DMV to get my permit.
Okay.
August 8th. So until then, I'll be going back and forth from the bus to Lyft.
Is it farther at your sponsor's house?
No, it's the same distance.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure you're thinking about these things. And it sounds like you are. You've already contacted motor vehicle.
Yeah.
Transportation becomes complicated. Sometimes there's a little bit more support when you're in a halfway house, but then when you're in a sponsor, you kind of are going to have to figure this all out on your own, So I wanted to make sure that you're thinking this through about the distance and how long it's going to take you, because that job is a big deal. It's a big part of your stability. we see people that go to pursue and are very successful, and they stay there for a long time. So you're lucky to have been involved in that program. Some people have a difficult time finding employment after incarceration, especially when they have very serious charges like this. So just make sure you keep up on planning for transportation and don't be late. Don't do anything to, mix up that situation at your employment. Okay.
Absolutely.
Right, that's
Thank
all
you.
I have. You're welcome. Panel member Rodriguez, do you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Ms. Lisa, listen, you sound good today. Obviously, you sound very good. You seem like you're working very hard on your mental health issues, and that's very, very positive. I do have a slight concern about your addiction situation. I would like to see a little bit more connection to a recovery network on the outside, since you're already out there, which I think would be to add to your the positive things that you already have going on with yourself, work, all the things that you've been doing that are very, very, very positive. You seem to have a lot of insight into what's going on with you. But I do have that kind of slight concern. I mean, maybe it's something you want to consider looking a little deeper into. There's a organization called CCAR on the outside that you could consider maybe connecting with, that might help to provide a little bit more recovery support for you. That's kind of what they do in the community. Not necessarily treatment, but a network of people who you might be able to connect with and be able to turn to when there's those issues of triggers that may come up that you mentioned earlier for yourself.
Absolutely.
Have you thought of that?
Yeah, when you said CCAR, that's exactly what I was going to say. I've already heard about CCAR and I wanted to get in there. I'm just right now, I'm just tied up with work right now and trying to save as much money as I can because, like he was saying about transportation and stuff like that, but my mental health is number one because if I
sometimes
don't,
there's occurring disorders. One of them, they kind of go hand in hand sometimes.
Exactly.
So you do have to kind of also be concerned about that as well, I think, at this point. Especially, listen, you're still in a kind of in a structured environment, so people are still kind of watching over you, right? At some point, you're not going to have anybody watching over you like that, right? You're going to kind of be on your own to have to make your own decisions. And all I want to suggest is that you kind of just think about trying to also arrange that network for yourself so that you have that to rely on.
Absolutely.
But listen, you sound good today. You do. Anyway, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, panel member Rodriguez. So, Ms. Feliciano, we're done with the questions now. We're going to talk about your case and deliberate and then give you an answer. During this time, you can listen. Please don't interrupt, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Panel member Smith Palmieri.
Thank you. I think we're all in agreement that Ms. Feliciano had done leaps and strides, if that's the right term, throughout this incarceration. I was really pleased to see how seriously she took mental health treatment at the facility. She was in there for a while, very successful, mentored other inmates while she was there as well, other women. She did express remorse. She took responsibility. It's a very convoluted case. It's a little complicated. She's charged with the robbery. One, the co-defendants, one is charged with manslaughter due to the loss of life of the victim. I think she's made the best use of her time at York through, as I said a minute ago, mental health and the various programs she's taken. I think also significant is her engagement with Pursue Aerospace, which is affording her an opportunity for a future career. Something that's significant, something that gives her purpose and stability, as she said. She has no disciplinary reports. Her criminal history is minimal. She has done what we would hope she would do. She has very little time to end a sentence, about 5 months. So I would like to see her at least be out on parole for that short period of time so that she can work through some of the hiccups that might come along with some where she knows she can reach out and get support. So I am in favor of granting her parole today.
I agree. Panel member Rodriguez.
I'm on board as well. She sounds really good today. I like the fact how hard she's really working on her mental health issues and really has folks on that. I just don't want her to lose, the issue with her substance abuse. But other than that, I mean, I think she's talked about investigating C-car. So yeah,
Okay, let's talk about the stipulations you like. Mr. Palmer.
As I said to Ms. Feliciano, I think it's important for us to put the halfway house on there.
Yeah.
So, the sponsor has agreed, but we don't know if it's been approved, the location yet. So a halfway house if needed, mental health evaluation and treatment, no contact with co-defendants. I had Franklin Cruz and Madeline Dickey. And we don't have the names of the deceased family. Normally we would put no contact.
Yeah.
If we can put no contact with the deceased family, I think that's appropriate, but otherwise, I'm not sure that there's a real connection otherwise.
I don't think she knows who they are, so if we put that, she could inadvertently run into that. That could be a problem,
So
I'm good.
You're okay with
I'm
the
those.
two
Yep.
co-defendants, and then if there's information later, we can always add a victim's family name if that information comes forward. Okay. And I think what we're doing is using today's date on here.
Today.
Yeah. So in regards to Melissa Feliciano, inmate number 422632, I'm going to make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after today's date, July 17th, 2026, the following conditions in addition to the standard parole conditions. Halfway house placement if needed, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, no contact with the co-defendants, Franklin Cruz, Madeline Dickey. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Ms. Feliciano, you've been granted discretionary parole.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys.
Good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
This concludes the hearing. Melissa Feliciano, 263. We get your name real quick?
Coral Valentine.
Thanks. We'll be with you in 1 second.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Boyce. For today is Friday, June 17th, 2026. This is the hearing of Connecticut Court of Pardons and Parole. All board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record to provide and review all statutorily required documents and available for information and preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, Panama Rodriguez.
Can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Coral Valentine, 446715.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Coral Valentine, inmate number 446715. She is serving a sentence of 10 years, suspended after 36 months with 3 years probation for 2 counts of possession with intent. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of April 30th, 2026. There is no victim input in the case. There is a defender accountability plan. It has been reviewed. It shows the offender has completed Tier 1 and Circle of Security and is currently in the DeFi program. Utilizing the Women's Risk Assessment Board, the offender's overall score for the city bidding falls within the low range. Ms. Valentine, this is your opportunity to tell why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good morning. I have been incarcerated here at York Correctional for 20 months, 18 of which was continuously for my conviction of possession with intent to sell of narcotics. I've made very poor choices engaging in illegal drug activity, which hurt myself, my family, friends, as well as others in the community due to the drug addiction that I had. During my time here, I did make it a point to figure out what led me to go down the incorrect path that I unfortunately took, resulting in my arrest and incarceration. I have maintained a clean disciplinary record while being here, proving how committed I am to never returning to my old habits and lifestyle. I've been consistently employed for about 16 months during my incarceration, participating in improving my rehabilitation, sobriety, and depression. I've been on naltrexone voluntarily since the first few months I arrived here for preventative measures to remain sober, with that routinely attending medicated assisted treatment groups, attending Narcotics Anonymous every week, as well as completing Tier 1 successfully, all to do with the recovery. I just completed a pre-apprentice construction building trades course where I was able to obtain my OSHA 10 certification. I've also been enrolled in DeFi Entrepreneurship business class since February of this year. Very close to graduating, which I can continue upon being released. I received my certification in my Circle of Security parenting group. I've been involved in trauma, standing strong, art therapy, and house of healing groups, which help me identify my triggers, handle and cope with stress and depression without feeling the need to numb my feelings with the use of drugs. Also helping me recognize just how many people were hurt and affected, not only to my drug addiction, but even more to my illegal drug use and possession with intent to sell. I'm very disappointed, embarrassed, but most of all, I'm extremely remorseful by my actions. I do take full responsibility knowing the severity. If I'm blessed with being granted parole, I do have plans already in place to ensure I don't return to my old lifestyle. An important decision I would choose to make is not to reside in the old town of Bristol to begin with, to start fresh in Middletown, where I have a bed secured at Wings of Hope Recovery, which provides a drug-free environment. They do have mandated meetings as well as common rules. I do have 3 job possibilities upon release. And I also am referred by the supervisor of addiction here at York to become a recovery coach at CCAR. Now I can also apply to be in the apprentice program on the outside, having completed that. I do still plan on applying to as many jobs as possible. I'm also willing to work through a temporary agency in the meantime to gain employment, ultimately becoming able to afford the expenses of my living. To maintain my sobriety, I have coordinated with becoming involved with Rushford Intensive Outpatient, as well as attending Narcotics Anonymous meetings regularly in the community, obtaining a sponsor. My support system, especially my family, are prepared for my progression moving forward, willing to adhere to the conditions of parole if I am granted release. I do want to state how much I've matured. I do take responsibility for all my actions since becoming incarcerated. I have done so much while I've been here to improve myself. I actually can finally say I'm proud of the obstacles I've overcome. I'm to be a productive member of society. Again, I'm grateful for this opportunity of the possibility. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your opening statement, Ms. Valentine. So what's going to happen today is that we're going to take turns asking you questions.
Okay.
And when we're done with that, we're going to talk about your case and deliberate, and then we'll give you an answer today.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, all righty. I'm going to start with the questions today. What have you learned about yourself during this period of incarceration?
That I have had problems with trauma in my life that I tried to avoid, and unfortunately, it was by using drugs. And now I've been able to learn through these groups that I've attended and been in that my triggers and ways to go about reacting differently and being able to sit there and think and process what's going on, as opposed to just jumping at trying to avoid negative situations. I do realize that I've had struggle with addiction for off and on, but I have been clean for 15 years before, and I'm ready to not live this lifestyle anymore.
Okay. You mentioned a lot of good things there. Can you tell me what the triggers are that you identified that, you know, high risk situations that could potentially lead to you relapsing?
Being around old places. So you know, the areas where I was hanging around in Bristol, but it's only certain areas. The loss of I had a loss in my life, so that unfortunately is really what brought me downhill. But during my incarceration here, I've been able to learn with my healing and trauma group of how to productively deal with that on a different level than going negatively and trying to avoid it, which is what I was doing, ultimately leading me to stuff the feelings down, which then I was numbing them with using drugs because I wasn't actually taking care of what was going on and trying to work forward with that. I've also been on antidepressant medications since I've been here that have been working because I've been here for 18 months. So that has helped my thinking be a lot clearer as well, instead of jumbled all over the place. So.
Okay, so that was all good. Just remember that we're being live streamed. So we have all the documents and we have all of your information. We read all about your medical situations in all areas. So you don't necessarily got to go into any kind of private information
Okay.
on the live stream today. We want to kind of protect that for you if we can.
Okay.
So, you know, following up on some of the things that you said, I heard a lot of things that I've heard other people say in the past, you know, going back to old neighborhoods, things like that. Also, a big one is the loss of a loved one. And I heard you mention that. So, you know, as we get older, people that we know get older also, and those kinds of things do happen. So what happens, you know, when you're out and you get that bad news again, that someone you know or someone in your circle has passed away? Who do you call? What do you do to prevent that from leading to a relapse?
Okay, so I do want to clarify. I do understand that, you know, the progress of life and people. It was an unexpected death.
Yeah.
It was a car accident. So that being said,
I'm sorry, and my condolences for that. But I mean, those things, they do happen, and you're no doubt are going to experience this again probably in your life. You know, so you have to be prepared for, you know, explain to us how you're going to handle that level of stress, you know?
Well, I do plan on having a therapist that I used to have a couple years back. I do want to reach out to him. Also, with the intensive outpatient through Rushford and CCAR, they do offer other options, and I am going to obtain a sponsor through Narcotics Anonymous. So having all that, I'd be able to reach out to somebody so I can, you know, speak to them and process what's going on. My mother's very supportive, so I would definitely be able to have those supports in my area.
Okay. So another person you didn't mention is maybe parole officer too, right? If you start feeling a certain way that stuff's going to go wrong, they're there to help you. So it's another person. In addition to, you talked about CCAR. So CCAR has recovery coaches. It's, you know, it's similar to a sponsor, not exactly, but another person. If you get a recovery coach from CCAR, you've talked about that several times. That might be someone. So you have some idea, and you want to put this sober structure in your life so that you have these people to reach out to when these, whether it's a loss of a job or something else, whatever it is that happens, you know, it sends people into these dark places, you know, you want to be able to have somebody to talk to. Now, just explain to me again your involvement at CCAR, because in your opening statement went by pretty quick. Did you attend programming in a facility with CCAR?
No, I did the Tier 1 program. So I went through, her name is Ms. Tramachi, and I was trying to do the recovery coaching here, but because of my TS eligibility, it wasn't long enough to be able to do that here. So she wanted to refer me for when I am eligible to leave. So
you're planning to engage with CCAR for additional support through the Recovery Coach Academy when you're released?
Yeah, as well as trying to become a recovery coach.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
get
it,
Yeah,
yes.
so I mean, most people we hear do both, like they get a recovery coach and then they work on trying to become a
Right.
recovery coach. So you can
Absolutely.
help other people in the future, but at the same time, you're getting support.
Help myself, absolutely.
Yeah, and there's also a lot of volunteer opportunities there. There's things that you can do. They usually take volunteers at those locations. You know where the location is near where you want to go?
I believe there's one in Hartford. I'm not positive.
I believe there is. Yeah, Hartford is a big area where they have a lot of
Yeah,
recovery
and
services.
there's a bus line in from Middletown to Hartford also.
Okay. All right. Yeah, those are the kinds of things you need to start thinking through transportation and all the logistics of how you're going to do these things that you're talking about. Okay. All right, let's go back a little bit. Why were you selling drugs instead of working? Were you trying to get a job? Did you have a job?
I was working through a temp agency, but it was very hard gaining employment. I had also been doing caring for an elderly person that I was living with. So I was getting paid to do that through Money Follows the Person. But it wasn't, my addiction, became overwhelming, and it got to the point where unfortunately I couldn't maintain that anymore. And then I did start distributing the narcotics to support that habit, unfortunately.
Okay. So are you aware of the reentry centers? There are reentry centers all around the state, and they help people with employment opportunities and things like that. It's maybe something you want to look into. I think there is one in Hartford.
Absolutely. I've written here also to speak with them through York to get me set up with stuff also.
Okay, good. Because that's a big part of your stability. It was a problem in the past. You were working temp agencies. It sounded like a couple different part-time jobs, but it wasn't enough to really support your stability that you need,
Right.
So, I would rather have seen you take tier 2 or tier 4. Very rarely do we see people come in with tier 1. Can you just talk about some of the things that you learned in that tier 1 program so we could understand better?
Absolutely. It got to the root of anything going on in my childhood. It brought up grief and loss. It made you recognize things that you need to work on yourself to be able to be stronger and have that recovery network system, know that you're not alone. And to be able to have, we did make preventative steps and plans in place as to, what triggers and what doesn't, and what I would do had a trigger come upon me, or who I would call, or, the productive ways of going about things to not have that relapse occur, and how to just deal with everyday aspects of life that might be just stressors or triggers or anything in that aspect.
Okay. How do you think you've changed the most since you've been in prison?
I believe that I'm trying to change as being very productive in my mental health and my recovery, by staying in the networking with Narcotics Anonymous, honestly, which I attend every week. I am constantly doing something, like I am involved in so many different business, with business class and the apprenticeship. I'm just trying to prepare for the reentry. So I feel like I've progressed in the aspect mainly of knowing that I need to stay sober and what I need to do that and move forward.
Okay, so you mentioned, and I read about the sober house, your plans for the sober house. That's in Middletown?
Correct. Wings of Recovery.
Okay. Now, how did you hear about that organization? How did you come to be in contact with them?
I've heard through people being released from here.
Okay,
And my mother had looked it up and spoke to someone over there. So she did, there is a bed paid for if I am granted. That's been since January.
okay, so this is the first I heard about your mother helping you, so you have that support in the community?
Absolutely.
You talk to her on the phone?
I talk to her every day. I visit with her virtually twice a week.
Okay, well, that's good.
Yes,
So, and she's been researching these things and trying to get things in place, so that way you have a place to go when you come out and you can maintain stability and sober life.
yes. She had already put down the deposit to secure the bed, and then she is, you know, I'm gonna definitely get employment, but she is willing to pay up for the first couple months if need be. She's in contact with them. She talked to them the other day again just to touch base with them.
That's very nice of your mother to do that. You're 41 years old, right?
Yes,
Yeah, I mean, that she's still, you know, really
absolutely.
trying hard to help you. A lot of people don't have that kind of support.
No, they don't. I'm very fortunate for my mother. She's one of the most important.
She's not giving up on you yet. It appears that she's not giving up on you yet. You know?
No, I'm very lucky. I'm very lucky.
Okay. Don't let that, don't take advantage of that situation. I don't know how else to say it. You know what I'm saying? You really need to honor her assistance by doing what you're supposed to do.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna see if my colleagues have any questions. Okay, thank you for talking to me.
Thank you.
Member Rodriguez.
Thank you. Thank you. Are you still taking multi-cap care curriculum?
I just actually completed it this Monday.
And what will that do for you?
It gets you, so they give you $200 upon completion. I got my OSHA 10 course for that, certificate that's here. They will help me with up to $500 to restore my license. And then once I do leave, I can actively gain apprenticeship because of completing that course.
Good. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's good. I mean, I'll be honest with you. My concern is that you are 4 in the substance abuse scoring. It's a high score. My colleague mentioned to you about usually we like to see tier 2 or tier 4. You were on methadone for 15 years? Did I read that correct?
I was on methadone. I was sober for 15 years. I was on methadone for a year when I was 20 to 20, or 3 years when I was 20 to 21, and then 4 years prior to coming here.
Okay. And you relapsed after that?
I relapsed during it, yes.
Yeah.
Or
So
no,
I
I had relapsed and went on to methadone, yes.
Yeah. I mean, you've checked out CCAR and you've done the things that I think you need to kind of do. Did you say you had a sponsor?
I do, through Writing Steps for Recovery. It's a back and forth that you write letters and they work on the steps. So I have been completing those steps. It's a very long process, which I'm not in any hurry to rush. But yes, I have been doing that for probably 6 months now. And I am on naltrexone also, which is a
You mentioned that earlier.
Yeah, preventative measure too.
Yeah. You didn't get a chance to complete all of your OAP, correct?
I'm on the New Thoughts waiting list. I've been on it for months.
Do you think that would be helpful for you? Is that something you think you would want to?
I don't ever discredit anything that could be positive for me. I'm sure all the programs here would be a benefit to me. But I do also believe that with everything that I have completed and my perseverance on trying to stay clean and be productive outside, that I would be able to obtain that upon release, something similar to that.
And I think it's positive that that's your thinking at this particular point in time. I mean, you're also in a very structured kind of environment right now, which should make, even though there are things that go on in there, I'm sure, but it should make your sobriety easier at this moment. Being on
Correct.
the outside, that's really more concerning than anything else. Sober house separate from a halfway house, for me, it's kind of different. The kind of supervision you get in a halfway house is a little bit different than in a sober house. You're gonna kind of be on your own in a sober house, even though there should be a positive group of individuals that are in there.
Right.
I don't think I have any additional questions for you at this point. So I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Panel member Smith Palmieri.
I don't have any questions. I think we have covered very good job.
Okay, Ms. Valentine, we're done with the questions. So now we're going to talk about your case and deliberate and come up with an answer. During this time, you can listen, but please do not interrupt, okay?
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Valentine is here for these two counts of left on their counts of intent to sell. She relates low for her overall risk to recidivate according to my documents that I reviewed. Her criminal history is minimal, really, and the kind of charges that you would see that from a person struggling with substance abuse. But I don't see any violence or anything like that in here that I reviewed. You know, she sounded good today. She spoke about all the programs she's taken. She got herself involved in a lot of different things. Like my colleague has mentioned, and I mentioned that I would have rather have seen her go into tier 4 or tier 2, but she ended up completing tier 1, talked about what she learned from that. She also engages in, sounds like the MAP program to some degree, and goes to NA meetings. She's in several other programs and has addressed some mental health issues, you know, all kind of in support of her sobriety, you know what I mean, in one way or another, it looks like. So, you know, instead of what we normally see like tier 4, it seems, or tier 2, it seems like she's done it a little bit differently. There are a lot of different things that she's engaged with to kind of address those needs. She's got support in the community from her mother, who has been helping her and has actually made a deposit on a sober house where she wants to transition to. She has plans to continue with NA, CCAR, and she talked about engaging in an IOP at, I think she said, Rushford. She knows that she needs to stay away from her old neighborhood and people that she used to be involved with, and she wants to move to a different town. Sounds like a realistic release plan to me at this point. She sounded good. I also read that she's been approved by a halfway house by the Department of Corrections. So, you know, it was all good for me today, and I am in support of her discretionary parole. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Pretty much in the same place. She sounds pretty good today.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, some concern around the
Yeah.
that she's a 4 and
Yeah.
take a tier 1, but she's done work
lot
on
of
other
things.
programs.
Yeah.
So it has some situations set up for herself where there will be some support in the community for her. Talked about CCAR. Then you can took from that. So I'm interested.
Okay, Councilmember Smith Palmieri.
I didn't support of so her discretionary parole today. I do hear my colleagues' concerns about her drug and alcohol score. For me, however, you know, she was able to really kind of talk about tier 1.
Yeah.
She, from what she lived sober life for a number of times.
Yeah.
It looks like even when she was struggling, she went back to what she thought would be helpful and help her gain sobriety again. But she seems to have a solid plan
Yes.
and understand what she needs to do to remain sober in the community despite not having taken a peer program. I think she sounds good. Got a sober house down the road for her, I think is insight
Yeah.
into what's a good place for her to be living.
I agree. She says that going back to her town is gonna, you know, it could be a trigger for her, and you know, people just say those things, but she's actually taking action here and had her mother make a payment.
Yeah.
So
I think it's real change.
yes. So, okay, let's talk about the stipulations. You know, I think in this situation, we're gonna have to put a halfway house on here so that they can just make this transition. So that's just if needed, and then she needs to go there because they have to go to this halfway house and do all those things.
Yeah.
I mean, it's sober house.
They stopped.
Yeah.
Health evaluation.
You know, so I had mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary too. Are you okay with that? Is there anything else?
Nothing
I
else.
don't
I don't either, yeah, okay. Alrighty, so in regards to Coral Valentine inmate number 446715, I'm gonna make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after today's date, July 17th, 2026, with the following conditions that'll be in addition to the standard parole conditions. Halfway house placement if needed, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Ms. Valentine, did you hear all of that?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Good luck.
Good luck to you,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Thank you so much.
This concludes the hearing for Parole Valentine inmate number 6.
How you doing?
It's a different outfit.
We'll be with you in one moment.
Okay.
Yeah, so, I got on the camera. I said, Mommy, where are you? I said, I'm putting you on. And you want the camera, because then, yeah. Take this, this, the forest out today. I said, well, I don't know.
All right, good morning. My name is Parole Officer Boyce. Today is Friday, July 17th, 2026. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, panel member Rodriguez.
Please state your name and inmate number on the record.
Tamia Cologne, 450968.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Tamika Cologne, inmate number 450968. She's serving a sentence of 10 years suspended after 3 years with 3 years probation for violation of protective order, possession with intent, stealing a firearm, and criminal possession of a firearm. As of today, records reflect parole eligibility date on 7th, 2026. There is no victim input in the case. There is an offender accountability plan that has been reviewed and shows that the offender is completing voices, new thoughts, smart recovery, beyond violence, and the warrant. She is currently participating in the DEFI program. Utilizing the one's distance assessment order, the offender's overall score for recidivating falls within the moderate range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Tamia Cologne. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be heard today. First, I would like to apologize to both my victims by saying I am deeply sorry and regretful for the pain I have inflicted on my victims. I take full responsibility for my actions as well as the impact I have made on my victims, my family, as well as my community. Being incarcerated for the past 19 months, I have had time to sit and reflect on my actions that led me to be in prison. At first, I didn't think I did anything wrong, but being incarcerated, I have had to face reality that I did bring harm to people. I've truly come to the realization that there are laws that are made and I need to follow them. I have took the initiative by completing all my OAPs along with other programs that need to get me on the right path. As much as I would like to divert responsibility to anyone else than myself, I'm solely to be blamed for my own actions. Ever since I started doing my groups,
I have been repeatedly telling myself to take accountability for what I have done, and I've seen the changes within myself. Regard to how I've spent my time here, I've taken advantage of everything they had to offer. I've had a job for the past 7 months while enrolled in my CDB classes. I have also done New Thoughts, Voices Beyond Violence, and Smart Recovery. I've been doing everything to utilize the programs and activities offered to ensure I become the best version of myself when I leave. I will continue taking huge strides, becoming the best version of myself, if given the opportunity to prove myself. I would like to thank you for your time and consideration, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my progress of how far I have come and who I became. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your opening statement, Ms. Cologne. So what's going to happen now is that we're going to take turns asking you questions. And then when we're done with the questions, we'll talk about your case and deliberate, and then we'll give you an answer today, okay?
Okay, thank you.
My colleague, panel member Rodriguez, is going to start with the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Ms. Malone.
Good morning.
How are you feeling?
Nervous, but
A lot of people feel nervous. A lot of people feel nervous to come in. But try to relax. Take a deep breath and try to relax. Can you tell me what you're taking responsibility for?
I'm taking responsibility for everything I've done, all the things I've done to people that I shouldn't have, and that I should have never been carrying or selling drugs to anybody.
So why were you carrying?
To protect myself.
Because what?
To protect myself because of the things I was doing.
You didn't have a permit.
No, I didn't.
You didn't train to use the weapon.
I didn't.
Yeah. You were lucky,
I am.
right? You're lucky you never used it. Nobody ever got hurt. I'm glad that you, in your opening statement, you did accept responsibility for these offenses, for those things that you were doing. You've taken programming, and you've taken quite a bit of programming.
Yes.
Yeah. You did not take addiction services. You did take Smart Recovery, but you haven't taken a tier program or anything like that, correct?
No, I haven't.
Yeah. Can you tell me a little bit about did substance abuse play any role in these offenses?
Alcohol has. I was drinking excessive when I was outside doing all the things I was doing, and I wasn't in the right state of mind, and I was going down the wrong path in my life. And I'm glad that I got sent here before I ended up dead, and I had time to reflect on everything that I have done to get on the right path when I go home.
Yeah, because for me, I mean, you had no criminal history, and then this really like serious charge.
Yeah.
What do you think were the kinds of things that led up to this?
Hanging out with the wrong crowd. The people I was chilling with, I was hanging out with all older people, and I got influenced to do the wrong things. And I'm ready to turn my life around now.
Yeah, you're still very young.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I mean, you weren't employed at the time of this happening. You were supporting yourself by selling drugs. You don't have a lot of employment experience.
No,
Right.
I don't.
Are you doing any work in the facility?
Yes, I have a job in main dining, the kitchen. I've been there
Is
for
that
7 months.
your kitchen outfit?
No, it's not.
You had a couple of tickets that concerned me. They were last year, and the last one, I believe, was in February of last year, so it was a while back already. What happened?
The first ticket I got, Some girl called me a word I didn't like. So I chose violence when I shouldn't have.
That was the one in 2024.
Yes,
You were even younger then.
yes, I was.
What program kind of opened your eyes to wanting to make some changes?
Beyond Violence did.
Tell me a little bit about how that worked for you.
So my domestic case, so they had me take Beyond Violence, and when I started it, I wasn't like there to like open up and tell them about what happened. But after I got comfortable and I started opening up about how I was wrong in the situation and that I should have created boundaries and communicated instead of choosing violence on the situation. And I could have took time to rethink everything that I did before it happened.
Yeah, you think thinking things out before you do stuff.
Yes,
That's something you learn from this particular program.
yes,
Would you say that was kind of the program? So that's the program that kind of helped to lead you to wanting to change, make some changes.
take some changes. And when I was in South Dorm, the work program in here, it's for recidivism. So when I was there, we focused a lot on wanting to make changes on yourself and to be a better person. And I felt like everybody over there was on my side, and I wanted to make changes for myself to be a better person.
That's positive. That's very, very good. You have not completed high school yet.
No, I haven't.
What's your thoughts around what you're going to do about continuing education?
When I get home, the credits I made here, I want to go home and get my transcripts here to go home and keep going to school and get my high school diploma.
Were you working on your GED or you're just working on like an adult?
CDP, it's for your credits to get your diploma.
You said
It's a-
GED?
CDP,
Oh, CDP.
yes, sir.
You know how many credits you have?
I have 10, I believe, and I need 15 more.
That's important. That's going to be important for you.
Yes, it is.
Right.
And
At least getting a high school education.
yes,
But it's not something you are putting effort into that now.
yes, I am.
You also completed a hospitality.
Yes, I got 2 certifications in that.
I
And
saw that.
the
saw
teacher left, so I couldn't finish the class.
I'm sorry, the teacher left?
Yeah, the teacher retired, so they haven't got a new teacher for the class yet.
So you have much more to go in that class? Because I saw
Yes.
you had two certificates.
Yes, 2.
There are different elements of that course. Is that what it is? There are different things that you have to learn?
Yes, I
And you
believe
get a
there's,
certificate for each one?
yes, each like 2 to 3 chapters, you get a certificate.
Are you involved with any kind of relationship at this point?
No, I broke it off. Well, they broke it off for me about a few months ago.
And you haven't taken any kind of domestic violence course?
I think beyond violence for women.
Domestic violence would be the beyond violence.
Oh, that's part of,
For women, yeah.
all right. Thanks for clarifying that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to be honest, I'm a little concerned about your drug situation, even though I know you've taken Smart Recovery, that that there isn't a tier program involved at this point. Have you thought about how you're going to handle your recovery on the outside?
Yes, I have a lot of support from my family and my mom. So my mom's gonna help me, obviously. And I just want to stay on the right path, get a job, go back to school. And
No, look, you've done a lot of positive things, and it sounds like you want to do some, some positive things on the outside. My concern is that I would like to see that you have some real support around recovery, like a positive group of people on the outside, that when you get to those moments where where you might get stressed out and want to use drugs, that they're there to kind of help to assist you.
yes,
And I'd like to see like more of that as part of your plan to come out.
okay.
'Cause I'm glad that you want to go back to school. That you want to stay out of trouble. I mean, that's really very positive. But I think you need, for me, I feel like you need like a lot of support on the outside to really begin to help you with that. So right now, I don't have any additional questions. I'm going to see what my colleagues have to say.
Okay,
But I do wish you a lot of luck. I really do.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. And Member Smith Palmer, do you have any questions?
So Ms. Cologne, I do agree with Mr. Rodriguez. Your education is incredibly important. You're barely 21. So I'm hoping that you're going to follow through with that. I do want to, so you do have this drug and alcohol score 3. It's not the highest, but you talk about smoking marijuana, you talk about alcohol. Can you tell me how you think that affected your life in the community? How do those two things affect your daily life?
Okay, drinking, because I was drinking excessive. So it was leading me down wrong path that I wasn't thinking straight. And I was being reckless. I wasn't doing right by nobody by my side. I was pushing everybody away. And I don't want to drink no more. Like, it ruined a part of me that I don't want to go back to that part of my life ever again.
Okay. It sounds like it was very chaotic,
Yes.
right? You're in this car, you're running from police, you're selling drugs, you have to bear just a lot of chaos. And here you say, your family's very supportive. So I'm sure it was difficult for you and for them to be mixed up in this whole, this lifestyle. When you were asked by the parole officer about a relapse prevention plan, he said, I'm just not going to drink, I'm going to work. Can you think about that a little bit more closely for us? For somebody who readily admits that you are excessively drinking, you're a very young person, alcohol is everywhere.
Yes.
How do you think you're going to avoid that? And think about, for me, what you know about any support other than your family that you might be able to go find in the community.
All right, in the community, I can find a support group for drinking. So,
Like what do you know about?
like NA, Al-Anon. What's the other question you asked? I'm sorry.
Well, I asked, what you would do in the community outside your family to help you to stop drinking, to not relapse with alcohol or marijuana. Where do you think you could go for some support?
Okay, the support groups, I don't know a lot about it. So I would have to do some research on it because I never went to go to somebody else but my family to get support.
Okay. And when you were in Smart Recovery, did they talk about how to remain sober, help you identify any triggers that maybe lead you back to drinking or using drugs?
Yes, they would say, don't go to what you know, because what you know is what you go for. And the friends that you used to associate yourself with, if they're still doing what they was doing before, don't go back and chill with them and hang out and start partying over again.
Do you think it's going to be, you're very young. We can't say that enough. And do you think it's going to be hard for you to stay away from those people?
No, I haven't been in contact with them since I've been in here. I talk to them like once in a while, like they'll text me to check up on me, but I just want to keep my distance from everybody so I can get myself on the right path and do right.
And since you've been in the facility, have you had an opportunity to talk with any of the older women there, the ones that have been there for a little bit maybe, or have been through what you're going through a few times, to give you some advice?
Yes, I had a few mentors that would sit one-on-one with me and talk to me about like their cases, and they would tell me, what you're saying, I'm young and I can change my life around because I still got a chance, and I believe that I could.
Did you like that? Did you like talking with them?
Yes, I did. It opened my eyes a lot.
You know, that's kind of like, that could be somewhat the same as getting a sponsor in the community through AA and NA, people that have that same lived life experience, but maybe they're a little older than you. And, you know, we know that there's different support groups, especially for young people. You know, living a sober life can be a little bit challenging sometimes in our community.
I understand.
Okay. And then my only other question was, so I was reading your evaluation for Beyond Violence, and it talked about that you were able to verbalize new healthy thinking strategies and behaviors. Can you think about why they would say that? Did you identify some different ways to think when you're in the community?
Yes, I identified that while I was in that toxic relationship, that I could have just left instead of being violent towards my partner, and that
All right, I'm gonna help. I want to take this to a different part.
okay.
So that's with your relationship.
Okay.
How about when you're back home, and how do you think thinking differently, or what sort of healthier ways of thinking will you be able to use when you're back out in the community?
Okay, so yes, ma'am, my bad. When people are being negative, I can always turn it into a positive situation. And I can communicate more because my communication was bad before I started any of these groups. I didn't know how to talk anything out. I would just act out. And
You feel
Yes.
that's better? You feel you're a better communicator?
yes, ma'am.
Can you give me an example of a situation where you were able to use your words instead of responding aggressively?
So before me and my ex-partner broke up.
No, I want to
we-
talk about something at the facility.
Oh, the
Something that
facility?
maybe where you use those good communication skills to get yourself out of some trouble or to avoid a problem with somebody else.
Okay, so a situation at work the other day. I was talking to this girl, and she thought I was coming off her aggressive, but I was just speaking to her. So I sat down with her and I apologized and I was like, I didn't mean to come at you that way if you thought I was, but I was just speaking. And we got an understanding after that. And now we're good friends. Like, we talk all the time. And
So she was open to that dialogue, to
yes.
understand, to talking through that miscommunication. Now
Yes.
you have, if you get parole today or down the road and you have 3 years of probation to follow, how do you think parole and probation could be helpful to you in the community when you're back home?
They can keep me in line. They can give me the structure to follow the rules. I'm gonna do my best to just focus on what I have to do and do my parole, my probation.
You know, that's an important time to be really thinking about those communication skills, right? The more you can communicate, the more you'll understand why the rules are important and how they can support you in staying in the community, staying home, making those positive changes. So communication with those two organizations will be critical to helping you move forward.
Yes.
And they'll want to hear what you're thinking,
Okay.
right? Okay. All right, Ms. Cologne, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So Ms. Cologne, I just have a couple things, and it's a lot of the same things that my colleagues have both spoke about. For me, it's this addiction services and alcohol issue that's really, giving me some trouble. So do you understand our concern about the addiction services and your alcohol use that was excessive, admittedly by you in the community?
Yes.
Okay. Because you were involved in domestic violence and protective orders, you acknowledge that, and you were abusing alcohol and you had a firearm. So those things, they don't combine. It creates a very dangerous situation, especially when emotions are involved. And then,
Yes.
while you're in the facility, you got an assault and you described it as, someone called your name and you resorted to violence. You weren't able to really deal with that. You have since taken beyond violence, and I do hear in your voice that you recognize that from that program, you could have handled that assault differently.
Yes, sir.
But you really have not addressed the alcohol part of all of this. Although I feel like you have addressed, this domestic violence protective order situation. I think you have a better understanding of how to deal with things, even by your example of talking to this other inmate about the miscommunication that displays change in that part of it. But when we talk about alcohol, in the documents I read, it says that you don't believe you need a treatment at this time and that you're just not going to drink. For me, it's not a high enough standard for me to be comfortable with someone that was in domestic violence and possessing a firearm. When I read the police report, have you ever looked at the police report? Do you remember what happened the day you were arrested?
A little bit. I was.
Highly intoxicated, I would say, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's what it says here. You had a bottle of Don Julio tequila. After the police put you in handcuffs, you asked them if you could have a shot of the tequila. Do you know that?
Yes, sir.
It's not like a social or occasional drinking situation. That's not what we're dealing with here. This was directly tied to your criminal behavior, and it was bad. Your drinking was excessive, like you said. You acknowledged that. The police talked to you about running from them or whatever, and you said you couldn't because you were too intoxicated at the time. You wouldn't be able to run from them,
Yes, sir.
And while that was all going on, you were carrying a firearm, It's just that alcohol piece is very concerning for me. I just want you to understand that. Your last disciplinary report was in February of 2025. That's pretty good. It's been a while. Do you think you can continue that stretch until next February with no disciplinary reports?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you for answering my questions. Anyone else have anything else?
Can we circle back just for one?
Sure,
thing?
yeah, of course.
Talking about your substance abuse. So did I read this correctly? You were in the Worth program And then you were discharged from it before you were able to finish it due to some roughhousing with somebody
Yeah,
else?
I was first playing with another inmate, and the day after, the lieutenant kicked us out, both of us out.
How long were you in the program before that happened?
I was in there for 6 to 7 months.
So, I'm a little surprised. That's not a small amount of time. Now, that's a good amount of time. Do you feel like you benefited from the time you were in the program?
Yes, I did. Because I took Al-Anon when I was in there. These are groups that you just go to, and the other inmate, our mentor that ran it, she related a lot to us because she did her time under alcoholism. And so just talking while we was there, it helped me realize that I don't want to drink how I was drinking.
Some people can drink socially and some people just can't.
Yes,
There's really no rhyme sort of a reason, but sometimes it's just how life is. And
Yes,
what's
ma'am.
best for certain people. I'm a little surprised too, that having been in the program for that long, that you weren't able to formulate a little bit more thoughtful relapse prevention plan. Did you talk about a relapse prevention plan in the time you were in work?
yes, just a little bit. I didn't talk about it much because myself, I felt like I could control myself when I get home. But I should have put up a better plan than what I have right now.
Yes.
It's, you're only 21 years old. I know we keep saying that because you have such a long life ahead of you to
Yes,
do
ma'am.
great things. But if you keep drinking like that and even using marijuana, you're just going to be in a vicious, chaotic cycle.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks, Miss Cologne. I appreciate that.
Thank you for that follow-up. Do you have anything else, Panelmember Rodriguez?
No.
Okay. All right, Ms. Cologne, we are all done with the questions. You gave us a lot to talk about. So we're going to talk about your case and deliberate, and then we're going to come up with an answer. You can listen during this time. Please do not interrupt, and then we'll give you an answer shortly.
Thank you.
Okay, Panelmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look at these are serious charges, obviously. I'll let you go. And Ms. Colon's taking a lot of programming. She's taking programming that can be very beneficial and very helpful, and apparently has gained some insight from the program that she has taken. I was concerned about the issue around the alcohol and substance abuse, and the fact that even though she took Smart Recovery, which I think is also a good program, I think I would like to have seen a program that would have maybe addressed a little bit more, and would have given her an opportunity to kind of really establish a plan that would really support her on the outside. And I struggle with the fact that it's a young person who's in there, probably should be on the outside, really working, doing some good things on the outside. I'm struggling with that. But for right now, unless I hear something different from my colleagues on the denial, I'd be willing to bring her back, give me an opportunity to do just that, maybe try to focus in on that addiction situation, establish a stronger release plan and relapse prevention plan that could really, build that support network around her when she's on the outside. That's kind of where I'm at. Even though I don't want to take away from the programs that she has taken. She's taken Youth Thought, she's taken Beyond Violence, Smart Recovery, she's taken some programming. But I think that if I didn't hear a stronger relapse prevention plan in this particular case, I would like to see that.
Okay, Panelmember Smith-Palmieri, thank you.
I do agree with Mr. Rodriguez that I'm struggling with this because she is young. She loves to see her as a community. Her mother says she can go back and live there. Very supportive. Smart Recovery, some time and worth. She's got some good foundations. We just weren't hearing, I think, I think a better plan, maybe some programming. I think she'd do really well at a young person's AA program
Yeah.
or even CCAR.
Yeah, it's could be very helpful for her.
But I would like to see her do some programming for her own chance of being the most successful she can be. So I'd like to bring her back in like 6 months.
Yeah, so, first,
In February, you might mention.
yeah, because that's 2 years past her last DR, that would
Yeah.
make it, change a little bit about her disciplinary report situation for us too. One thing I wanted to say is that, she, comes across very intelligent,
Yeah.
articulate.
Yeah.
Despite not having completed her high school education, I'm surprised because she's well-spoken and can communicate very clearly to us how she feels. When you take an addiction services program, from what I heard from other people, they familiarize people with the services that are available in the community. And that's one of the things that we've all talked about, relapse prevention, but she doesn't know the names of, we haven't heard about CCAR, or she had some Alan on a couple things, but she's really not familiar where those places are at or how to access that. And even in some of the documents, didn't think that she really needed a relapse prevention plan or addiction services. So she has done a lot of work. I'm on the same page as both of you. I would suggest, for me, February of 27, just because that would put her 2 years out from the last disciplinary report. It's about 6.5 months. And, she can take an addiction services program, potentially no disciplinary reports, put together a better relapse prevention plan. Hopefully she's listening to these things, she can locate where the NA meetings or AA meetings are in her community, or, where CCAR is near where she lives at, and then come back with those kinds of things into hearing and explain how she's gonna stay sober in the community. To me, she's addressed all the other issues,
Yeah. Even a program she can connect with.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
give her that guidance and a little bit more support.
Yeah, reentry services.
It's good. It's nice to have another
Yeah.
source. So.
If it wasn't for her age being so young, her innocence is next September, but given her young age and everything, I really would like to give her another opportunity at this, to have like 6 or 7 months on parole.
I agree.
Okay,
Mhm.
so are we okay with February 27 or?
I am, yeah. I am.
Okay with that.
I guess some time to
All right,
just the educational piece.
She works on all of those things. So, my recommendations would be, she has addiction services on there, so we'll just say addiction services, any other positive programs, and, a relapse prevention plan,
Yeah, and no DRs.
Yeah.
and no DRs.
Yeah.
Okay, and let's talk about the, reasons, had inadequate institutional program participation, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about this program. I also have a release plan for this relapse prevention plan.
Yeah.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
And then how about, do we need anything else?
I don't think so. I don't,
Because I had.
I see some change in her.
Yeah, so,
It's not like.
well, I had poor institutional adjustment, but I think enough time has passed, and we're gonna put this beyond that when she comes back, so it should be 2 years out. That's one. Okay, so in regards to Tamia Cologne, inmate number 450968, I'm gonna make a motion to deny discretionary parole today based on inadequate institutional program participation and inadequate release plan. I further move to rehear this case in February of 2027 with the following recommendations: complete an addiction services program, receive no additional disciplinary reports, complete any other positive programming, and put together a relapse prevention plan. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, Ms. Cologne, do you hear that?
Yes, sir.
All three of us recognize the hard work that you've put in and the programs that you've completed. We just want to see this one piece taken care of with addiction services. Can't get any more disciplinary reports, okay? It's important that you can show us that you can go from now until next February. You come back to the next hearing, having completed addiction services, and then put together a plan on how you're gonna, can't just come back and say, well, I'm not gonna drink alcohol. We need more than that in your situation, okay?
Okay.
You're gonna go to programs, you're gonna, whatever it is that you're gonna do, you'll discover all of those kinds of things in the addiction services program. They'll show you what's available in the community, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, good luck.
Good luck to you.
Why are you bringing up these 2-year-old boys? That's what they do. How do they keep doing it? They don't stop them. They're born that way and they just continue on. What's the it's different. And you're getting more out of it. People, and he's still there, he ever been there, that he gave us $500. I'll tell you that he's won all this money and it's my fault. And then I would lose. So something happened.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Boyce. Today is Friday, July 17, 2026. It's the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they've reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, Panamember Rodriguez.
Can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Hi, my name is Hillary Gillian, 420987.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Hillary Gillian, inmate number 420987. She is serving a sentence of 8 years suspended after 5 years with 3 years probation for forgery second, risk of injury, 2 counts of possession with intent, violation of probation with possession with intent as the underlying offense. As of today, records reflect parole eligibility May 27, 2026. There is no victim in the case. There is an offender accountability plan that has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed Tier 4, New Thoughts, Voices, and Negative Management. Utilizing the Women's Risk Needs Assessment Order, the offender's overall score for recidivating. Ms. Gillian, this is your opportunity to tell the board why you should grant parole. Use anything.
I can read my letter?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Hello, my name is Hillary Gillian. Today I want to thank you for allowing me to appear before you, giving me the chance to express my sincere gratitude in hopes of considering for parole. This is not something I want you to think I take for granted. The woman I am today is not the same woman who walked through these doors 3 years ago. I want to assure you I take full responsibilities for my poor decision-making that led me here. At the time of my life, I had developed an unhealthy obsession with obtaining money and material success at any cost. Unfortunately, my focus on financial gain clouded my judgment and caused me to make decisions that went against my values, morals, and principles I was raised with. I became willing to justify choices I should have never made, and in doing so, I lost sight of the person I wanted to be. While there are many factors that influenced my thinking, I can now recognize that I alone am responsible for the consequences that follow. Looking back, I now see my experience as a blessing in disguise. I was on a path of self-destruction with no clear future ahead of me. During my time of incarceration, I have taken the opportunity to reflect on my past decisions and impact they have made on others, my family, and my own life. I understand the seriousness of my actions and I have worked to grow into a more responsible and accountable person. I participated in programs and focused on making positive changes that will help me become a productive member of my community. I successfully completed Tier 4 Maryland Baker program. Within this program, I also was able to be a part of other related groups. My overall participation led me to understand addiction, substance abuse, codependency, and so much more. I was able to identify my very own actions. Selling drugs and defrauding became my addiction. I was young and naive, looking for a fast way out. I also completed a Voices program, which taught me that my decision caused me to have multiple victims. Most importantly, my child. In addition, I helped others destroy their lives by using drugs, not realizing the damage I was causing by being so selfish. This fast money idea I thought I had, in all reality, was me stealing from others, something I wouldn't appreciate being done to me. I became a fully certified recovery coach by completing CCAR. This helped me gain the tools and knowledge necessary to help others struggling with addiction and recovery. My goal is to give back to the community through volunteer work and employment as a recovery specialist. I want to use my experience to help others avoid the mistakes I made and show them that change is possible. Upon my release, I'm committed to living a law-abiding life filled with integrity. I plan to obtain employment, stable housing, while continuing to making positive choices. I look forward to making amends in placement of what once was my absence. Becoming a better mother is my top priority for me. I am grateful to have the support system I have at home, who have influenced me to go back to school to earn a degree in psychology, in which maybe one day I can become a therapist. Today, I know my worth. I understand the importance of accountability, and I have a clear vision of the future I want to build. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your opening statement. So what's going to happen now is we're going to take turns asking you questions. And then when we're done, we're going to talk about your case and deliberate, and then we'll give you an answer today, okay?
Okay.
All right, my colleague, panel member Smith Palmieri is going to start with the questions this morning.
Thank you. So Ms. Gillian, you provided some great information in your opening statement. At least I'm very happy to hear you talk about the Tier 4 programs. I'm just happy to hear you specifically talk about Voices and the victims in the community. Let's start with why you're in jail. Okay, you were on probation for selling
Yes.
drugs, and now you have 2 new convictions for selling drugs, the forgery and the risk of injury. So
Yes.
you're on probation. How do you get back into selling drugs when you're already on probation for it? Can you look at that pattern for us?
Yeah, I can see that pattern being kind of an issue just because I fell back into old ways, which I was already on probation for. But being here, it really opened up my eyes to how important my actions are to my son and how I really need to change my life to become a better mother and just a better overall person for him. Like this time apart from him really destroyed me, and it really kind of opened up my eyes to me being a better person overall and having to stop my reoccurring issues and being just a better person and moving forward with my life.
Because you were working, right? You were working
Yes.
as a waitress, a server in a restaurant, and
Yes.
for a long, the report said for the last 10 years, that's what you've been doing.
Yeah.
So, and then you're selling drugs, you're on probation, you're selling drugs, and then your boyfriend, the father of your child, he goes to jail, and the report says you took over for him. And at some point, did you see, how that was destroying your life and affecting your child?
Yes. Now I see how great of a influence I did have on destroying my life, my family's life, and my child's life, and how much of an impact is going to be on his life.
So you're with the father who's your co-defendant of your child. At any point, did the 2 of you talk about what you were doing and how you needed to change your lifestyle?
Yes, we did. And for a while, we already were going to make plans on how to move forward with our lives and the next step that we were going to make.
What happened? Why do you think it didn't come to fruition?
Well, we became incarcerated.
And the forgery, I would, they found the fake identification in other names, and you said it was for scams that you were committing.
Right.
What was going on with that?
I just fell into other habits that I should have never really fell into. I had a job, I had a really trying to get out of like the fast lifestyle, and that should have never been something that I should have added to already the crimes that I already committed.
So the fake ID was for the intention of committing fraudulent type offenses?
Right.
So we already talked about the fact that you were working. Your co-defendant is also the father of your child. I heard you talk about voices. I think it's important for you to recognize, you obviously get very emotional talking about having to leave your son with you, and while you're incarcerated. He's with your mom. He's lucky. It's a safe place to go, I'm sure. But do you see the harm that selling drugs has to the people around you in that facility, people that have lost their children because they're selling drugs in the community? So there is a bigger, much bigger victims than just, what you initially think about to the community in selling drugs. It destroys families.
It does, which when I was in the Maryland Baker program, it really opened up my eyes to the destruction that I was really causing, which is why I also took CCAR and wanted to become a recovery coach so I can help make amends on the destruction that I was causing to my own community.
It sounds like you really benefited from the Maryland Baker program. What's your biggest takeaway from that program?
Just really seeing how much of a destruction I was being to myself, to my community, and how selfish I was really being, just really being a destruction to everything. And I was really the demise of everything that I myself was causing. So I'm very thankful for that program. I'm very thankful of the 9 months that I was there for really opening up my eyes to something better and really changing my outlook on what I was doing and the life that I was really living.
What do you think? Were you able to identify some triggers for yourself while you were in that program? Things that might lead you back into this chaotic lifestyle of selling drugs?
Yes, I did. And during that program, we also have to do like 3 self-help meetings, which I attended to, and I co-chaired some of the meetings too, which really helped me work through my triggers and really understand my triggers and not go through them and fall back into something that would make me trigger to go back to my old lifestyle.
Okay, so as we're talking about triggers and things that, tell me what yours are.
I think just really, I have to make a list of my priorities and really follow through with my priorities, making sure that I have a clear vision of everything that I want to do so I can cross it off the board and move on to my next priority. I wanted to go back to school for a while and I just kept pushing it off and kept pushing it off, which allowed me to fall back into my old lifestyle, which I didn't want to. And because I became a full recovery coach, like a certified recovery coach, I want to volunteer back into CCAR so that can help me go back into school and become a therapist.
Okay, so triggers for you are not following through with your goals and your goals, and that leads you back into this selling drugs?
Yes, I really need to make sure that I keep myself on a straight line with following through with my goals, with going back home, getting employment, redoing my whole life all over again, becoming a full mother, and in between time taking courses little by little so I can become the therapist that I do want to become.
But you were, I guess what is a little confusing for me is you were working.
I was.
So is it is money a trigger for you? Is the adrenaline from the lifestyle? Are you supporting your own addiction through it?
It was definitely the adrenaline of the lifestyle. And I don't want to do that anymore just because of the harm that I see, how much it impacted my son. And how it took me away from my son, and never in a million times would I ever thought that I would be away from him. And just the pain that it caused me, it just makes me realize that that's something that I'm never gonna go back to. He's my everything, you know, he's my heart. And that's something that I always wanna make sure that he knows that I'm never gonna leave him, that I'm always gonna be by his side. And that I want him to know that I successfully left here, completed my schooling, and made a life for myself, for him to be proud to look at me and see the change that I've done within myself and within my community, and for him to know that I will always be there with him having a successful job.
I wish that for you. I think that is, you know, a very positive way to live your life and be there for your son. So your codependent is the father of your child, and I read in the report that you hope that when you're both back out in the community, that you'll be able to reunite. Are his goals the same as yours? Do you
Yes.
think they are?
From the last time that we have spoke, yes, his goals are to go back to work, to build his own company, to have something for himself. Now, when he does get out, if things do change, I have to put my son first. I have to put him first before anything else. And he's always going to be my priority towards anything. So if things don't work out, I understand that, I know he's going to understand that our son comes first, and I always have to be with my son. I know the impact that it took from him. You know, he's even going to therapy for the actions that I caused myself and I caused for him. So I don't want to be more of a traumatic experience for my son. So I'm choosing my son first.
You have 2 DRs for reaching out to your codependent through 3-way calls from the facility. So that's concerning to us, you know, that you're not supposed to be having those interactions, but
Right.
Yet they're trying to circumvent the rules to do that.
So since the last time that I spoke to him, that was the last time that I have reached out to him. My last ticket was 2 years ago from reaching out to him, and I understood the consequences. I understood that I really had to look in within myself to start thinking for myself, to start thinking for my son, to start really putting just our son first.
Your release plan looks good to me. You want to live with your mother, although it doesn't look like the parole officers had contact with her, but that could still happen down the road. You want to continue with therapy, and then you've talked a few times now about your goals of working with CCAR and going back to school. How about employment? Have you given any thought to what you could do in the interim while you're working to become a recovery specialist?
Yeah, so when I was in Maryland Baker, the lady that did CCAR, she did say that I can volunteer at the Bridgeport CCAR or the New Haven CCAR. After doing 50 hours of volunteer work, I can start working with them.
Okay. And your mom would help support you through that?
Yes, she does. You know, she really wants me to start changing my life, to really become a better mother, you know, to really start having something for myself.
What do you think is going to be hard when you're back in the community? The parole officer asked you what would be a high risk situation, and you said nothing. But I
think I said nothing because of the time of me being here. It really opened up the eyes of the destruction that I did for everyone around me, for how I destroyed myself and how I destroyed everything that I could have had for me if I did go back to school and really achieve the goals that I had in mind. And I know that with this time that I was here, I really sat down, I reevaluated myself, my thoughts, the way that I was feeling, every trigger about me, and really learned how to make sure I'm never gonna fall back into the old lifestyle. I wanna move forward, and I wanna really be someone that I can help a person in the community out.
All right. Well, really hope that you are successful with those goals, because we can always use more recovery coaches, more
Thank you.
people that want to offer support to others. Do you think things are going to be hard when you're back in the community? Anything you foresee that might be difficult to get started with?
I think being in 3 years in jail, it's a little bit difficult to kind of, just be back into life, which is why I want to go back to therapy, just to make sure that I can talk through just my anxieties of being back in life. But I think it'll be good for me just to restart everything, because I'll have a clear path to just becoming that recovery coach, going back to school, really being a help to somebody that is in need and that needs the help.
Help you first, and then you can work on the others, right?
Right.
Yeah. And you have 3 years of probation, and if you're granted parole, you'll have almost 2 years of parole. So it's a lot of community supervision. You were violated on your last probation for the new arrests. I would encourage you to look to probation and parole as resources in the community, support in the community. They're there to make sure that you're doing things the right way, but they can also help you to navigate some of those difficult, tricky situations.
Right.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Guillen, I just have a couple questions on things that my colleague didn't touch on. Part of your violation of probation looks like there was some motor vehicle charges involved, and in one of these drug arrests, you were driving, they were following you around, you were making contact with drug traffickers, other people. What's the status of your driver's license now?
I have my driver license.
It's valid, is never
Yeah.
suspended because of any of this?
No.
Okay, good. All right. And then in your release plan, the way I read it, it's not your mother you want to live with, it's your boyfriend's mother, right?
Yes.
Does she talk to him on the phone?
Yeah, she does talk to him on the phone, but she knows that she's going to help me get back into work, helping me really make sure that I'm keeping a straight line so I can have my own apartment, so I can have my own stable housing once I really get on my feet with a stable job.
Well, I'm glad you have her for support. My concern is the contact. There's gonna, we'll see what happens here, but if you're granted parole, there's a chance that you won't be able to have contact with your co-defendant. And if the person you're living with is talking to him on the phone while you're there, I mean, it gets close to being, that could be a violation. What do you think would happen if that's a stipulation and then you get on the phone and talk to him? What do you think will happen to you?
Well, I know that my mother-in-law is not an enabler at all. She is all for doing the right thing, working, for
I get it. No, but I want to know
yourself.
what do you understand what the consequences would be if we were to say that you're not to have contact with him and then you talk to him? What do you think the consequences?
The consequence will be me being back in here for
I want to
violating.
understand, it's not going to be a disciplinary report like what happened in. It's
Right.
going to be, they take these things seriously. Everyone wants you to be in the best situation and position to be successful in the community. And part of that may be at least for the time being, not having contact with him.
Right. And I understand that.
I'm not saying that's a permanent thing because you have a lot of supervision. Maybe, if he does the things that you're saying and he could, maybe there's a situation where down the road, you could lead back to having that relationship, but at least in the beginning, there's a chance that you're not going to be able to have any contact with him. So you're just going to have to be careful if your mother's talking, if your mother-in-law is talking to him on the phone and you're there, to me, that's, it gets very close to being a violation,
Right, but I understand that I do have to put myself and my son first. So
Okay.
if I don't have to have a contact with him, I won't have a contact with him.
Okay, all right, I appreciate that. And I did hear you say several times that your son is your priority and that
Yes.
you're willing to, to do what you have to do, the hard work to make him your priority instead of, putting yourself in a bad situation by violating rules or whatever, so. Okay,
Correct.
those are the only things that I wanted to just clear up. And Member Rodriguez, do you have anything else?
Thank you, Mr. J. You bring up a good point. Is that case still pending and is he out? Is there?
Do you know if he's out right now?
No, he's still incarcerated.
Okay.
He's incarcerated.
Is he gonna go to his mother's house when he gets out?
No, he's gonna go to his aunt's house.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little tricky. I don't really have any additional questions. I just wanted to, because I just read that it was still pending. I didn't know if he was out already. Okay.
Okay. All right,
Thank you.
anything to follow up? Okay, we're all done with the questions, so we're gonna discuss your case and deliberate, and then we'll give you an answer. During this time when we're talking, just please do not interrupt, okay? Okay, thank you. Member Smith Palmieri.
Thank you. So Ms. Gillian, she has talked about why she's incarcerated, the violation of probation, how she got back into selling drugs and had fake identification for committing fraud in the future. At some point, she's not charged with it, so we don't know if it happened. She takes responsibility. She does score low for risk to recidivate. She has minimum criminal history, just what she was on probation for, which was selling drugs. She was employed prior to her incarceration, talking about the risk level. She's done a number of things to kind of reframe how she thinks, give her some skills and strategies to make better decisions through new thoughts, anger management. She talked quite a bit about the Marilyn Baker program and the CCAR program, which she seems to be very invested in, particularly CCAR. We talked about her release plan. I misspoke thinking it was her mother. It is her child's father's mother, and who is also her co-defendant. So that would be up to Parole and Community Services to make a decision about. I was happy to hear that she has a release plan that includes therapy. She's got some realistic goals. Certainly she's capable of being employed. So for today, I do have her voted to discretionary parole.
Yeah, I agree with everything that you've said. I have a couple stipulations. We'll get to that in a second. Panel Member Rodriguez?
Yeah, I mean, based on what we've heard today, I agree that she's support discretionary parole. If you take it the best program in terms of substance abuse program she could take. Seems as if she's gained some insight from it based on what she said today. I do have some concerns about where she's going and what that means in terms of the co-defendant. But as you said, I'll probably deal with that. So yeah, can deal with that. So I would be supportive to her discretionary parole today based on what I've heard today.
Good. Member Palmieri, how do you feel about the stipulations?
Well, we do need to add a halfway
Yeah.
house.
Just in case.
I had mental health evaluation and treatment. And no contact with Sylvester Edwards without the parole officer's permission.
That's exactly what I have. Do you have anything else?
No.
No, I think we're on the same page here. In regards to Hillary Gillian, inmate number 420-987, I'm going to make a motion that we grant discretionary parole on or after today's date, July 17th, 2026. The following conditions that'll be in addition to the standard parole conditions: halfway house placement if needed, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary. No contact with your co-defendant, Sylvester Edwards, without the parole officer's permission. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Ms. Guion, did you hear that?
Yes, thank you.
All right, you heard what we said about this situation, your living situation. You're gonna have to be very careful with that, okay? And like my colleague said, they're gonna help you manage that and check it out, but just be very cautious. That's the only area that makes us a little nervous. And like you said, focus on your son and make that the
I will.
priority. Yeah, and your recovery and rehabilitation, We wish you the best of luck.
Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Recovery.
Morning.
Right, we'll be right with you.
Okay. Mm-mm-mm.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Boyce. Today is Friday, July 17th, 2026. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
Deborah Palmieri.
Morning, Panamember Rodriguez.
Can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Ramanita Cruz, inmate number 00443-657.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Ramanita Cruz, inmate number 3657. She is serving a sentence of 36 months incarceration for possession of narcotics and failure to appear first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date on 2026. There is no dignity of the case. There is a federal accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows she has completed the WORNA and is currently in the Tier 2 program. Utilizing the Women's Risk Needs Assessment WORNA, the offender's overall score for recidivating falls within the moderate range. Ms. Cruz, this is your opportunity to tell the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may. Ms. Cruz, you can now tell the board why you believe you should be granted parole.
I didn't write a letter, because I just felt like it was probably impersonal. And I just felt like it would be more genuine if I came from the heart. So I feel that I should be able to be granted parole because I have come such a long way. When I first came in here, I didn't know what was right, what was wrong. I admit that I was addicted to drugs and I let trauma consume me. And I let it take over my life. I let it cloud my judgment. And I did things I shouldn't have done. And it took me to come here to basically get my life back. I am highly appreciated that I was able to be put here because it not only saved my life, but it allowed me to find myself, and not just myself, but find a better version of me. And I'm also a mother, so it also allowed my kids to get their mother back. And I feel like I've learned so much from being here. The classes I've been, the groups that I've been, the Tier 2, the Stride, all of it, it allowed me to open up and look and dig deep within myself and figure out what even started, what trauma was it that had me go the wrong way, and really just address them. And I was able to do that, and especially the Tier 2 program. And I mean, we did so many things in that group. I've learned how to cope with my emotions, with my anger, with my trauma, my family, with my kids, and how they're affected by what I've done and what I could do to keep going. And I have treatment plan in place. I know when I leave here, I have counseling already in place. I already have housing in place. I have a job that I'm hoping I can still get when I leave, pretty much just waiting for me. And I have so much support. I feel like had I not come here, I know without a doubt that I would probably have either died or probably never have been clean. I probably would have never been sober. So for a really long time, I wanted to be here. And I look at this place like more than just a second chance, but like it really saved my life coming here. And I honor that. I honor the fact that I was able to fight for my life. And learn so much. Learn how to be a better mom, learn how to just do like basic things like get a job and have a house and a car and like basic daily living things, like having structure in my life and the stability in my life is so much to me. It's changed me so much. And I just can't wait to put that into perspective and really like go home and truly not just survive, but actually live. And I take full accountability for what I've done. It was wrong. I shouldn't have been doing drugs to begin with, but that was my fault because in that moment, I admit I was too weak to extend my hand and ask for help. I was afraid. I was ashamed. And I know now that had I just asked for help, had I just really like did it, like had I just really focused on trying to change, none of this probably would have happened. So I acknowledge that because of what I've done, that these were the consequences to my actions. And I think that my sentencing was fair. I think that it was exactly what I needed.
Ms. Cruz, you're starting to repeat some of the things that you've said already. And we have some questions for you. We're going to take turns asking questions.
Okay.
And then after that, we're going to talk about your case and deliberate, and then we'll give you an answer today, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
Is it okay if we start with the questions now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to start with the questions. You've answered a lot of the things that I was going to talk to you about. Honestly, in your opening statement, you did a good job, especially without a written statement, just kind of off the cuff explaining what's going on. One of the questions I wanted to talk to you about was that it sounds like you were originally in the Tier 4 program, right?
Yes.
So explain to me what happened. How did you end up in Tier 2?
So when I first got here, they had put me straight from medical into industries. And when I got there, I'll admit it was extremely overwhelming. The freedom part of it was not what I was expecting. So I tried to sit there for a little bit. I tried to go and do everything that I was doing. I did the groups. I did whatever they wanted me to do. But I feel like when I first came in, I had it in my head that I was coming here to basically learn my lesson. So to have all that freedom as soon as I got here, it was just too much for me. And I knew that it wasn't going to be a good situation. It wasn't going to be what was best for me in that moment because I was just coming in and I wanted to sit with what I've done. I wanted to sit with what I needed to do. And it just was too much. So I did sign out to come back to the side because over here, it's like, you're in a cell instead of out in the open and you're not able to go outside, and it just was too much. And I knew that if I really wanted to change, I had to do it the way that I knew that I had to do it, which was really take accountability for what I've done. And just freedom as soon as I got here, it overwhelmed me.
Okay. Sounded like you took that time to reflect that when you went back on what was going on in your life, and then once you got everything together, you started taking programs again, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. And now, are you done with Tier 2 now?
Yes. So I'm done with Tier 2. I got my certificate, but I still show up as a mentor now.
Okay, so you're a mentor in the Tier 2 program.
Yep.
Okay, good. Tell us about that. What do you do as a mentor in Tier 2?
So as a mentor, I still show up to the group and I still, I still do all the work as if I was still in the group. I still come, I have to make sure that I still follow the rules and I act as a leader instead of a follower. And I show these ladies how to basically take this group in and really learn from it and to show them that one, that it can be done, two, that basically in a way that, so how do I say it? So I basically am showing them that that it's possible to get through the group and I'm trying to tell them that like you've learned so much from this group and that even I don't think some of them know you can be a mentor.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a new thing in tier 2. So I'm kind of just going with the flow with it, but I definitely, I still show up and I still do the work. I'm still keeping the rules in place, showing them how to go about it and leading them into a better future for them, just showing them that I can still contribute to the group.
Okay. Let's talk about your GED. Do you have your GED or high school diploma?
I do not, but I am currently in a GED program. I go in the morning and I go in the afternoon.
How far along are you?
Honestly, I'm not really sure, but I am doing the practice GED test, so I'm pretty sure I'm close.
What happens if you're released onto parole before you complete that? What's your plan for that?
Oh, I'm going straight to adult ed in Norwich.
You know where that's at? And you've
Yep.
Okay. Have you ever gone there before?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you talked to anyone there, or has any of your family or anyone helped you?
Yes. So my mother had contacted them. She let them know that like she basically made sure like do they still have like my file there. And she made sure that if I do come out, can everything that I have done here be transferred there? Do I have to start over? And they told her that I wouldn't have to start over, that I would be starting exactly where I left off when I leave here.
Okay,
So
excellent. I mean, it's gonna be important for you down the road for employment, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Get that taken care of sooner than later.
Absolutely.
You're still very young and you have plenty of time, you know. Just don't let a lot of time go by. Just get it taken care of.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear you have support in the community from your mother and that you're able to have her help you do things. Do you talk to her on the phone?
I talk to her every day. She has temporary guardianship of 3 of my children. They're all under the ages of 16. And I speak to them. They're all on my visiting list. I see them all the time. They're just waiting for me to come home. When I do go home, once I have like my education and I have my own apartment, then I'll be able to take back custody of my children. But I don't want to do it until I have a stable place and a structured living situation for them.
Yeah, I agree. You have the support of your mother. I would use that to get everything situated, you know what I mean? One step at a time. And like you talked about with tier 4, like don't overwhelm yourself with all kinds of things right away, you know? Now, has your mother said that she talked to the parole officer when they called?
So she told me that she thinks that they called one time, and I believe that was last Monday, but she had missed the call. So she called back and someone told her that they would call her back, and she hasn't heard from them yet, but she's had her phone on her the entire time, making sure that she gets that phone call.
Okay. All right. But she knows that they're going to be reaching out at some point to try to confirm this. Okay.
Yep.
All righty. And then I read your plans, you know, and I heard you talk about in your opening statement about programming therapy. Do you plan to be involved in the MAP program when you're out in the community?
Absolutely. If I can go to Norwich, wherever I go, I will be going to the Root Center.
Okay. And do you know where do you attend the NA meetings and facilities? Do they have that there?
In this facility?
Yeah.
Yes, I attend them every Monday night at 7 o'clock.
And do you know where they hold those meetings in the community where your mother lives?
So there's some online, and there's also some that they do have at the Root Center, and they have some at sometimes the Soup Kitchen in Norwich. I have like a list, so I really don't know like off the top of my head, but I have a list of every single NA meeting that I can get to within my town of Norwich at least. But I do also know that I can go online too.
Yeah, I'm just asking, I want to know, if you've done the legwork, and it sounds like you have, if you're serious about these things.
Yeah.
And if you looked into where these things are at, you had your mother call adult ed, that's the kind of stuff that I was looking to hear. It sounds like you've been approved for a halfway house too by the Department of Correction.
Yes.
Have you heard anything about that? What's going on with that process?
I just recently got the letter stating that I was approved for the halfway house. I haven't heard anything yet. It's kind of just up in the air right now.
Okay. And you were on the waiting list for New Thoughts, right?
Yes. So for New Thoughts, I've been on the waiting list since I've been here. So unfortunately, I bother them a lot because I write them like every 2 weeks to make sure like they remember that I am trying to get in that group. But they told me I have like all the paperwork. I just didn't know if I could bring it here and show you, but I have a whole bunch of papers.
We know that it's hard sometimes to get into programs. We understand it's not your fault, but we still look at it. It's on the list. I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
So
I'm currently in Stride and in the tier 2 as a mentor right now.
And you already have your certificate for tier 2.
I already have my certificate, and I do school instead of the job part, and because we're not allowed to have both here anymore. So.
And you're going to NA meetings, you said also.
And I'm going to NA meetings every Monday night at 7 o'clock.
Okay, it's pretty good. There was one other thing that I wanted to just ask you about. I think that's it. Okay. Councilmember Rodriguez, do you have any questions?
Thank you. So, I kind of wish you would have taken the tier 4. That would have been really good for you considering your substance abuse history. But having said that, it seems as if you put some real work into tier 2 and you put some work into looking at your substance abuse issues and at least trying to establish some system when you are released to kind of get involved in recovery and doing your recovery work. So I don't really have a lot of questions for you. My colleague covered a lot of ground. Thank you and good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
I remembered I had one more question. In your opening statement, you said that you have a job and you think it's still there and you're going to see when you get out. Can you just tell me about that job?
So I used to work in a contracting job and with this person that I used to live with before I came in. He has this job and I'm pretty sure the name of it is Easy to Do It. And so I wasn't really the contractor, he was, but I did like the demolition with him. I did the cleaning with him, the painting, the pulling the floors out. And they told me that as long as I come out and I'm sober and I show them that I have like a structured like living situation, that I can come back, but I would have to show them proof that I am actually doing good.
So that sounds like a good field. Do they pay you cash? Or are you receiving a paycheck with taxes out of it?
They paid me cash.
Okay. So, I mean, that sounds like a good job. Now, you have experience in carpentry work, or at least in laboring for carpenters. So, you're probably going to want to look for a job where you can get a paycheck and pay taxes. Your parole officer will talk to you about that if you get granted parole. So, to satisfy, that kind of requirement. And it's important as a responsible person to pay taxes and be part of the community in that way, legitimate. So
I learned a lot of that during the job center program. I went to job center and I learned all about all the things you have to do to get a job. I created my new resume. So I have
you don't mind doing this. You don't mind doing this kind of work you're describing. This is labor intensive work. There's work for that kind of thing, people need. Yeah. So, okay, let me see if panel member Smith Palmieri has any questions.
Thank
I
you.
don't have any questions. I think Ms. Cruz did a nice job in answering all, in her opening statement.
Okay, so Ms. Cruz, we're done with the questions. We're going to talk about your case and deliberate, and then we're going to give you an answer shortly. You can listen during this time. Please don't interrupt, okay?
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Ms. Cruz is here for this possession of controlled substance and looks like failure to appear. She's on probation at the time. She reads moderate risk for recidivism. She talked about initially coming right in and going straight into tier 4. She's kind of overwhelmed by what was involved. It sounds like it was a lot. She needed some time to reflect. And then after she did that, she got herself into tier 2, has completed that and gone on to be a mentor. She participates in NA meetings. She's also working on her GED and has a plan to continue that in the community. She can't finish it while she's incarcerated. Her release plan includes more substance abuse treatment and support in the community through NA, IOP. Talked about the places she wants to go to get GED. She's got support from her family and the community. They're helping her do some of these things. And she talked about potential employment opportunities. So she sounded good to me today. I'm in favor of granting her discretionary parole. And remember,
I am.
I am too. Yeah.
okay. Let's talk about the stipulations.
Halfway house.
I just have halfway house if needed. I don't think that she's going to need it. I feel like, after talking to her, it's going to get resolved, but for the time being, I think we need to add. Is there anything else?
I had mental health evaluation.
Okay.
Appreciate that she's a 2. She started out as a 5.
Yeah, she's got points.
Stepped down.
And she talked about she struggled when she first came in. So yeah,
She doesn't need it. The evaluation will.
I'm
vary
fine
that.
with that. Yeah, fine. I think that could be helpful to her. Okay, so in regards to Romanita Cruz, inmate number 443657, I'm going to make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after today's date, July 17th, 2026, with the following conditions in addition to the standard parole conditions. Halfway house placement if needed, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Ms. Cruz, you've been granted discretionary parole. Good luck.
Thank you. Am I all set to leave or no?
Yes,
Okay.
you are. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Boyce. Today is Friday, July 17th, 26th. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Parole. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, panel member Rodriguez.
Good morning,
Can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Ebony Hubbard, 436-581.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Ebony Hubbard, inmate number 36581. She is serving a sentence of 6 years with 10-year special parole for assault first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of May 18, 2026. There is no victim input in the case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed new thoughts, biohazard training, and has a job. Utilizing the Lincolnshire State's assessment warrant, the offender's overall score for recidivating falls within the moderate range. Board members?
Yes. So Ms. Hubbard, I just wanted to talk to you briefly before we go any further, is that the three of us have taken a lot of time to review all of the documents related to this case, the police reports, medical documents, mental health evaluations, things like that. So this hearing is being live streamed. So we want to do is be careful that we're not talking about disclosing private medical or mental health information. You don't need to include that in any of your statements. We have all that information. We understand what took place. We want to really focus on your programs and things that you've done while you're incarcerated. So it's not appropriate to talk about your personal medical information out to the general public. Okay.
Okay,
I just want to give you that before you start. And then the hearing examiner will take it from here.
All right, Ms. Hubbard. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole, taking into consideration, you know, what the board just mentioned about your private medical information. So go ahead with
Okay.
your opening statement.
okay, before I read my statement, I had sent some paperwork to the board. I would like to know if you received that work?
It's attached.
The letter to your certificates and a brief statement about what was attached.
Yes,
Yes,
Yep, we have
did.
that.
Yes, we did.
okay, thank you for letting me
Thank
know. Okay, well, of course, my name is Ebony Hubbard. I'm 43 years old. I'm currently incarcerated at York Correctional Institution and have been for 5 years. At the time of my crime, I was not in a stable state of mind. As a result, I was brought here at York CI on April 12th, 2021, after being admitted into the hospital for a month for trying to attempt a homicide-suicide on my daughter and myself. The intensity of my regret and sorrow for all the pain I've caused my daughter is far deeper than anything I've ever experienced. It makes being in jail look easy. Although I am in prison, I've accomplished much academically. I'm keenly aware of the effect I've caused those involved in the circumstances which led to my actions. Determined not to allow my past trauma steer my future any longer, I now direct my mindset and behavior towards self-improvement rather than wishing my past were different. In May of 2023, I graduated from a partial hospital program here at York CI, which was directed by Dr. Sheffel. The program has helped to manage my mental wellness better and has led me to additional resources to help with my assistance towards progress. While in the PHP, I led a Bible-based supportive therapy group, which led to several women finding peace while incarcerated. I still lead a similar group with my own ministry that I started here, and I will continue upon my release. I will also continue my treatment at an outpatient program for my disorder. Currently, I'm working as a Braille transcriber in the York Braille program and have earned a literary Braille transcriber certificate through the Library of Congress. I also graduated from New Thoughts, Defy Ventures, Prison Fellowship Academy, and Houses of Healing. Along with work and groups, I attended Three Rivers Community College, where I was studying business administrative marketing. I will also continue my education by pursuing an MBA. To provide for my needs upon release, I will work full-time as a library technician and start a part-time Braille transcribing business. I will start all this while residing at a halfway house until I get my own apartment. My personal transformation has created opportunities for me to help others around me. I take pride in being able to lift others up while at work, school, or church. I believe that anyone who has a desire to grow can overcome negative experiences. Today, I am grateful to be given an opportunity to have a second chance. As a mother, it's important for me to model resilience in the face of adversity and come out stronger on the other side. Thank you for your time and attention.
Okay, Ms. Hubbard, thank you very much for your opening statement. That was very good. What's going to happen now is that we're going to take turns asking you questions. When we're done with the questions, we'll talk about your case, deliberate, and then give you an answer today, okay?
Okay,
My colleague, Panelmember Rodriguez, is going to start with the questions.
okay.
Ms. Hubbard, you did a wonderful job presenting that, and with your opening statement.
Thank you.
I truly appreciate the work that you've been putting in to working on yourself and putting your life together. And I know I can't even imagine, but it's been very challenging.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. For me, you've laid out the questions I would have had about your programming, which was really my concern, is what program you've taken. And I can see that you've done a lot of work around your ministry work that you've been doing, which tells me that you've been helping others while you're there. The work you've been doing on yourself, working on your education, the regret that you've shared with what's happened, the insight that you have regarding all of that. I don't really have a lot of questions for you at this particular point, but I just want to acknowledge that you've really put some very significant effort into your struggles, and it shows. So
Thank you.
I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't have any additional questions.
Okay. So, Panelmember Smith Palmieri.
Thank you. So Ms. Hubbard, you, as my colleague said, you've done quite well. Have you identified community programs for when you're released?
Yes, I have 2 programs that are going to help me with everything: finding a job, finding an apartment, getting clothes, and also helping me with furniture for my apartment and treatment, trauma treatment and everything.
Okay. What programs are those?
One is RISE and one is Job Center.
Okay. Okay. And I have a note about SSDI. Have you applied for that? Is the expectation that it will restart? What's your situation with that?
I'm not going to restart. I was on it before I came in here. I'm not going to restart it. The jobs that I want to get is a library technician and to start my business. So that would be my income that will come in.
Okay. Do you think it would be beneficial for the medical needs, the medical side of things?
I think the only medical side of things I need is my medication and a counselor.
Right. But in terms of medical benefits, in order to get those services?
Well, I believe I can get the state insurance just by being a formerly incarcerated.
Okay. Okay. So I just want to ensure that you've thought that through.
Yes.
All right. You have no disciplinary reports, which is to your benefit, and it's commend you on that. You have 10 years of special parole. Do you know
Yes.
anything about being on parole?
I I believe there's some restrictions, like whatever you all decide are my restrictions, I have to follow those. Also, I believe there's a protective order, I'm not sure. I received a letter today that said there's no protective order in process, so they told me that as long as I'm on parole, I'll be in the custody of DOC, and that the protective order will still be considered, but I'm not sure how that works.
Yeah, our information says it's not a full protective order, but it's a partial protective order, you know, to the point where you can have contact with the victim. She can't, of course, harm or argue or, you know, cause disruption with the victim.
Okay, so I'm allowed to talk to my daughter?
Well, I think you can talk to the parole officer about that before that happens.
Okay,
I think that's probably the safest way for you to move forward with that. And
okay.
you've had no contact with your daughter since this incident. Am I correct
No.
about that? Yeah,
No.
okay. And then, but the other thing I wanted to say about parole is you are correct. There are conditions, there are really conditions that are meant to help you live successfully in the community.
Yes.
And to support your mental health needs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so good communication with them is very, very important.
Okay.
Okay, they can really kind of help you navigate any resources that maybe you had hoped would be available that aren't, or other resources you're not privy to. And then they're also there to ensure, you know, that there's monitoring in the community as you go forward, particularly with your mental health needs.
Okay.
All right, all right. Is there anything that we should have talked about that we didn't today?
No, it pretty much covered everything, and I've talked to the DOC parole officer, and he answered many questions that I had, so I'm you know, kind of educated and updated on what's gonna happen. The only thing is that I don't know who my parole officer is and how to contact him, so.
Right, that'll all come with time, and they will reach out to you. I just
Okay.
want to, you know, there was a lot of information in your file. Thank you for providing those other documents.
Thank you, yes.
And like I said, we reviewed, as the chair said, we reviewed all your medical and mental health treatment throughout your incarceration. So I feel pretty satisfied that we've got all the information we need.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Ms. Hubbard, tell me about the support you have in the community. Who do you have for family or friends that are gonna help you?
Well, my mom has been a big support. My father has been a big support. A couple of my sisters. I have a couple of friends that will support me too. And then when I come out and get the proper treatment and the right counselor, I have them as support. Also, the RISE program has been supportive, and yeah.
All right, I just want to make sure you have people to talk to when you're out, you're not alone. You have some friends, you have their phone numbers. So if you just want to talk to someone, you have people that you can call.
Yes.
Okay, good. And, you know, you say you want to have a counselor and get the right treatment and everything. You know, I would establish that and make a plan, you know, with them and with your parole officer before you make contact with your daughter or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Just, yeah, do that like a planned approach and not anything haphazardly. Make sure that everybody's on board and that's, you know, because you don't want that first encounter to not be what you expected or to make the situation, you know, worse or whatever. So professionals probably need to be involved in that. You know what I mean?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I would talk to your counselor before you know, that's my opinion. I'm not a mental health professional, but I would definitely talk to your counselor before you have that meeting, you know, and explain this whole situation, you know?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, does anyone have anything else? Okay, so at this time, we're done with the questions. We're going to talk about your case, deliberate, and we'll give you an answer. You can listen to us during this time. Please don't interrupt.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This was a very serious case. read the information and documents. It's very clear that it was a mental health situation. Played a very role in this particular offense. Having said that, Ms. Hubbard has not very good today. Yeah. She's been involved in programming. She's taken programming. Been actively involved in her programming. Has taken ministry while she's been in York, and has gained some certificates, in Braille, worked on her education. In a very clear conversation today, she outlined a release plan, and really specified even what organizations and places she would be going to seek the help that she needs. She talked about a focus on her mental health issues and taking care of those. I'm going to be, she's scheduled for EOS about 3 months in October.
Yeah.
I'm going to be supporting her discussion parole today to give her a chance to have some supervision before that happens, and to kind of get her going in the community and get some of these items that she wants to get into this release plan working for herself while she's there.
Yeah, I agree. And she can use this time to connect with providers and start putting this process in motion. A couple of things I wanted to add, that she has no criminal history.
Yeah, no criminal history and no DRs
And no substance abuse issues that we needed, that were relevant to any of this, So, she raised moderate for risk to recidivate, but she's done very well inside, and I'm in favor of granting her discretionary parole. Remember, Smith Palmieri.
I am as well, for all the reasons we've already talked about.
Okay, so let's talk about the conditions. Halfway house. I definitely have a halfway house on here.
no contact with victim.
I have
Permission.
Yeah, without the parole officer's permission. I have 2 people that are listed with OVS. It's the father and the daughter, so it's RB and EB. Yeah, that's listed on the OVS tab, because I think that's the adult that was involved, that's the representative of that person. I have mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary. I didn't feel, in my review, that we needed to go any further with that.
I wasn't sure either, to be honest.
Well, all the notes I read, I didn't see.
Treatment and medication.
I read the notes from, and I didn't see that there was a problem that way. It's just that,
Yeah, no, I don't feel.
she takes, she's doing what she's supposed to. She's very engaged in treatment. So, I think if it escalated to a point where there was an issue, it could bring that back, and we could do it at that time, but I don't see any.
And it should be used sparingly.
Yeah, I mean, I did give it a close look because of the underlying offense,
Yeah. But she is compliant, she's willing, and I think that medication is more in terms of somebody that's sort of not compliant with the regimens.
She's not done that person at all.
Yeah, I just said mental evaluation treatment.
It's halfway house and
White House and the victims.
Okay, I think I'm good there. Okay. I'm glad we had a conversation that way. In regards to Ebony Hubbard, inmate number 436581, gonna make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after today's date of July 17th, 2026. The following conditions that will also apply to her term of special parole: halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary. No contact with the victims RB and EB without the parole officer's permission. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Ms. Hubbard, did you hear all of that?
Yes, I did. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we've granted you discretionary parole and we set your conditions for parole. Those are also going to apply. Those conditions will also apply to your special parole conditions. So for now, no contact with those 2 people that we described. You'll have to get the parole officer's permission. There's a whole process. You describe what's going on, meet with your counselor, all of that. Okay?
Okay. All right.
Wish you
Good luck to you, Summer.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
This concludes the hearing. 3581. Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Woods. Today is Friday, July 17th, 2026. This is a case review being held to add a condition from Ms. Moreau, inmate number 380963. Board members, can you please state your names for the record?
Robert Sazowskis.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Member Rodriguez.
Parole Committee Services requested a general no contact order be added to Mr. Moreau's condition. Board members, can you please consider?
Yeah, so in regards to Louis Moreau, inmate number 380963, I'm going to make a motion to add a general no contact to his parole stipulations. The initials KR, ER, and MA. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
This concludes the hearing. Ms. Moreau, inmate number 380963.
el cual es el argumento que presentó el señor Langenkamp, abogado, el día de ayer.
And the state was given 24 hours to get more information.
Y se le dio a la fiscalía 24 horas para obtener más información.
Mr. Matthews?
Señor Matthews.
I have no information to add, Judge.
No hay ninguna información que agregar, pues.
Judge, I'm therefore arguing that there is no probable cause since he did display a valid driver's license.
Bien, entonces la defensa argumenta que no hay motivo fundado, ya que el acusado mostró una licencia válida de conducir.
Sir, I am going to find no probable cause for this charge.
Bien, señor, voy a encontrar que no hay motivo fundado para este cargo.
You will be ROR'd on this case.
Será usted puesto en libertad bajo palabra en este caso.
However, sir, you are subject to an ICE hold.
Sin embargo, señor, usted está sujeto a un retén de inmigración.
So I will be signing a detainer today.
Así que hoy mismo voy a estar firmando el documento de la detención.
You will be held no bond pending ICE retrieval.
Y va a ser usted retenido sin fianza, esperando que ICE le retire.
So your next court date for this case will be July 31st at 8:30.
Y su próxima corte en este caso va a ser el día 31 de julio a las 8:30.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
Isaias Torres. Sir, you are here on violation of probations. Do you have an attorney?
Señor, usted está aquí por violaciones de probatoria. ¿Usted tiene abogado?
No.
No.
Can you afford to hire one?
¿Puede usted pagar abogado privado?
No, no tengo dinero, no. Hey.
No, I don't have any money.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause based upon the warrant.
Bien, señor, voy a asignar la oficina del abogado público en su caso. Encuentro motivo fundado de acuerdo o basándome en la orden de detención en su contra.
You will be held no bond until you see a judge on August 3rd at 12:45.
Y va a ser usted retenido sin fianza hasta que vea a un juez el día 3 de agosto a las 12:45.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
Mr. Lucas, those are all the Spanish names I was provided, sir. Do you want to make an announcement?
Yes, sir. ¿Alguien más para asistencia en español? Levante la mano ahora, por favor. I see no hands raised, Judge. May I be excused.
Yes, have a good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Same to you, Judge.
Mr. Cox, sir, who do you have?
I have Kimberly Addison, Addison.
Can we have Miss Addison up, please?
Right here.
Miss Addison is here charged with possession of paraphernalia and possession of methamphetamine. Mr. Cox, will you be representing her throughout the course of the case?
I will.
Do you have any probable cause challenges?
I have not seen the affidavit yet, Judge, so no, I do not.
All right, the court does find probable cause, ma'am. Your bonds on this case will be set at $1,000 on the paraphernalia, $5,000 on the methamphetamine. Your next court date on this case will be August 18th at 8:15. Now, I do see that you are out on bond in 26 CF 2691. I am revoking your bond in that case, ma'am, pursuant to a finding of probable cause. In this case, you will be held at no bond in that case pursuant to Parker versus State. Your next court date is August 18th at 8:15. Anything further, Mr. Cox?
No, Judge, just let her know I'll set this for an earlier court date for plea.
All right, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Sorry.
Mr. Flores, sir, do you have a case on the docket? Mr. Flores, are you a lawyer and do you have a case on the docket? James Flores. All right, going to our females, Chasserity Bautista.
Rotate.
Ma'am, you are here charged with possession of cannabis less than 20 grams and possession of paraphernalia. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Can you afford to hire one?
No.
Ma'am, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your two charges. Your bonds are set at $1,000 on each count. Your next court date in this case will be August the 7th at 8:30. I do see that you are out on bond in 26 MM 4020. I am revoking your bond in that case, ma'am, pursuant to a finding of probable cause. In this case, you will be held no bond pursuant to Parker versus State. Thank you, ma'am. Joe Lynn Britt. Ms. Britt, you are here charged with possession of paraphernalia and possession of meth. Do you have an attorney?
No,
Can you afford to hire one?
no, ma'am.
Ma'am, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for each of your 2 charges. Your bonds are set at $1,000 on the paraphernalia, $5,000 on the meth. Your next court date is August the 18th at 8:15, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Samantha Brown. Ms. Brown, you are here because you failed to appear for court for your pretrial conference on 3 charges. You've previously been appointed the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause. It is a no bond hold pursuant to Judge Gravitt, but you are entitled to a 5-day hearing, which will be held on July the 21st at 8:15, ma'am. So she will determine if she's going to give you bonds, all right? Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Christy Tuning. Ma'am, you are here charged with driving while license suspended or revoked. Do you have an attorney?
No,
Do you afford to hire one?
no,
Ma'am, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charge. Your bond is going to be set at $500, and your next court date is August 7th at 8:30. I do see that you are out on bond in 26 CF 3250. I am revoking your bond in that case, ma'am, pursuant to a finding of probable cause. In this case, you will be held no bond in that case pursuant to Parker versus State. Thank you, ma'am. Daisy Compton. Ms. Compton, you are here on a violation of probation out of Suwannee County, ma'am. It is a no bond hold. We are going to notify Suwannee County that you are in our custody and ask them to come and pick you up. If they do not pick you up by July the 24th at 1 o'clock, you will be brought back to first appearance, ma'am. Thank you. Samantha Coronado. Ma'am, you are here charged with possession of possession of cannabis less than 20 grams and possession of paraphernalia. Do you have an attorney?
no, ma'am.
Do you afford to hire one?
No,
Ma'am, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your 2 charges. Your bonds are set at $1,000 on each count. Your next court date is August the 7th at 8:30, ma'am. Thank you. L'Oreal Durham. Ma'am, you are here on a petty theft, 2+ prior convictions, and then you have violations of probation. Do you have an attorney?
No,
Do you afford to hire one?
no.
Ma'am, I will appoint the office of the public defender. Ms. Reed.
Thank you, Judge. There is no probable cause for the warrantless VOP. I have a printout for the VOP warrant which says pick up only within Georgia, and another one that says do not arrest based on this information alone, and no other information about why they arrested her as a warrantless VOP.
Well, she is on probation and committed a new law violation,
Right,
so
but
that's sufficient.
But it says Georgia, not Florida.
What says Georgia?
The paperwork that I was given from the clerk, which talks about the extradition in-state only in Georgia.
However, she is on probation in 25 CF 1007 and 1745 here in Florida. So she is on probation in Georgia and in Florida.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I will deny that request. Ma'am, I do find probable cause for the new charge as well as the violations. On the petty theft, ma'am, your bond is going to be set at $15,000. You are going to be held no bond on your violation of probations here in Polk County, ma'am. Your next court date on these cases will be August 18th at 8:15. I do see that you are out on bond in 26 MM 847 and 25 MM 2588. I am revoking your bonds in each of those cases, ma'am, pursuant to a finding of probable cause. In the new charge here, you will be held no bond in each of those cases pursuant to Parker versus State. Thank you, ma'am. Sharita Edge. Ms. Edge, you are here charged with possession of methamphetamine, possession of paraphernalia, and then you have a violation of probation out of Walton County. Do you have an attorney on your new charges here in Polk?
no,
Can you afford to hire one?
no,
Ma'am, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for each of your 2 new charges. Your bonds will be set at $5,000 on the meth, $1,000 on the paraphernalia. It is a no bond hold on your violation of probation, ma'am. Your next court date is August 18th at 8:15. Thank you, ma'am. Diana Edwards. Ma'am, you are here charged with driving while license suspended or revoked as a habitual traffic offender. Do you have an attorney?
No,
Or to hire one?
no.
Ma'am, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charge. Your bond is set at $5,000. Your next court date is August 18th at 8:15, ma'am. Thank you. Sherry Frederico. Ma'am, you are here on an order revoking your pretrial release in 2 cases. It is a no bond hold. You've previously been appointed the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause. You will be held no bond, ma'am, until you see a judge on September the 4th at 8:30. Thank you, ma'am. Luis Fuel.
Ask you her on this one.
Ma'am, you are here charged with possession of cannabis with intent to sell, possession of cannabis over 20 grams, trafficking in methamphetamine, resisting an officer without violence, possession of cannabis less than 20 grams, and possession of a structure or vehicle known to traffic drugs. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Do you afford to hire one?
No.
Ma'am, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for each of your 6 charges. Mr. Matthews, do you have a probable cause challenge?
I do, Judge.
What's the challenge?
The challenge is on the simple possession of marijuana. It's subsumed into the other 2 possession charges, so there's no probable cause separate from those.
Mr. Matthews?
With regard to that, because of what I'm going to present, I'm not going to
Make
dispute
an
that.
argument. I mean,
I'll make no argument.
I don't disagree with Ms. Reed, although. All right, so ma'am, what we'll do is I'll find no probable cause for the possession of cannabis less than 20 grams. You'll be ROR'd on that 1 count. And Mr. Matthews, regarding the trafficking count?
State is filing a motion for pretrial detention, providing hard copy to appointed counsel. May I approach?
You may, sir.
Providing it to the bench, I respectfully request the court review this motion for facial sufficiency, and if so found, hold the accused no bond pending a hearing on this motion to be set next Thursday at 1 o'clock on the A2 docket. Thank you.
Ma'am, I do find that the motion is legally sufficient. On the trafficking count, you will be held at a no bond. On the possession of cannabis with intent to sell, it's $5,000. Possession of cannabis over 20 grams, $5,000. Resisting, $1,000. Possession of a structure or vehicle known to traffic drugs will be $20,000. You will see a judge on July 23rd at 1 o'clock, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy Hamilton. Ma'am, you are here charged with possession of methamphetamine, possession of paraphernalia, and trespass. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Do you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Ma'am, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for each of your 3 charges. Your bonds are as follows: $5,000 on the meth, $1,000 on the paraphernalia, and $1,000 on the trespass. Your next court date is August 18th at 8:15, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amanda Hayes. Ms. Hayes, you are here charged with possession of paraphernalia and possession of meth. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Do you afford to hire one?
No.
Ma'am, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for each of your charges. Your bonds are set at $1,000 on the para, $5,000 on the meth. Your next court date is August 18th at 8:15, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patricia Hayes. Ma'am, you are here charged with possession of paraphernalia, possession of methamphetamine, driving while license suspended or revoked, and then you have a violation of probation. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
And I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for each of your charges as well as the violations. On the paraphernalia, it will be $1,000. On the meth, it will be $10,000. On the driving while license suspended or revoked, it will be $500. And you will be held no bond on your violations. Your next court date is August 18th at 8:15. Thank you, ma'am. Aisha Hicks. Ma'am, you are here charged with domestic violence battery. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Can you afford to hire one?
No.
Ma'am, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charge. Your bond is set at $5,000, ma'am. If you do bond, you will be on pretrial release. Conditions will include you contacting pretrial services in person immediately upon your release, and then you will call in every Friday. You will not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You will have no contact with the alleged victim in this case. You will stay 500 foot away from the victim, their home, vehicle, place of employment, and/or school at all times. I will give you one opportunity within 48 hours of your release from custody to return to the residence if necessary with a law enforcement escort to retrieve your personal belongings. Do you understand, ma'am?
Yes, we don't live together.
That's fine. I'm just making precautions, okay? Your next court date is August the 7th at 8:30. Thank you, ma'am. Kelly Hoffman.
Yes, ma'am.
You are here charged with battery with a prior conviction. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
I can't.
Ma'am, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charge. Your bond is set at $7,500. If you do bond, you will be on pretrial release. Conditions will include you contacting pretrial services in person immediately upon your release, and then you will call in every Friday. You will not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You will have no contact with the alleged victim in this case. You will stay 500 foot away from the victim, their home, vehicle, place of employment, and/or school at all times. Do you understand, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Your next court date is August 18th at 8:15. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Penelope Huggins.
Huggins. She might be in the back. Please go to the next one, please.
Cedrania James.
Unable to due to medical.
Thank you.
Jenkins.
Tierney Jenkins. Ms. Jenkins, you are here on a warrant out of Pinellas County. It is a no bond hold, ma'am. We are going to notify Pinellas that you are in our custody and ask them to come and pick you up. If they do not pick you up by July 24th at 1 o'clock, you will be brought back to first appearance.
Said she was already a bring back for today.
Okay, well, she's going to stay one more time. She's a violation of probation, so I'm not going to let her out.
Right, but my understanding is that this was last week and it was reset for today.
I'm still going to keep her. She's a violation of probation. I mean, there's nothing that says we have to let them out.
Right.
So she's going to remain in custody. It's a violation of probation. Thank you, ma'am. Deborah Jones. Ms. Jones,
Yes.
you are concerned with impersonation of an official or law enforcement officer. Do you have an attorney?
No,
Can you afford to hire one?
no,
Ma'am, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charge. Your bond is set at $5,000. Your next court date is August 18th at 8:15. Thank you.
thank you.
Shanika Jones. Ms. Jones, you are here charged with driving while license suspended or revoked, and then you have violation of probations. Do you have an attorney?
No,
Can you afford to hire one?
no,
Ma'am, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charge, your new charge, as well as the violations. Your bond on the new charge is $500. On the violations, you will be held no bond. Your next court date is August 7th at 8:30, ma'am. Thank you.
okay.
Sarika Joseph. Ma'am, you are here charged with possession of cannabis less than 20 grams, possession of paraphernalia, and then possession of cannabis resin. Do you have an attorney?
No,
Can you afford to hire one?
no, ma'am.
Ma'am, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for each of your three charges. Your bonds are set at $1,000 on the cannabis, $1,000 on the para, $5,000 on the cannabis resin. Your next court date is August 18th at 8:15, ma'am. Thank you. Carrie Krosnick. Ma'am, you are here charged with possession of cannabis less than 20 grams, possession of paraphernalia, and possession of meth. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Ma'am, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charge. Your bonds are going to be set at $1,000 on the cannabis, $1,000 on the para, $10,000 on the meth. Your next court date will be August 18th at 8:15. I do see that you are out on bond in 26 CF 6146. I am revoking your bond in that case pursuant to a finding of probable cause. In this case, you will be held no bond pursuant to Parker versus State, ma'am. Thank you. Lisa Legrone. Legrone.
LeGros. She was up here for a bit. Your Honor, can we pass her too?
We need to get these females in the room. I was told all the females were in there. Get the females in the room, please. Callie Ligas. Ms. Ligas, you are here on warrants out of Hillsborough County. There are no bond holds, ma'am. We are going to notify Hillsborough County that you are in our custody and ask them to come and pick you up. If they do not pick you up by July the 24th at 1 o'clock, you will be brought back to first appearance.
Judge, she was a bring back from last Friday for this Friday because she was told that last Friday that if they didn't pick her up by today, that it would be readdressed. She's still here, and I'm asking for the court to release her.
Okay, I'm going to deny that request, ma'am. You're going to stay until the 24th. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, Your Honor.
David Lyons.
Lyons. Approaching.
Ms. Lyons, you are here because you failed to appear for arraignment on a trespass charge. Do you have an attorney, ma'am?
No, ma'am.
You afford to hire one.
No, ma'am.
And I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charge. Your bond has been set at $500, ma'am. Your next court date will be August the 7th at 8:30. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Sharoya McDonald. Ma'am, you are here charged with possession of firearm by convicted felon. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Do you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Ma'am, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charge. Your bond is set at $20,000. Your next court date is August 18th at 8:15. I do see that you are out on bond in 26 MM 5313. I am revoking your bond in that case pursuant to a finding of probable cause. In this case, you will be held no bond pursuant to Parker versus State. Thank you, ma'am. Hermione Mondesier. Ma'am, you are here charged with driving while license suspended or revoked. Do you have an attorney? Do you have an attorney?
Sorry, that was my bad, no.
Say it again, ma'am, yes or no?
No, I do not have an attorney.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, I cannot.
I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charge. Your bond is set at $500. Your next court date is August 7th at 8:30, ma'am. Thank you. Heidi Norum. Ma'am, you are here charged with resisting an officer without violence. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Ma'am, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charge. Your bond is set at $1,000. Your next court date is August 7th at 8:30, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Candida Owens. Ms. Owens, you are here charged with resisting an officer without violence and domestic violence aggravated battery. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Do you afford to hire one?
No.
Ma'am, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your two charges. On the resisting, the bond is $1,000. On the domestic violence aggravated battery, it will be $25,000. If you do bond, you will be on pretrial release. Conditions will include you contacting pretrial services in person immediately upon your release, and then you will call in every Friday. You will not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You will have absolutely no contact with the alleged victim in this case. You will stay 500 foot away from the victim, their home, vehicle, place of employment, and or school at all times. For the two of you living together,
Yes.
I'll give you one opportunity within 48 hours of your release from custody to return to the residence with a law enforcement escort to retrieve your personal belongings. Do you understand?
Yes.
Your next court date is August 18th at 8:15, ma'am. Thank you. Margaret Rangel.
Yes.
Ms. Rangel, you are here on violation of probations, ma'am. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Do you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Ma'am, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause based upon the warrant. You are going to be held no bond until you see a judge on August 17th at 8:30, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Danielle Scarborough. Ma'am, you are here charged with possession of paraphernalia and possession of meth. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Do you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Ma'am, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your two charges. Your bonds are set at $1,000 on the para, $5,000 on the meth. Your next court date is August 18th at 8:15, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christina Seekworth. Ma'am, you are here charged with possession or displaying a canceled or revoked driver's license and driving while license suspended or revoked. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Can you afford to hire one?
No.
And I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charges. Your bonds are set at $1,000 on each count. Your next court date is August the 7th at 8:30. Thank you, ma'am.
1,000.
Laura Vega. Ms. Vega, you are here charged with possession of cocaine and possession of paraphernalia, and then you have a capias for failure to appear for arraignment on a failure to have motor vehicle liability insurance. Do you have an attorney?
No, I do not.
Do you afford to hire one?
No.
Ma'am, I will appoint the office of the public defender on all three of your charges. Your bonds, I do find probable cause. Your bonds are as follows. On the failure to appear capias, the judge set your bond at $250. On the cocaine, it will be $5,000. On the paraphernalia, $1,000. Your next court date is August the 7th. On the failure to appear, August 18th on your new charge. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Courtney Young. Ms. Young, you are here charged with possession of cannabis less than 20 grams and possession of paraphernalia. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Do you afford to hire one?
No.
And I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause. However, I am going to straight pretrial release you on these charges. Conditions of pretrial release will be as follows. You will contact pretrial services in person immediately upon your release, and then you will call in every Friday. You will not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You'll be subjected to random urinalysis, ma'am, at your own self-pay. Do you understand?
Yes.
Ma'am, your next court date will be August 13th at 8:30. Thank you. Going back to Lisa Legrone.
Your Honor, apparently there was some confusion with a couple of our females. The buildings told us that somebody said they weren't needed. So Miss Huggins and Miss Legrone are going to be brought up from that building. They're not with us right this second.
All right, thank you. All right, going to South County, Tyler Bartlett. Mr. Bartlett, you are here on a violation of probation, sir. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Do you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause based upon the warrant. You are going to be held no bond until you see a judge on August the 3rd, sir. Thank you.
Okay. May I ask one question, please?
What's the question?
I went to first appearance 2 weeks ago, so is this just a warrant coming through for the VOP?
It's the warrant coming through. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Tavis Ben.
Yes.
So
Yes,
you are
sir.
here charged
Yes,
with
ma'am.
possession of paraphernalia and possession of meth. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Do you afford to hire one?
No.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for each charge. Your bonds are set at $1,000 on the para, $5,000 on the meth. Your next court date is August 18th at 8:15, sir. Thank you.
All right.
Jay Carroll. Mr. Carroll, you are here on a warrant out of Hillsborough County. It is a no bond hold, sir. We are going to notify Hillsborough that you are in our custody and ask them to come and pick you up. If they do not pick you up by July 24th at 1 o'clock, you will be brought back to first appearance. All right, thank you, sir. Gerald Cobbs. Mr. Cobbs, you are here charged with petty theft, 2 or plus prior convictions. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charges. Your bond's set at $5,000. Your next court date is August 18th at 8:15. Thank you. Tathan Fields. Sir, you are here charged with felony petty theft, third subsequent offense. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Do you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charge. Your bond is set at $5,000. Your next court date is August 18th at 8:15. Thank you, sir. Damian Green.
Crawford.
No, I'll ask to be heard on this
Who
one.
did I skip?
Jake Crawford.
Crawford? Mr. Crawford, I show as a takeoff.
Oh.
Okay, well, there's a Jashard Crawford and a Jake Crawford. Jake Crawford, I show as a takeoff. Do you have Jashard?
No, I have Jake.
Okay, well, Jake is a takeoff. I don't know why, but he was taken off for first appearance for today.
Okay.
All right. Damian Green.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Green, I'm sorry?
That has to be heard on this one, Judge.
Yes, sir. You are here charged by direct information with arson. Do you have an attorney?
Yes, for my other cases. Is this from my original cases?
I believe this is from your original case. There was an information filed for 3 separate charges. I'm not really sure why we're only here on the arson, which actually I believe is an attempted arson.
Correct.
So I'm not really sure why we're only here on the attempted arson today, sir, but that's the way it's set up.
It was the only direct count.
Okay, I see. So it looks like the PD was appointed on the other charges, so I will appoint the PD on these charges. And this should be an attempted arson, not arson. All right, there we go. And Mr. Matthews?
Presuming a finding of probable cause, Your Honor, the state is filing a motion for pretrial detention on the attempted arson.
All right, and I do find probable cause based upon the information that's been filed in this case.
Providing a hard copy to appointed counsel. If I may approach.
You may.
Respectfully request the court review this motion for facial sufficiency, and if so found, hold the accused no bond pending a hearing on this motion, which should be set for next Thursday at 1 p.m. on the A2 docket. Thank you.
Ms. Reed, do you wish to be heard?
Judge, as far as the attempted arson, I know that arson is an enumerated crime, but I don't know that an attempt, which lowers it, is also an enumerated crime. If the court is satisfied that it is, I'll defer to the court, of course.
I am satisfied that it is. So, sir, you are going to remain on a no bond hold on this count until you have your hearing on July 23rd at 1 o'clock. All right, sir? Thank you.
Judge, the other thing I have for Mr. Green is that unarmed burglary of an occupied dwelling,
That stuff's already been,
Okay,
yeah,
addressed.
because I looked at that too. Those two have already been addressed.
Okay, thank you.
Gibson, oh, wait a minute. Nelson Lyric Guy Irizarry, is that you, sir?
I have him at the courthouse, Judge.
Okay, I have him at South County. So you show him here in court?
Yeah, I think he's got everything.
Okay, TJ's looking into that now. All right, Gibson Lewis or Louis? Sir,
Yes,
you are
ma'am.
here on an order revoking your bond. Do you have an attorney representing you on these charges?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause based upon the order. You are going to be held no bond or remain on a no bond, sir, based upon the KPSY. We're not going to December for him. That's ridiculous. He needs a court date. Way sooner than that. Hang on, sir. We're going to get you a court date.
Did you appoint?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm surprised he didn't have an attorney, honestly, but his name is Nelson Larragay, Larregui, Irizarry. All right, so we're going to set you for court next week, July 23rd at 8:30, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Wallace Middleton. Mr. Middleton, you're charged with burglary of an unoccupied structure, attempted burg structure, criminal mischief, possession of burglary tools with intent to use, and grand theft. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Do you afford to hire one?
No, I don't.
Yes or no?
I said, no, I don't.
Well, I didn't hear you say that. You need to be clear. I will appoint the office of the public defender. This is a warrant, so probable cause has previously been established. I am going to set your bonds at $20,000 on each count, sir. If you do bonds, you will be on pretrial release. Conditions will include you contacting pretrial services in person immediately upon your release, and then you will call in every Friday. You will have a curfew of 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. You will have possess no weapons, firearms, ammunition, or knives. You will have no contact with any victim identified in this case. You will stay 500 foot away from any victim, their home, vehicle, place of employment, and or school at all times. Do you understand, sir?
I understand.
Your next court date is August 18th at 8:15. Thank you, sir. Russell Parker. Sir, you are here charged with arson.
That has to be heard on this one.
Yes. Is this an attempted arson as well? Or is this,
No, ma'am.
This is an arson.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But if I may, it is a qualifying offense. I believe the investigation is still ongoing with regard to the arson because the structure that was burned was unsafe to enter. So it's my understanding at this early stage that more information will be coming to the state attorney's office between now and the near future, probably before the charging decision is made. That being said, I'm not, on the one hand, I'm not filing a motion for pretrial detention because that information is still pending. On the other hand, with regard to Mr. Parker.
But it looks like the state did file an information on this arson count.
Oh, I'm sorry, the second degree arson, I apologize, I do have that.
Okay.
But he also has another open arson case, or had another arson case from earlier in the year. I did do the actual detention hearing on that one. I remember the facts of that case, but it was a malicious burning and retribution. Also, he entered a plea on July 2nd of 2026 on 3 different felony cases, including a stalking and criminal mischief that may have been a lesser plea for the arson that was retributive. But I'd say all that to justify my request to the court to set a $200,000 bond for Mr. Parker, at least pending further proceedings. The state takes the position that he has demonstrated that he is a risk to the community. It is apparent from the paperwork that he is homeless. And so at least at this stage, the state would be satisfied with that bond amount. Thank you.
All right. Sir, do you have an attorney?
Do not, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause, sir. I will set your bond at $200,000, sir. Your next court date will be August the 4th at 8:15. Thank you, sir. Matthew Fletchuk. Sir, you are your first. Well, can you read, let him see his charges?
I can, yeah, Judge, and I do have a probable cause challenge.
Sir, do you understand the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. Yes, Ms. Reed.
Thank you, Judge. The first charge, where the letter starts with a V, there's no probable cause listed anywhere in the police report. There's just nothing there that would support that kind of a charge.
Mr. Matthews?
And just have a moment, Judge. If I'm going to argue the facts, I'm going to get into the facts as necessary.
I know.
So if I may have a moment.
You may.
Judge, I would argue that while one man was standing in a urinal there, urinating, and coming to the urinal next to him, burying himself and masturbating while staring at him would qualify for the, I would ask to hold the floor until I'm done arguing.
And Judge, I'm going to object because the charge that I'm talking about has nothing to do with the statements that Mr. Matthews is making. That has nothing to do with, that's the other charge. It has nothing to do with the argument I'm making on the first charge, which is listed as a charge that starts with the letter V. Nothing to do with it.
Well,
He's just using this to inflame the court.
Ms. Reed, I would disagree with you. In reading what the statute says, I believe it does go to what Mr. Matthews is saying, and I am going to give him an opportunity to complete his argument.
Your Honor. And so by staring at that victim while he was exposed in a private area, the state would argue that that does meet the elements of count one, at least for the purposes of probable cause finding for today. Thank you.
All right, and the court is looking at the statute 810.14, and without going into the language, I do find that there is probable cause for each of these charges. Sir, your bonds on each of these cases is going to be set at $5,000. Your next court date will be set for August the 7th at 8:30, sir. Thank you. Christopher Terrell. Sir, you are here. Mr. Terrell, you are here charged with felony petty theft, 2 or more convictions. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
Not in this moment, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. This is not the right person, it's Terrell. I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause. Your bond is set at $5,000. Your next court date is August the 4th at 8:15, sir. Thank you. I know I skipped Joshua Stratton. Mr. Stratton is here charged with resisting an officer without violence. Sir, do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charge. Your bond is set at $1,000. Your next court date is August the 7th at 8:30. Now, I know that pretrial says that he has an open case, but those bonds were discharged. So he is not on bonds anymore.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yes, sir. Sir, your court date is August 7th at 8:30. Thank you. Anthony Tompkins.
Has to be heard on this one.
Mr. Tompkins, you are here charged with unarmed burglary of an occupied dwelling, trespass in an occupied structure, conveyance, petty theft, 2 separate counts, sir, criminal mischief, 2 separate counts, and resisting an officer without violence. Do you have an attorney?
No,
Can you afford to hire one?
I can't.
You need to step up to the microphone because I cannot understand you. You can or you cannot.
I cannot.
I will appoint the office of the public defender. I'm going to go with Ms. Reed first, the probable cause challenge.
Thank you, Judge. I have probable cause challenges to 3 of the charges. The first one is the unarmed burglary of an occupied dwelling. The allegations in the police report do not support unarmed burglary. It does support, and I will grant, trespassing, but in order for it to be a burglary, there has to be shown, even at this time, that he came into the dwelling with the intent to commit a crime in it, and there was absolutely nothing said or done to support with the intent to commit a crime. The allegations are that Jay Bailey and Jasmine Jones said that they were tending to their infant and found him inside. And then there's nothing further said about it. He wasn't doing anything or saying anything or demanding anything or taking anything from there. So there's no probable cause for the burglary part. Trespassing, yes, or burglary, no. As to the petty theft from a dwelling or property, if I missed it, I missed it, but I didn't see anything where anybody claims that he took something from there. I see where they claim that he had knocked on allegedly broken a window or claimed he broke in a window.
With the shovel that he took from the residence.
Okay, but I don't think the allegation is that he took the shovel. I think the allegation is that he picked up a shovel to use it to.
He removed a shovel that was propped up under the curtilage of the residence. He used it to willfully and maliciously break the front passenger window and then walked down the street and broke a mailbox.
But it doesn't say that he had the shovel with him when he left the property. It just doesn't say that.
It says removed, so I'm going to take removed as taking it with him.
From under the window, but not like left with it. So they have to be very clear. One cannot, the court is not allowed to presume what the officer meant. The court has to take what the officer wrote.
On this read means took.
Okay.
It doesn't say borrowed, it doesn't say used, it says removed.
I understand, Judge, but what the phrase is, the suspect removed a shovel that was propped up under the curtilage and used it to willfully and maliciously break the front passenger window of the vehicle. That it says he then walked down and broke other mailboxes and all, but it doesn't say he walked down with the shovel. That is what is missing, and because removed a shovel propped up under the curtilage means that he picked up the shovel and used it to hit the window, does not mean that he took the shovel and left with it. That's the distinction, and the court cannot presume allegations or facts or statements from a police officer that are not inside the actual four corners of the report. That's why there's not sufficient probable cause for the petty theft of property. And even if the court finds that there's one count but not two, and they've charged him with two. But my argument is that the plain meaning of the word removed has to be read in conjunction with the other words around it, and the court cannot insert beliefs or presumptions into what the police officer wrote. Thank you.
Mr. Matthews.
With regard to the stealing, temporary or permanent deprivation is sufficient under the statute. Even if he only moved at a short distance with that intent to deprive the owner, it satisfies the elements of theft. Even attempting to steal satisfies the elements of theft.
What about as to regards to the second count of petty theft?
Judge, there are two affidavits.
Oh, I don't have a second affidavit.
One is for the.
Oh, actually, the other one is for the resisting.
Resisting also without
right.
violence. On the second affidavit, if I'm reading this correctly.
It alleges 2 counts of theft, 2 counts of criminal mischief, which I see the 2 counts of criminal mischief. What's the second count of theft?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was seeing the one next to the counts.
Oh, okay.
So I'm taking that as I expected it to be 2 if it were 2 counts of the same charge. So I would argue there's a theft of the shovel.
But then what's the other count?
That one I would concede, Judge.
Okay, so you concede that there's no probable cause for a second petty theft property?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, now let's talk about the unarmed burglary.
The statute regarding burglary includes that if it's made stealthily, that is sufficient to infer that the accused when breaking into the residence did it with criminal intent. The allegation in this case is he entered the residence between 3 and 4 a.m. uninvited, wearing only shorts, after doing violence and theft and other crimes leading up to the victim's home. Once he entered the house, he was discovered standing in his shorts only, surprised by the homeowners and their infant. Considering the totality of the circumstances and the evidence before the court, the state argued that there is sufficient evidence to find that he entered with criminal intent based on the fact that he entered stealthily in the middle of the night with no other purpose, having done crimes just previously, and done crimes afterwards, for that matter.
Judge, can I address the court very
Very
briefly?
shortly.
Thank you. Judge, Mr. Matthews' argument as to why there's a burglary is because he entered into the home of the Bailey and Jones family stealthily. There is not one single word in this probable cause affidavit about about the defendant entering into, Mr. Tompkins entering into the home stealthily. There's nothing that says that the house was locked up. There's nothing that says that the doors were locked up. Just that they were tending to their infant and found him inside the residence. But again, Mr. Matthews' whole argument is that he did this stealthily, and that you should take the totality of the circumstances and presume or infer that there was a stealthy entrance, but there's not one word about it. And in the four corners of the document, once again, there has to be sufficient information given to the court that you can find that he entered with, with the intent to commit a crime. Mr. Matthews argued stealthily, but nothing supports that. So the only probable cause is for trespass. Thank you.
All right, sir, I will find probable cause for unarmed burglary of an occupied dwelling. Sure.
Or having found probable cause, the state is filing a motion for pretrial detention on that count, providing a hard copy to appointed counsel, if I may approach.
You may.
Respectfully request the court review this motion for facial sufficiency, and if so found, hold the accused no bond, pending a hearing on this motion to be set next Thursday at 1 o'clock on the A2 docket. Thank you.
All right, no, I'm not going to hear any more about the probable cause. Sir, I'm holding you no bond on the unarmed burglary of an occupied dwelling, on the occupied trespass of a conveyance. Your bond will be set at $1,000. On the petty theft, it will be $1,000. On the second count of petty theft, I will find no probable cause and you will be ROR'd. On each of the criminal mischiefs, your bonds will be set at $1,000. On the resisting, it will be $1,000. I'm not going to establish any pretrial release conditions. I will leave that to the circuit court. You will have a hearing on July 23rd at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Andrew Walden. Mr. Walden, you are here charged with driving while license suspended, third or subsequent conviction. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am. Let's see what they're going to do with this guy.
If you are, okay. We need to keep the quiet down, please, or talking. Sir, do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Or to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charge. Your bond is set at $5,000. Your next court date is August 18th at 8:15. I do see that you were out on bond and pretrial release in 26 CF 2026. I am revoking your bond and pretrial release in that case, sir, pursuant to a finding of probable cause. In this case, you will be held no bond pursuant to Parker versus State. Thank you, sir. Tavarianti Willis.
So, can I ask a question?
No, sir, you can step over. Tavariantis Willis.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, this is a bring back, I'm sorry.
Sir, you are here on a warrant out of Hillsborough County, sir. It is a no bond hold. We are going to notify Hillsborough that you are in our custody and ask them to come and pick you up. If they do not pick you up by July the 24th at 1 o'clock, you will be brought back to first appearance, sir. Thank you.
He was already told the same thing last week.
Well, then he's going to stay another week. We'll see what happens by next Friday, sir. Who's the last person you have there?
Chris Mitchell.
I beg your pardon?
Chris Mitchell.
Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell, you are here charged with possession of cannabis less than 20 grams, resisting an officer without violence, and possession of meth. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Or to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your 3 charges. Your bonds are set at $1,000 on the cannabis, $1,000 on the resisting, and $5,000 on the meth. Your next court date will be August 7th at 8:30. Thank you, sir. You are Mr. Nelson Laragai Irizarry. Sir, you are here charged with resisting an officer without violence. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charge. Your bond is set at $1,000. Your next court date is August the 7th at 8:30. All right, thank you, sir. All right, do we have our 2 females?
Your Honor, I have an update. I have one of the females, Miss LaGrone. Miss Huggins apparently was being combative. I didn't get that information until just recently.
All right, so we'll bring Miss Huggins back tomorrow, and we'll go ahead and take care of Miss LaGrone now. Miss LaGrone, you are here charged with Assault on a law enforcement officer, do you have an attorney?
I'm charged with that from last night.
Ma'am, that's what you're charged with. Do you have an attorney?
I have a public defender for me, my other one, but I don't know who it is.
All right, I will appoint a public defender to represent you on this case as well, ma'am. I do find probable cause for the charge. Your bond is set at $1,000 on this count, and your next court date is August the 7th at 8:30. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Paul Adderman.
I'm sorry, last name.
Adderman. Sir, you are here charged with possession of paraphernalia and possession of meth. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your 2 charges. Your bonds are set at $1,000 on the para, $5,000 on the meth. Your next court date is August 18th at 8:15, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christopher Allen.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you are here charged with possession of paraphernalia and possession of meth. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one? Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for each of your charges. Your bonds are set at $1,000 on the para, $5,000 on the meth. Your next court date is August 18th at 8:15, sir. Thank you. Emmett Barnes. Mr.
Combative.
Okay, we'll bring Mr. Barnes back tomorrow. Thank you. Alvy Bishop. Mr. Bishop, you are here charged with reckless driving, assault on a law enforcement officer, resisting an officer without violence, and driving under the influence. Do you have an attorney, sir?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your 4 charges. Your bonds are as follows. On the reckless driving, it will be $500. On the assault on law enforcement, $1,000. Resisting an officer, $1,000. And then driving under the influence, $1,000. Your next court date is August the 7th at 8:30, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jerome Butler. Mr. Butler, you are here on violation of probation, sir. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Can you afford to hire one?
No.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for the violations. You are going to be held at a no bond until you see a judge on August 17th at 8:30, sir. Thank you. Gregory Cottrell. Sir, you are here charged with possession of paraphernalia and possession of meth. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for each of your 2 charges. Your bonds are set at $1,000 on the para, $5,000 on the meth. Your next court date is August 18th at 8:15, sir. Thank you. Jashard Crawford.
Yes.
Sir, you are here charged with domestic violence battery, although I will say that the affidavit, I believe, said, let me look at this again. There was something weird about this one.
Bakery.
Well,
But she did say she was going to drop the charges.
sir, don't say anything.
Oh,
The affidavit says domestic violence felony battery. And I guess I was trying to figure out why they were charging it as domestic. Oh, because he has a prior. Okay, so that answers my question.
No, it's not, domestic isn't because it's a prior, it's
No,
because
the
they're-
prior, the felony battery
Oh, I
is
see,
because it's a
felony.
prior. Do you have a different argument?
I have a PC argument, Judge.
What's your argument?
The allegations in the police report say that she was the aggressor, kicked his car, and he allegedly shoved her back to stop her from kicking it again, is my argument. So there's no probable cause for him to be charged with domestic battery since he was simply trying to get her to stop kicking and to damage his car.
All right, sir, I do find probable cause for the charge. I will appoint the office of the public defender. Your bond is going to be set at $5,000, sir. If you do bond, you will be on pretrial release. Conditions will include you contacting pretrial services in person immediately upon your release, and then you will call in every Friday. You will not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. At this point, sir, you will have no contact with the victim. You will stay 500 foot away from her home, vehicle, place of employment, and/or school at all times. I will give you one opportunity within 48 hours of your release from custody to return to the residence with a law enforcement escort to get your personal belongings. Do you understand?
yes, ma'am.
Your next court date is August 18th, sir, at 8:15. Thank you. Glenn Croxton,
Yes.
you are here because you failed to appear for court on a driving while license suspended or revoked. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Can you afford to hire one?
No.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charge. Your bond is set at $500. Your next court date is August the 7th at 8:30, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Zachary Donis. Sir, you are here charged with possession of paraphernalia and possession of meth. Do you have an attorney?
No,
Do you afford to hire one?
no, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for each of your two charges. Your bonds are set at $1,000 on the para, $5,000 on the meth. Your next court date is August 18th at 8:15. Thank you, sir. Daniel Diaz. Sir,
Yes,
you are
ma'am.
here charged with domestic violence battery. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Do you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charge. Give me 1 second to refresh my memory. Your bond is going to be set at $5,000, sir. If you do bond, you will be on pretrial release. Conditions will include you contacting pretrial services in person immediately upon your release, and then you will call in every Friday. You will not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You will have no contact with the alleged victim in this case. You will stay 500 foot away from the victim, her home, vehicle, place of employment, and or school at all times. I will give you one opportunity within 48 hours of your release from custody to return to the residence with a law enforcement escort to retrieve your personal belongings. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Next court date is August 7th at 8:30. Thank you. Colton Farlow,
Yes, Your Honor.
you are here charged with domestic violence battery. Do you have an attorney?
No, not at the moment.
Can you afford to hire one?
No.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charge. Your bond is going to be set at $5,000, sir. If you do bond, you will be on pretrial release. Conditions will include you contacting pretrial services in person immediately upon your release, and then you will call in every Friday. You will not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You will not consume or possess any alcohol, nor go into any bars, lounges, or package stores. You'll be subjected to random breath testing at your own self-pay. You will be permitted contact with the alleged victim, but there is to be no violent contact. Do you understand, sir?
Yeah, this is with my wife.
Yeah, she's the victim. You can have contact, but there's to be no violent contact. Do you understand?
Yes.
Your next court date is August the 7th at 8:30. Thank you. Stephen Fields.
It's Stephon.
You are here charged with petty theft, 2 or plus prior convictions, and you're on you have violation of probations. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Do you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charge. Your bond is set at $10,000 on the new charge. No bond on the violations. Your next court date is August 18th at 8:15. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ernesto Flores. Mr. Flores, you are here because you failed to appear for court on a driving while license suspended or revoked charge. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause. Your bond has been set at $250, sir. Your next court date is August 7th at 8:30.
Wow.
Francisco Garcia Gudino. Sir, you are here charged with possession of methamphetamine, driving while license suspended or revoked, possession of paraphernalia, 2 separate counts. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender, Garcia. Ms. Reed?
Thank you, Judge. My argument is simply on possession of drug paraphernalia. One count includes every piece of paraphernalia that they claim they found. They've charged him with 2 for stuff found at the same time. It's duplicate. The second one is duplicate.
They found a pipe, with residue, and then a metal spoon. So I do find probable cause for each of the 2 counts, sir. Your bonds are as follows: $5,000 on the possession of methamphetamine, $500 on the driving while license suspended or revoked, $1,000 on the paraphernalia, each count. Your next court date is August 18th at 8:15. Thank you, sir. Robert Gilbert. Sir, you are here on violation of probations. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Do you afford to hire one?
No.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause. You are going to be held at a no bond until you see a judge on August 17th at 8:30, sir. Thank you.
Hi there.
Jacori Green.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Green, you were charged with false ID to law enforcement. Do you have an attorney, sir?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for the charge. Your bond is set at $1,000. Your next court date is August 7th at 8:30, sir. Thank you. John Griffiths. Sir, you are here charged with possession of paraphernalia and possession of meth. Do you have an attorney?
I can't hear.
Do you have an attorney, sir?
Public defender.
Right, I'm going to appoint the public defender. I do find probable cause. Your bonds are set at 1,000 on the paraphernalia, 5,000 on the meth. Your next court date is August 18th at 8:15. Thank you. Michael Guardian,
Yes, ma'am.
sir, you are here charged with possession of paraphernalia and possession of meth. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
Public defender.
Okay, answer the question, yes or no.
No.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause. Your bonds are set at 1,000 on the para, 5,000 on the meth. Your next court date is August 18th at 8:15. Thank you, sir. Ronald Hughes.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hughes, you are here charged with burglary of an unoccupied structure, dealing in stolen property, and felony petty theft. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Do you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender.
Judge, I have a probable cause challenge.
This is a warrant, you know.
Oh,
So
Ronald
probable
Hughes.
cause has already been established.
Oh, no, I didn't see that. I saw the PCA.
Sir, probable cause has previously been established. This is a warrant. Your bonds will be set as follows: $5,000 on the burglary of an unoccupied structure, $15,000 on the dealing in stolen property, $10,000 on the felony petty theft. If you do bond, sir, you will be on pretrial release. Conditions will include you contacting pretrial services in person immediately upon your release, and then you will call in every Friday. You will have no contact with any victim identified in this case. You will stay 500 foot away from the victim, their home, vehicle, place of employment, and/or school at all times. Do you understand these conditions, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I do see that you were on probation in 26 MM 2181. I am requesting an instanter warrant for violation of probation to be issued for you today, sir. You will be held no bond on that probation violation, and I will appoint the office of the public defender. Thank you, sir.
What was the bond again for the burg
5,000 on the burglary.
and the dealing? Same?
15,000.
Excuse me, ma'am. This happened before I was put on probation or anything. If you look at the date on the affidavit.
I can look at that. Hang on one second.
Okay, thank you.
June 28th.
Actually, go up for me or down, somewhere where I can see the charging document. So the incident occurred on June 28th. Can someone tell me when he was placed on probation?
Give me just a moment to hesitate me.
Last Wednesday? Oh. Sorry.
Okay, well, yeah, we show you being placed on probation on June 24th, sir, on the misdemeanor charge. So this would violate your probation. Thank you. Ray Jimenez. Mr. Jimenez, you are here charged with possession of cannabis less than 20 grams, possession of cannabis resin, possession of paraphernalia, and then you have a violation of probation. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Do you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for each of your 3 new charges and the violation. Your bonds are as follows: on the possession of cannabis, 1,000, cannabis resin, 5,000, paraphernalia, 1,000, and the violation of probation will be no bond. Your next court date will be August the 10th on the violation of probation, August 18th on your new charges. Thank you.
Alrighty.
Andre Kellum.
He does have a seat.
Mr. Kellum,
Yeah.
you are here because you failed to appear for court on a trespass charge. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Do you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause based upon the capias. Your bond has been set at $500. Your next court date is August the 7th at 8:30, sir. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. You have a blessed day.
Hiram Lycia, you too, sir.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Lycia, you are here
Yep.
because your pretrial release has been revoked, sir. You have previously been appointed the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause based upon the order. You are going to be held at a no bond status, sir, until you see a judge on July 23rd at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Sir. David Mott.
That was Mr. Ramirez.
Mr. Mott, you are here on violation of probations out of Lee County, sir. They are no bond holds. We are going to notify Lee that you are in our custody and ask them to come and pick you up. If they do not pick you up by July 24th at 1 o'clock, you will be brought back to first appearance. Okay, sir? Thank you.
Who was the first person you just spoke to?
That's Mr. Mott.
And the gentleman before him, is that Mr. Leonard?
I honestly don't know. I mean,
Hey, Your Honor, I'm sorry, real quick, do you have Hughes Jack as being bonded?
let me see what I show for Mr.
I have
Hughes.
him here.
Jack Hughes is bonded.
Thank you, ma'am.
Joshua Oates.
Yes, ma'am.
Oates, you are here charged with domestic violence battery with a prior conviction. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. This is a warrant, so probable cause has previously been established. Your bond is going to be set at $10,000. If you do bond, sir, you are going to be on pretrial release. Conditions will include you contacting pretrial services in person immediately upon your release, and then you will call in every Friday. You will not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You will not consume or possess any alcohol, nor go into any bars, lounges, or package stores. You'll be permitted contact with the alleged victim, but there is to be no violent contact. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Your next court date will be, is it August 18th? Yes. August the 18th at 8:15, sir. Thank you.
All right.
Jesus Pasuzaka,
Yes, ma'am.
you are here charged with driving under the influence or refusal to submit to a breath test. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. Ms. Reed?
Judge, I was reading through this and I didn't see anything other than bare bones conclusions for DUI. The allegations in the police report were that he was stopped for speeding, that there was a strong odor of an alcoholic beverage emanating from his facial region, and that there was an open, twisted T. He did not perform field sobriety exercises. There was no allegation that he was staggering or that he was unable to balance or that he was swaying or anything else that would give rise to DUI. There may have been a suspicion simply because of the other things there, but there's not sufficient information in this probable cause affidavit to support probable cause for a DUI with nothing more than an open, twisted T can in the car and bloodshot, watery eyes and the strong odor of an alcoholic beverage. You can have all those things and not be driving under the influence. This probable cause is just simply insufficient to support the DUI charge. Doesn't mean they can't file it.
I understand. Sir, I do find probable cause for each of the charges. Your bonds are set at $1,000 on each count. Your next court date is August the 7th at 8:30. Thank you, sir. Andre Pittman. Mr. Pittman, you are here on violation of probations. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Do you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the, oh, wait a minute. These are Hillsborough County. I apologize. I didn't realize that, sir, when I was looking.
It's not Hillsborough, ma'am, it's Highlands.
Highlands. Okay, let's look at this to be for sure what we got here. Okay, why?
I had my probation transferred to Polk from Highlands.
Okay, so I don't know why someone thinks it's Hillsborough.
The arrest packet said, but here it doesn't say not a county.
Which I'm showing, well. I'm gonna try to look him up by name instead.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we have the right place coming to pick him up. I mean.
I wouldn't have Hillsborough, but I can try to see if he's in the stack under this name. It'll take me a moment.
It has it as an out of county.
But it doesn't show what county?
It doesn't say.
Do we have a, does it say on, let me see his JIS.
We don't run one. That's what I mean. That helps you. This one says Hillsborough.
Yeah, we're looking at it does say that you're on probation out of Hillsborough County.
Ma'am, I got on probation in like March the 17th in Highlands County, and I had to transfer it to Polk County because I'm in Polk County. I got pulled over in Highlands. They pulled me over for driving with is no valid driving license. I was on misdemeanor probation for it. They put me on a year of misdemeanor probation.
Well, what I show you on probation for is false information on secondary metals recycler.
Ma'am, that's all wrong. I don't know what's going on, but I got on probation for no valid driving license.
Oh, wait a minute. I show you on probation for false police report. That's what I show you on probation for.
That's wrong, ma'am. I got on probation for no valid driving license. I never had a license. They pulled me over.
Okay, hang on, Mr. Matthews.
Your Honor, in looking up the accused by name is on the docket. It does return a case number CF25-1016 in stack. And in stack, there is an order of probation under that case number with Andre Duran Pittman's name being put on probation, or at least considered in stack, April 14th, 2026. The order of probation is for count 1, attempted driving while license revoked as an HTO, as a lesser as an M1. So from what I can see sitting in the courtroom, the case number appearing on the docket list, the name appearing on the docket list corresponds with a case of the person with the same name out of Highlands County as stated by the person before the court. Thank you.
So you don't even have the right person here.
You said 25 CF.
1016, 25 CF 1016.
That's that case number.
That's the case number you said?
Yes, ma'am, out of Highlands County.
Yeah, it's a Highlands County case. That's why you can't pull it up. So, all right, so the information is incorrect. He is on probation for attempted driving while license suspended or revoked as a habitual traffic offender. We need to note that. That's what the correct information is. And that he is on probation out of Highlands County. So Highlands County is the person that needs to come and pick him up. So we're going to notify Highlands, sir, and ask them to come and get you. Now, I can't appoint a public defender to you for Highlands. Would you like me to do that?
I already had a attorney for my case in Highlands.
But you don't have one on the violation. So do you want one for the violation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I will appoint the office of the public defender. So we're going to get this record straight for you, sir, and we're going to have Highlands County come pick you up. If they do not pick you up by July the 24th at 1 o'clock, then you'll be brought back to first appearance, okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Michael Ponder.
Your Honor, he refused.
All right, well, we're going to do him since he refused. Mr. Ponder is here on a warrant out of Hillsborough County. He is a violation of probation. He is going to be held no bond. We're going to notify Hillsborough County that he is in our custody and ask them to come and get him. If they do not pick him up by the 24th, then he'll be brought back to first appearance.
Judge, I have him for 2 counts. One is VOP grand theft, and there's a CF25 case number.
For
And then
Mr.
there's
Ponder, I only show 1 warrant out of Hillsborough County for violation of probation for false information on secondary metals recycler.
I have a VOP CF25380XX.
I do not have that.
That's what's on my.
We're not looking at Mr. Pittman now, we're looking at Mr. Ponder.
Ponder.
Yeah,
Ponder, Michael James.
so, well, we're gonna go with what's on my list. If he has something else, I can bring him back another day.
Okay.
Michael Ricks. Mr.
Yes,
Ricks,
ma'am.
you're here in charge of possession of cannabis and possession of paraphernalia. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for each of your 2 counts. The bonds will be set at $1,000 on each count. Your next court date is August the 7th at 8:30. Now, I do see that you are out on bond, sir, in 26 CF 6627. I am revoking your bond in that case pursuant to a finding of probable cause. In this case, you will be held no bond pursuant to Parker versus State. Thank you, sir. Robin Robbins. Sir, you are here charged with battery with a prior conviction. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause. Your bond is set at $5,000. If you do bond, sir, you will be on pretrial release. Conditions will include you contacting pretrial services in person immediately upon your release, and then you will call in every Friday. You will not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You will have no contact with the alleged victim in this case. You will stay 500 foot away from the victim, their home, vehicle, place of employment, and/or school at all times. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Your next court date is August 18th at 8:15. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ricardo Rodriguez.
Ma'am.
Sir, you are here charged with possession of paraphernalia, possession of meth, and driving with a revoked driver's license. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your 3 charges. Your bonds are set at $1,000 on the para, $5,000 on the meth, $500 on the driving while license suspended. Your next court date is August 18th at 8:15, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Samuel Bora. Mr. Bora, you are here on a violation of probation, sir. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause. Your bond is set at no bond until you see a judge on August 17th at 8:30, sir. Thank you. Johnny Sanders Smith. Sir, you are here charged with possession of cannabis and possession of paraphernalia, and then you have a fugitive warrant out of Texas. Do you have an attorney representing you on any of this, sir?
No, Your Honor.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, Your Honor.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender to represent you on your new charges as well as your fugitive warrant. I do find probable cause on all. Your bond on the cannabis is $1,000, on the paraphernalia $1,000. You'll be held no bond on the fugitive warrant, sir. You will have a fugitive hearing on July the 27th at 8:29, sir. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Christopher Tillalert.
Yes.
Sir, you are here charged with trespassing. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause. Your bond is set at $1,000. Your next court date is August the 7th at 8:30. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Alfred Torres Rodriguez.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you are here charged with possession of cannabis and possession of paraphernalia, and then you failed to appear for court on a no motor vehicle registration charge. Do you have an attorney?
I do not.
Can you afford to hire one?
I cannot.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your new charges as well as the FTA. Your bonds will be $1,000 on the cannabis, $1,000 on the para, and on the failure to appear, it's set at $500. Your next court date will be August the 7th at 8:30, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Candido Urbina. Sir, you are here charged with possession of cannabis and possession of paraphernalia. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your 2 charges. Your bonds are set at $1,000 on the cannabis, $1,000 on the para. Your next court date is August the 7th at 8:30, sir. Thank you. Jamarian Williams. Sir, you are here charged with driving while license suspended or revoked and resisting an officer without violence, and then you also have a violation of probation. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for the new charges as well as the violations. Your bonds are as follows. On the driving while license suspended, $500, resisting $1,000, and then you're going to be held no bond on the violation of probation. Your next court date is August the 7th at 8:30, sir. Thank you. Milton Williams. Mr. Williams, you are here because you failed to appear for jury selection. Did you have an attorney, sir?
What's that, ma'am?
Do you have an attorney representing you on
Yes,
this?
ma'am. It's Raymond Jack.
Okay, so you had a public defender. All right, so
Yeah.
we'll show you had a public defender, sir. I do find probable cause. It is a no bond hold, sir, until you see a judge on August the 26th at 8:30. All right, thank you, sir. Thank you, South Central. Have a good weekend.
You too, ma'am.
Thank you.
forgot the other guy. There we are. All right. Can you hear me?
Can you see that?
Yes.
Do you have, who do you already have?
I have Hernandez, Garcia, Aaron, and forgot the other guy. You need Hernandez first?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Hernandez.
Okay.
No, you can't do Hernandez first.
No, that's.
Not Hernandez. Did you say you had Morby?
She said,
That's right.
Aaron,
She said-
she said, let's see, I have Hernandez, Bryant, Garcia, and Farron. So far.
Garcia.
Okay, we'll go with Garcia.
Okay, Garcia. Garcia.
We may want to ask for people Dela Cruz since we have to continue his case if he comes down, let us know. Can you let us know when Dela Cruz comes down?
De la Cruz?
Yeah, can you let us know when he comes?
Sure, okay. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Martinez. Today is Friday, July 17th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning by stating their names on record. Certified they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Good morning, I'm Panel Member Barry.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Also present is the board supervising psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
John Garcia, inmate number 327-814.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for John Garcia, inmate number 327-814. He is serving a sentence of 5 years, execution suspended after 3 years, followed by 2 years probation for criminal violation of protected order. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of October 27, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shown the offender has not completed any of his original recommended OAP programs. He remains on the wait list for addiction services, voices, and a job. The RT shows he also remains on the wait list for education and vocational needs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Garcia, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Mr. Garcia, something you wanted to tell us about why you believe you deserve parole?
Well, since I've been incarcerated, I have been trying to get into my programs, and it's been kind of impossible for me to complete them. I've been waiting for them to get back to me. All they tell me is that I'm on a wait list. But I know that if I do get the opportunity and get granted parole, I would do everything in my power to find a job, keep my job, try to get into a outpatient program to keep my sobriety, do everything in my power to change people, places, and things around me. Try to spend more time with my kids. Since I've been incarcerated, I lost a lot of time with them.
Okay. Thank you for those comments, Mr. Garcia. We're going to ask some questions of you based on the documents we had to read, and then we'll talk about your case and make a decision. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll begin with panel member Barry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Garcia, in reviewing your file, one of the things that really stood out to me is that most of your offenses were committed because you struggle with addiction or substance abuse. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you struggled with this substance abuse for how many years?
This is recently new. I just started using, so it's been like 3 years, 4 years now.
When did you start using drugs, sir?
33.
Oh. So you weren't using cocaine before 33?
Yes, I was, yes.
Okay. And I'm asking you, how long have you been using drugs, sir? Your criminal history dates back to 2004. So I'm asking you, when did you start using drugs?
Well, back then I was younger. I was probably like 17, 16 around there.
And what has been your longest clean time since you were 17? So that would be 20 years you've been using drugs.
So I could say I've been clean. I had a straight run for 3-4 years.
When?
20 to 24.
Okay. So I see you had, you were using marijuana because you were on community release.
Yeah.
And you were using marijuana. You had 2 convictions for failure to appear. And all of your offenses are possession, sales, assaults. So I'm just curious to know how did you maintain your sobriety? And I don't see 4 years here because I see violations of probation, possession with the intent to sell. So I'm curious to know how you maintained your sobriety.
Well, there was a moment when my daughter was born, and I decided to get off drugs and dedicate myself to my child. And I did well for the first couple of years, and then it came to a point where I was very stressed out because I lost a family member and I relapsed.
And when was that?
2014. I relapsed, and then I got incarcerated. I'm making bad choices. Then I got incarcerated, came home. I was clean for a while, then I relapsed again.
Well, the issue that I'm having is that you appear to have that kind of that pattern where you serve a little time, you get possession of marijuana back in 2008 or so. You get a year sentence, you serve that sentence, and then you come back out and you do something else. It's just been a cycle. But this time, what I'm noticing is that you come inside the prison. You spoke in your opening statement about not being able to participate in programs. And when you came in prison this time, I see you received 2 tickets for having Pruno.
Yes, ma'am. I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you. My family is not financially helping me at the moment, so at the time, people offered me to help me financially just to hold something, and then me making poor decisions, I did, and the consequences is that I got caught with the stuff that I got the tickets for, and I had to be responsible and take my duties for having it.
Right. But it's a bad look when you have an addiction with a score of a 5 and you have 2 Pruno tickets.
Yeah, I understand.
And that's preventing you from taking programs. That's also preventing you from getting a job.
Yeah,
So
I understand.
if your family's financially strapped, then working in the prison is also an option for you, but you can't have tickets.
Yes, ma'am, I understand. But before I caught these tickets, I've been trying to get into the programs, and it's just been very hard. They tell me that I'm on a wait list, and sometimes they don't even get back to me in the request forms. They don't even write me back.
Well, you're not finished with your sentence until 2028. So there are other people who are getting out before you, and they need those programs too. So unfortunately, that wait list is there for a reason, and not for anything, but you've participated in treatment before. You've taken programs, and they haven't helped.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I understand that. I understand that. But since I've been incarcerated now, and I have a clearer mindset compared to when I was before, where I'm at now, I'm getting older, and I'm at the point where it's time for change. And if I don't change now, it's never going to happen.
You haven't demonstrated much change, Mr. Garcia, with 2 disciplinary infractions for Pruno.
I understand that, and
no programs, the tickets you've got received, and you rate out as very high in terms of risk to recidivate. So I mean, we really don't have a lot to work with based on what we're reviewing today.
All right, I understand that. I did not expect for me to come to a hearing this early.
Right.
I've been trying to get that accomplished before I came to this hearing, so like this, I won't have this problem. But since the hearing came early, I'm with my hands tied behind my back right now.
Well, you're eligible for parole in 3 months, so that's why. And you were just sentenced in November of last year, so you can't even get on the list for programs until you're sentenced. And then when you're sentenced, finally, you receive the ticket in March, and then you got another one in June. So that prevents you from doing programs.
Yes, it do, ma'am.
I think that there's still some work to do, Mr. Garcia. I understand that your substances that you've chosen, 15 bundles a day. I don't know how you're still alive. How many times have you OD'd?
I have not OD'd.
Wow. That's a blessing.
Yes, it is.
You're 37 years old. You still have time to turn your life around, sir. But using 15 bags of heroin, 15 bundles of heroin with fentanyl, I don't know how much longer your body can take that. So I really do think that there's some more work for you to do. How about NA and AA? Do you do that in there?
I'm on the wait list.
All right. Have you ever done NA and AA?
Yeah, I've done it at the Liberation House, the program out in the world.
And so when you have these triggers to relapse, when you want to use drugs, these urges, what do? Do you know the steps to take to avoid relapsing?
I've done outpatient programs. I've done programs to keep groups, keep myself
Let
in
me rephrase the question. You've participated in programs before. How do you stay clean and sober? What do you need to do to stay clean and sober?
Change people and places and things.
Changing people, places, and things are not going to stop you from using drugs if that's still your desire.
But that's not my desire. That's why I say people, places, and things. I gotta change the people I hang around with.
Being around Pruno and selling Pruno for a profit puts you at risk. You got to make better choices.
Yeah, you're right about that. I'm not gonna sit there and argue with you on that. You're right.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So what I'm trying to figure out, Mr. Garcia, is if you got a DR for Pruno in March, and if we're to believe you that you were holding it for someone else, why would you do it again in June?
It's like I tell you, man, it's hard to be living in here and not having a steady financial way to have food. So
Have you done any volunteer cleaning or helping that would position you to get a job?
If it was possible to do, I would be doing that, but it's not something that's available for a lot of inmates. Like you can't just volunteer and start cleaning.
No, the volunteering is pretty common, but you completed the Understanding Domestic Violence program in October of 2023, your last bid.
Yes, I did.
And you go out and there's a protective order in place and you violate it the next August. Why are you unwilling to abide by the order of the court? It's a full no contact order.
All right. In that situation, my family, since they seen that I was so caught up in the drugs, they know how to figure out a way how to help me to get off of the drugs. So they put a protective order on themselves, and then so I won't be around the house. But I always kept popping up in my house every morning to eat and take a shower, and by me doing so, I kept violating my protective order, not knowing that I was violating my protective order and somebody was calling the police on me. And that added up to me violating it 6 times. And that's why it's the reason why I violated my protective order so many times. But it wasn't no violence, none of that, was just me showing up.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The order is for you to stay away. It's a full no contact. And, sir, that's why there are programs and shelters around the state. So you can go there and take a shower and change your clothes if you need to. But you are restricted. Your family has asked the court for this order for you to stay away. They're done. They're done with this cycle that my colleague just talked about. And what you have told us in your behavior, even after completing the program, is you don't give a damn. And yet you sit there and say your sentence is unfair.
No, I never said my sentence was unfair.
Yes, you did. When you were interviewed by the parole officer, your comment was your sentence was unfair. It's documented, sir.
I sit there and well, to reframe that, I said that I deserved the 3 years for me to get clean. So for me being here at the time that I've been here, I have not craved to use drugs, and I've been trying to keep me away from a lot of the stuff that's going on in this facility.
But yet you're willing to participate in undermining other people's recovery by stashing Pruno, if in fact you weren't the person making it.
Yeah, I know I am wrong for that.
Again, poor decisions. You're 37 years old, Mr. Garcia. I would hope you'd want better for yourself, more for yourself. Ms. Chance, any questions?
I just have one question. So, Mr. Garcia, you have 2 years of operation. So when you're released, what will be a warning sign to you indicating that you're about to get yourself in trouble or violate probation? What options do you have to avoid that?
Well, one of the options would be to keep myself in the program, groups, to attend groups as much as possible, so I won't have enough free time in my hands to get myself into any type of problem or trouble. Find a job and stay consistent in my job.
But Mr. Garcia, those are normal things that normal people do. From what I read in some of the official documents, you've had a lifetime use of drugs, and you go into programs and you complete programs, and then you go out and you use drugs again and then violate your probation or parole. So
Yeah,
what
true.
would be different this time?
But this time, like I sit here and say that I'm gonna try to keep my sobriety as much as I can, and if I see myself at the point of relapsing, I want to put myself in a program or attend a relapse program.
Well, there's more to it than that, Mr. Garcia, and it's obvious that you haven't gotten it yet. So I do hope that you eventually get to participate in the programs and that you come up with a plan that's gonna help you to stay sober. I have no further questions, Madam Chair.
Okay. So Mr. Garcia, we're done asking questions. We're going to discuss. Please don't interrupt us. Ms. Berry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Mr. Garcia sounds as though he wants to really do better for himself. He still is struggling with making his decision making, and I'm hoping that this will be a wake-up call for him so that he can take advantage of this period of incarceration to get the help that he actually needs prior to his returning to the community. Based on Mr. Garcia's disciplinary infractions, his inadequate program participation, and inadequate evidence of offender change, I would not be in support of his discretionary parole today. I would be willing to rehear him in a year. That's where I am. And that's generous.
Yeah, I was looking at like March or April.
March or April of 27.
Mm-hmm. June? May, June?
Okay, we can do, I would do June. I mean, honestly,
I'm looking at how much time would be remaining that could benefit him on.
Well, he has 2 years of probation, so anything that he does.
But yeah, he doesn't have a sponsor and got a lot on his plate to get in order.
June is only a month difference, but I could do June. That hopefully will give him time to connect with CCAR, do some program, like get a viable relapse prevention plan, because for now he said he's going to do an inpatient treatment if needed, and it's obvious that he needs something, some other form.
Are you on board, Ms. Chance?
I am on board with the deny, but I'm not in favor of the rehear.
Okay. So in the matter of John Garcia, inmate number 327814, there is a motion to deny parole at this time due to your poor institutional adjustment, your inadequate evidence of your inadequate program participation, and evidence of offender change. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So we will rehear you, Mr. Garcia, in June of 2027. We recommend you not get any additional disciplinary reports, and you engage in programming, come back with a solid relapse prevention plan. We'll see you next year.
Thank you.
And the decision will reflect that Ms. Chance opposed the rehear.
All right, who do you need next? I don't have the La Cruz yet.
This concludes the hearing for John Garcia, inmate number 327814.
Aaron?
Aaron?
Yeah.
Who do you need next? Hernandez?
Aaron.
Huh?
Barron.
Barron. Come on, Dan.
It's 7.
No, go ahead.
You don't need to share, right?
About, yeah, same issue last week. Talking about it, she's- I think now that's fine. Sorry. Yeah, you got the bad, now you gotta make some ones. Since it's not.
Thank you.
Brought us to the right.
Excuse me. Okay.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Martinez. Today is Friday, July 17, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Panel Member Barry, good morning.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Present is the Office of Victim Services and the board's supervising psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
John Michael Farron, 373-413.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for John Farron, inmate number 373-413. He is serving a sentence of 15 years, followed by 5 years of special parole for attempt to commit murder, assault, first, and risk of injury to a child. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of December 29, 2026. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed all his original recommended OAP programs: domestic violence, individual therapy, voices, health and wellness, SMART now 1 to 4, current events, art group, GCI video, stress management, coping skills, relaxation group, low impact exercise, game changers group, and men's trauma group. The RT shows he remains on the wait list for a job. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Farron, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Well, I believe I've conducted myself throughout my incarceration properly. I've had great remorse and guilt, regret. I've tried to make use of the counseling made available to me. I've gone through the programs as recommended and anything I could avail myself of. During the course of my incarceration, I've had no disciplinary issues, no tickets. I follow the rules. I've respected the correction officers in the system, respect other inmates. I believe that under those circumstances, it would be appropriate for the board to provide me with parole at this point. I do have a sponsor for when I get out. My sister and my brother-in-law have offered to sponsor me. I lived with them for about 4 years as I was awaiting trial and sentencing. And I appreciate the fact that they're prepared to let me come back into their home. I have a number of medical issues. I had COVID a couple of times and I've been
I'm going to
dealing
ask
with-
you not to get into any details about personal medical information. You
Okay.
have a right to your privacy.
Okay. Well, I need medical care when I get out of here.
Okay, so that's a reason you want parole, but we're really focused on why you deserve parole.
Okay.
Anything else to add?
Well, I believe that upon release, I still have something to contribute to the community. I've been committed all my life to the merits of public service. I think if I were released, I could still make a contribution to society. And I hope to be able to do so. So that's essentially a summary of why I think it'd be appropriate for the board to approve my parole.
Well, thank you for that suggestion and that information. What's going to happen, Mr. Farron, is that we're going to take turns asking questions of you based on the documents that were available to us. Pre-sentence investigation, sentencing transcript, your interview with the parole officer, police reports, etc. And then the panel will discuss we'll hear from the Office of Victim Services. And then the panel will discuss your case and make our decision. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes.
Okay. We are in receipt of a letter dated July 6, 2026 from the state's attorney in the judicial district of Stamford and Norwalk. They have registered opposition to the granting of parole. The letter in part says the court has specifically acknowledged the physical and emotional trauma of the victim in denying the 2023 sentence modification. Mr. Farron still presents a continuing danger to the victim if granted early release. The full sentence of the court should be imposed. So I wanted to make sure that you were aware of that.
Thank you.
So you've already highlighted the positive things about your incarceration, so I won't go over that again. In the domestic violence program you completed in 2021, was that, because it was during COVID, was that just in your cell and not in a group setting?
As I recall, I think it was both.
It's unlikely that it would have been both.
I don't.
Read like it was done in your cell.
Yeah, I don't really recall. It may have been, yes.
All right. So what did you take away from that program in particular?
Well, in large measure, to anticipate bad things that can happen and be prepared to remove myself from situations, and also to deal with the communication that's necessary, just to understand the other person involved and the need to safeguard against any negative consequences from a domestic situation.
This seemed to evolve out of a situation where you were not able to regulate your emotions and chose to act out in violence. Do I have that correct?
I think that is correct.
Okay. Frankly, so when you say anticipate, I'm still speaking. When you say anticipate bad things that can happen, that's you checking in with yourself about where you are emotionally so that you think before you act?
Yes. And also to not find myself in a situation where emotions get heightened.
Well, it's not a problem when emotions have intensity. It's what you do with it, right?
Yes.
And it's called emotional self-regulation.
Yes.
And if you pause and you breathe and you allow yourself to have the feeling wash over you, then your brain can kick in and you can make decisions based on thought and not emotion.
That's correct. I agree.
So you have a standing criminal protective order against you until the year 2064. Can you tell me what you understand that means?
Well, not to come in contact or with any of those who are identified as victims.
Certainly, in this day and age, you have to be aware that you cannot reach out through social media or through any electronic means. But because we're also talking about a family connection here,
right?
You cannot reach out through a third person and send messages to the victims.
I understand, and I fit that within the definition of contact.
Okay, well, I need to make sure that our understanding is mutual.
Yes.
And your definition was rather limited. So I wanted to make sure that there are these other ways that contact can happen aside from running into someone in a grocery store that can result in a violation of the protective order. So I need assurance that you understand what the court intended with the order.
Yes, I do. And I understand that the victims do not want any contact, and that's all the more reason why I would not want to inflict.
Well, that's why the order is in place. Yes.
Correct.
Because it was requested.
And I respect that completely.
So this situation in 2010 went down because the victim had initiated divorce proceedings, and that's not what you wanted. Is that a good summary?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So what happened to you in this situation? Why would you resort to such extreme acts of violence and cause such tremendous life-altering injuries to the victim?
I frankly don't understand what happened, which is why I've sought out counseling through psychologists and all to understand how my reasoning lost track of what was the appropriate thing to do. And I've spent years dealing with that. I frankly don't understand how myself as an individual and given my life, why that happened. But I'm convinced it will not happen again. I wouldn't.
Okay, well, I'm gonna stop you there, because I think, you know, in order for, you know, the behavior to not repeat, you have to understand why it happened to begin with. So, you know, assurances that you wouldn't do it again feel somewhat meaningless, Mr. Farron, if you don't and can't explain why you would resort to such extreme violence over a protracted period that endangered the victim's very life. Are you aware of the injuries that you caused?
Yes.
Uh-huh. And you've taken the Voices program.
Yes.
You mentioned great remorse. Is there anything that you would say by way of an apology?
Oh, I regret it completely. I regret the impact it had on the victims, on my family. I regret it completely. And as to why I did it, I clearly felt like I was in absolute crisis, a free fall, something that I had not anticipated to ever occur. And I just don't see myself ever being in that situation again. I don't.
Right. Well, it wouldn't have to be the exact situation, but you know, it's something similar. So expressing regret is not the same as an apology. So again, is there something you might want to say by way of an actual apology?
Well, I apologize, yes, absolutely, to my former wife, to my children, to my family, to my friends who I've let down, former associates who I've let down. I've been dealing with this level of regret now for years. So I definitely apologize if I can't contact them, so there's no way I.
But this is a forum where it would be an opportunity to offer an apology and an appropriate opportunity, I would think.
And that's what I'm doing. I have not had that opportunity in the past, but I'm clearly prepared to do that now. I've been prepared to do that for years.
It was concerning to me to read in the details of the assault that you threatened to commit suicide with a knife. Do you feel like your mental health has been restored, and do you understand what was going on for you at the time?
Yes, I thought at the time that it was the end of my life in large measure, and I've spent a great deal of time with psychologists, and particularly as I was going through that 4-year retrial process and trying to cope with my emotions at the time and to deal with how to go forward. And I think I've reached a good place in that sense, and I'm not fearful of that going forward.
So your threats of suicide, that was not an attempt to manipulate the victim? That was not part of trying to regain control over the situation and keep her from leaving the house and projecting guilt onto her?
No, it was not. No. No, it was, I thought my life was over at that point.
Is it your position that the filing for divorce came out of the blue?
Yes.
No signs on your part that the marriage was in trouble?
Well, my wife had just had a child, and I frankly thought that, yes, she was depressed. I thought it was postpartum. And I talked to her about that. She said she did not believe it was. So yes, I knew that after the birth of the child that she was going through problems. I just did not believe that she was going to seek divorce at that point.
Did I read correctly that your employment history involves you as being an attorney?
Yes.
Okay. And, you know, it's 2026, you know, back then it was 2010. You know, divorce is not an uncommon thing. It's interesting that your interpretation was that your life was over. You were, you know, not even 50, right? So.
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm going to pass the opportunity on to my colleagues. Ms. Chance, any questions for Mr. Farron?
Yes, I have a few for Mr. Farron, so if you will indulge me. Mr. Farron, what have you learned about yourself during your incarceration?
Well, I've learned that I can endure a great deal because being incarcerated does involve a great deal of toleration of circumstances, culture, other people, just the environment. So I think I've developed a degree of resilience that frankly I did not think I had.
And so have you changed how you would respond to difficult situations?
Yes, because frankly, you encounter, you observe, sometimes you're drawn into very difficult situations here. And I've learned to deal with it. I've learned that the response always has to be one of respect for other people. And that frankly has gotten me through.
So can I stop you there and go back to applying what you're saying to your actually offense that was committed?
Yeah, that's why I said I would have now, my whole being is very different. I think I would respond very differently. The fact that I can't necessarily explain why things happen doesn't mean I don't have a comprehension that I should have done things differently. I wish I had done things differently. And I certainly have conducted myself very differently since.
So how do you think that you will respond differently to a difficult or a high-risk situation that brought you to incarceration?
Well, my response would have to be different. A calm, respectful response. And frankly, as you find in here during incarceration, the number one response has to be to remove yourself from the situation. And that's the way I would, as I look back, that's clearly what I should have done.
Mm-hmm. What do you think might have helped you to make better decision at the time of your crime?
Well, I probably should have sought out help at the time. Help meaning I did not seek legal counsel at the time. I really
Just
thought
legal
that,
counsel?
excuse me?
Just legal counsel is what you would have sought?
Well, I probably would have talked to friends at the time too, who themselves have gone through divorce. I say legal counsel, I mean a divorce attorney. I did not see divorce advice, and I probably should have. I really had thought that the divorce could be avoided, and I should have recognized that I was in an unavoidable situation in that sense.
So I guess, you know, you're saying that you would have sought legal counsel because the divorce should not have come about. But what about a therapist or some form of counseling, which you alluded to in your opening statement?
Right. Well, I perhaps should have done that as well, and that might have come out of a discussion with an attorney who's skilled in divorce and has helped other people through the process. Everything happened so quickly, and so suddenly that really wasn't in front of my mind at the time.
So what do you think were the consequences of your crime on your victims, their family, and on the community itself?
Well, I clearly disrupted their lives terribly. I think about that every day. I really hope to be there to help my children through life, and I've not been able to. I know it's put a tremendous burden on their mother. I think about that every day.
How many children do you have, Mr. Farron?
2.
Okay. And I asked that question because when my colleague asked you about the situation that occurred, your response was after the birth of the child. You didn't say our child. And so that was concerning to me.
Mm-hmm.
So can you say why your response was after the birth of the child versus our child?
Well, not entirely sure it is my child.
Okay. All right. Well, Mr. Farron, I thank you for answering my questions and I wish you the best of luck. Madam Chair, I'm all set.
Thank you, Ms. Barry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Farron, I appreciate the discussion that you've had with my colleagues thus far. I just have a few questions because I'm surprised, frankly, by your answers here today. You took this case to trial, which you have every right to do that. Can you explain to me what was the premise of your taking this case to trial?
Yes, I felt that I was overcharged at the time.
How much time did you get a plea? Did they give you an offer prior to your taking it to trial?
Yes, I think the last offer was 6 years.
Okay. Any supervision to follow?
Not that I recall, no. It was 6 or 7 years was the last offer. Not
And so
sure.
you turned it down because you thought you deserved less time?
Well, yes, and I thought that the charges at the time, that as I was not agreeing to a plea that's over the course of 4 years, they were increasing the charges and adding charges. And I thought that was not correct. And so I frankly felt that by taking it to trial, I could deal with the fact that the expanded charges were just not appropriate.
Oh. And so now you have appealed the conviction several times, but you've been denied.
Yes.
And so I saw that you, when the officer asked you to tell them what happened on the day of your arrest, you said that you were in no position to make a statement because you were appealing the case.
There's a habeas petition filed with the federal court in New Haven that's still pending. Yes.
Under what premise?
Lack of adequate counsel.
Oh, okay, so it has nothing to do with your assaulting this victim.
No, although if the federal court found in my favor and sent it back, there could be another trial or further discussions with the state about resolving it. But there could be another trial, in which case I'd have to be prepared for the evidence at that time.
So you're willing to have this victim go relive that all over again because you're saying you had a legal counsel?
Well, I'd like to establish as a legal matter that I was not properly represented by legal
I thought
counsel.
you represented yourself initially.
No, initially I had 2 attorneys, and it was only after I concluded that they were not acting on my behalf properly that I asked to represent myself, and at the exact same time I asked for a public defender since I had no access to funds at the time. And I did represent myself for a period of time, and then asked the court to relieve me of that. And then instead of giving me a new attorney or a public defender, they had the exact same attorneys come back into the case, which is really part of what the federal court is now being asked to consider.
Okay, so now I understand why you were appealing the case, but it doesn't negate the facts of the case, right? It's not your, I'm sorry.
Disputing.
Yes, you're disputing what you did to this victim.
Well, during the course of the trial, I did not have legal counsel effectively representing me to deal with the facts.
I'm going to stop you, please, because I think I asked a specific question. So you're not disputing the facts as described in the official descriptions of what happened?
Well,
that's a yes or a no.
I'm not sure what official description you're talking about.
Okay.
That should have been determined by the court during a trial with me having effective counsel.
But you were found guilty by a jury of your peers based on the information that they were presented. I know that you've had an opportunity to review the official documents, right?
And I think the official document might read differently if I had had effective counsel. That's my point.
How so? The police officers, when they interview people, okay, I'm not gonna go into that. But I would like to know, what does your having ineffective counsel have to do with your inability to answer a question about what happened the day of your arrest?
Because that may be, I have not testified in trial, and that may in fact come up if I am granted a new trial.
So what did you do? Tell me your version of what happened the day that you beat this lady up.
I am prepared to do that after I have final legal judgment, and the federal district court is considering that right now.
So are you disputing the fact that you beat her with a metal flashlight?
I have not testified to that.
I'm asking you now. I'm asking you, did you beat her? That's a yes or no. Did you beat her with the metal flashlight?
I think it would be inappropriate for you to ask me that question when I still have an open issue before a court that may bring me back to trial.
I appreciate your position, sir, but you're before us asking us for discretionary for early release consideration. And part of the reason we ask these lines of questions is to make see the level of responsibility a person accepts for their behavior. Well, and so I'm asking you, did you beat this victim? And it says in the official documents that you beat her with a flashlight, and you're telling me that you're not in a position to answer that question. If you didn't use, what did you use then? I mean, is it the object that I'm describing, or are you denying that you beat her? I'm trying to understand.
I don't think I need to make a statement with regard to the specific facts in the case, given that it's still pending. I'm prepared to say that I absolutely regret anything and everything that happened. Absolutely. But I don't believe I should be compelled to offer you a description when in fact I may find myself, depending on what the federal court does, back dealing with those facts and information before a court sometime in the future.
Okay, so are you aware, Mr. Farron, that your then wife, fighting for her life, grabbed your children, both of them, and was able to gather the strength to get into her car and drive to another person's house, someone she didn't know, and ask them to call 911 before she went unconscious?
I am aware that those facts from her were presented to me. Yes, I was not at my trial, so I did not hear those facts in the courtroom. I did not attend the trial.
I guess then, if it were that situation, and I guess my next question would be, how did she get that way? But it's your position that you're not answering any of those questions. So for me, I really have to tell you that based on the description that was provided, all of the behavior is concerning. I have one more question, and then I'm done, Madam Chair and Ms. Chance. I'd like to know, prior to this offense occurring, had you ever threatened any other threats, I guess, of violence or physical harm to this victim?
No.
All right, thank you.
So at this time, we're going to turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services. And while we are in this phase of the hearing, Mr. Farron, you are not to speak. Ms. DeJesus?
Yes, good morning, board members. I will be reading a statement from one of the victims, and then the other two victims will read their own statements. I'll begin. To the Board of Pardons and Parole, my name is Abigail Scharf. I am the daughter of John Farron, and I am writing to ask you to deny his request for parole. Please deny this request and make him serve his full sentence. As much as I would like to read my statement to you myself, being in his presence would undo years of work to be mentally and emotionally stable and okay. I graduated from college in 2025, and upon graduating, I fulfilled a lifelong goal of moving to a city in a state adjacent to Connecticut. While I knew it was not a long-term option for me due to my father, I wanted to have this experience. His prison sentence allowed me to make this choice, since I believed I would have several years until his release. I have been living my life to the fullest because I believed we still had time to enjoy our lives before preparing for his release. I am lucky enough to have close friends here, my dream career, and a life that I have worked very hard to build. I am even fostering a cat. Everything in my life felt stable and secure until I learned about his request a few months ago to participate in a community release program. Thankfully, that request was denied. And 2 months later, here I am again. I have tried extremely hard to live my life without thinking about my father. And for the most part, I have been able to do that. After the 2010 attack, I started seeing a child trauma therapist weekly until he went to prison in September 2014. This was the first time in my life I was finally able to live my life without a looming fear of my father. Since then, he has been the equivalent of a monster in my nightmares, or a story I had to uncomfortably disclose when someone would pry into my family history. I pushed away the idea of him as a real person because that was the only way I could emotionally move forward. It takes so much for me to even accept that he is thinking and breathing somewhere at this moment. Hence, why it is impossible to read this statement myself. Now, I feel like I have been pulled backward into a chapter of my life that I had escaped years ago. If he is released early, for my own well-being, I will likely need to relocate far away, which would separate me from my close-knit family. This decision would put all of our lives into a free fall as we scatter and flee the Northeast. This would most likely affect my little sister, now 16 years old, should have to uproot her life in order to feel safe at school or think about whether her mother can attend her graduation. I beg you to give her as much time as possible by denying parole until he serves his full sentence. What makes his release even more frightening is that I saw my father being an extremely angry and unpredictable person. Throughout my childhood, his anger could appear completely out of nowhere, and it was intentional. As a small child, I learned how to behave in ways that would hopefully prevent his anger from being directed at me or my mother. I remember one moment when I was 6 years old and eating corn the quote unquote wrong way. He exploded at me, cursing at me, and then locked himself in his room for days. That was the environment we lived in. As a child, I was constantly aware of his moods and trying to avoid setting him off. It is not as if my father was incapable of controlling his anger. He maintained a powerful and respected public role every day while simultaneously terrorizing our family privately. He worked at the White House as a leading voice on ethics and law, while at home he used torture tactics like sleep deprivation against my mother. For all the limitations that may be placed on him if released, I cannot trust that he will follow them. He clearly understood the law and chose to violently break it. No member of my family is willing to risk our safety by assuming he will suddenly respect boundaries now. What scares me the most is that I have no idea how 16 years of anger and resentment may come out if he is released early. None of us know what his intentions toward my sister and I were after that attack in 2010. He had previously told my mother that if she left him, he would make my life, quote unquote, a living hell. It has been gut-wrenching to watch the toll this has taken on my sister, who was a 4-month-old at the time of the attack. She has been able to have a wonderful childhood, largely because my father has been incarcerated. Now she is being forced to reckon with the reality that a person who has such hatred toward our mother and our family exists and may soon be physically present again. I was lucky enough to have a normal high school experience with the stereotypical worries of a teenager. I want my sister to have the same memories of a time where her next midterm was her largest stress. It has also been heartbreaking to watch what this has done to my mother emotionally. I have spent years watching her recover, grow, and become the strong and confident woman she had always been. Seeing her suddenly so terrified again, is devastating. In the past few months since his initial request, I broke down in ways I have not in years. My boyfriend of 3 years said he had never seen me so scared. I have spent so long learning how to articulate my emotions on this subject, but now I'm struggling to write this statement because of all it unearths. I feel like a 7-year-old trying to process and prepare for something that I cannot control. Please make him serve the full sentence before my family is forced to dramatically alter our lives for our safety. Please give us the time we believe we had, the time to live freely, but also the time to prepare ourselves emotionally and practically for the eventual reality of his release. Sincerely, Abigail Scharf. I will now ask the victim to unmute her microphone, and you may begin your statement. I am to remind you that you are to address the panel members only, and you may begin.
Hello, to the board. My younger daughter, Lily Rose, who is Mr. Farron's daughter, we did IVF. There was no mistake that it's his daughter. She intended to read her short statement to you off camera this morning, but this morning, the thought of participating in this hearing was so overwhelming for her that she asked me to read it, which I'm going to do after I read my own statement. Thank you for hearing our strong opposition to the request for parole. I am the attempted murder victim of Mr. Farron and a protected party, along with my 2 daughters, Abigail and Lily Rose, under the 50-year criminal no contact order. The court's imposition in 2014 of the longest no contact order permissible under law reflects the court's determination that long-term protection is necessary in this case. As the board can imagine, this request has brought the trauma that my daughters and I experienced because of Mr. Farron's crime to the forefront of our lives. This statement, however, is not focused on the raw emotion and terror of possible parole, but is rather grounded in the factors that the Board of Pardons and Paroles must consider, which all point to the continued incarceration for the duration of his sentence. I understand you have a full docket, and my aim is to make my statement as succinct as possible, but I am very happy to answer any questions that you have. I want to briefly describe the attack, and not for purposes of rehashing what Mr. Farron was found guilty of, but rather to highlight why parole is inappropriate here. Mr. Farron was convicted, as you know, of attempted murder and risk of injury to minor children following a prolonged and extremely violent assault of me. Mr. Farron brutally attacked me for over 30 minutes, using a long metal mag-like flashlight to break my jaw, the bones in my face, and strike my skull and face more than 10 times, causing a traumatic brain injury. He strangled me. He pulled out gobs of my hair, literally scalping me. He carried out this attack with my 2 daughters, then 4 months old and 7 years old, sleeping less than 20 feet away. He was goal-oriented and eerily calm throughout the violent attack, during which I lost consciousness several times. The only reason I survived is because Mr. Farron left me for dead, and I regained consciousness and escaped the home with my 2 daughters, covered in blood. I almost died. The paramedics and police testified they did not think I would survive. It took years to recover. Before the attack, I was an energy attorney, but due to the traumatic brain injury, I am on long-term disability and unable to work. In 2023, Judge Gary White in Stanford, in his decision denying Mr. Farron's request for early release, called the attack savage and recognized the permanent physical and psychological harm I sustained. This was intentional, targeted, and near fatal violence. And this is really important to understand. There were no external impairments. There was no drugs, no alcohol. This extreme violence resulted from me refusing to withdraw the divorce papers, telling Mr. Farron I would file a motion for reconciliation, which would pause the divorce for 6 months if he agreed to go to therapy to deal with his anger. This is the first time I've ever heard some suggestion that I had postpartum. I did not have postpartum. Mr. Farron had left the White House, and I felt like, he would, without this stressful job, he would probably be relaxed and become nicer, but I was very wrong. His anger during that year I was pregnant started to be directed to our then 6-year-old daughter, Abigail. And throughout that year, I begged him to get therapy and said, I've stayed with you all these years to protect her, and now I'm pregnant. But if you can't fix your anger, this is finished, because I need to think of the girls. We had discussed divorce before. I just bring that up because he mentioned that we had, and it was a surprise. And he lured me to the master bedroom that night after I had breastfed our 4-month-old. It was not a snapping situation. And during the nearly 5 years after the attack, when he got rid of his attorneys, tried to delay the case over and over again before he was finally convicted and sentenced, Mr. Farron did not accept any responsibility for his actions or express any remorse. There's 4 points I want to ask the board to consider. First, it's critical to understand that there is a gap between the outward functioning of Mr. Farron and his capacity for extreme violence. Before the attempted murder, Mr. Farron was a strict rule follower, and he achieved great career success, demonstrating composure and politeness. Shockingly, Mr. Farron's career was centered on ethics and behavior. He was the chief ethics officer and general counsel for Xerox. And after that, while he was in the West Wing of the White House as the #2 lawyer under George W. Bush, he was responsible for vetting judges who were up for judicial appointments. His behavior in prison and his participation in rehabilitation efforts are in no way predictive of his behavior upon release. My second point is the ongoing identifiable victim risk. This case presents a high-risk, victim-specific scenario. I'm not an anonymous member of the public. I am the known and intended victim of this attempted homicide. Parole would introduce a real risk of lethal contact. All 3 of us, me and my 2 daughters, reside in adjoining states to Connecticut. My third point is that parole is incompatible with safe community supervision. This is not a manageable supervision scenario. Monitoring systems and geographic restrictions are not fail-safe, and the consequences of failure in this case would be catastrophic. One of the most concerning factors is that Mr. Farron's lifelong fixation on revenge. During the 16 years I was with Mr. Farron, from 1994 to 2010, I witnessed numerous instances of him seeking revenge, taking pride in ruining people's careers who did not support him, and threatening me personally to make my and my daughter's lives, quote, a living hell if I ever left him. And he certainly delivered on that threat. It's important to note that Mr. Farron has millions of dollars from his retirement savings and monthly pension from Xerox. I mention this because he will have no issue funding any revenge he seeks against me. My fourth and final point, before I read Lily Rose's very short statement, is the impact of this parole on Lily Rose. She's only 16. I'm the sole caregiver of Lily Rose. Her safety and stability depend on my ability to live without ongoing fear of targeted harm. It is critical that Mr. Farron serve his full term so that Lily Rose can reach adulthood before the release. Parole would destabilize her living and educational environment. She turns 18 in August 2027 next year. Denying parole will allow her to reach 18 before his release. In conclusion, Judge White, in his 2023 opinion denying release that Mr. Farron sought, he said, quote, "The victim said she is so afraid of the defendant that whenever his prison sentence ends, hers will figuratively begin." I would say to the board that that statement remains as true today as it did 3 years ago, not only for me, but for my 2 daughters. We are terrified. We thought the 15-year sentence ended in early 2029, but we just recently learned that he's been getting 5 days off his sentence every month. So now the release date is late 2027. This is just happening so fast. Make no mistake, we know we will have to alter our lives if he is released, and we will. But please give us the maximum time possible for us to plan for that. And if it's now okay with the board, I'd like to read Lily Rose's statement. Hello. Hold on one second. Hello, I am the daughter of John Farron, who is requesting parole. It is difficult for me to have him hear my voice, but I want the board to hear from me directly why I am asking you to deny the request. I was with my mom when she got notice of his request for community release a few months ago, and she was deeply shaken. I went back to boarding school that evening and became overwhelmed with the gravity of this. All of a sudden, it was so real. I barely slept, and the next morning in class, I broke down and had to go to the health center to talk with a counselor. My teachers and the dean of students were very sympathetic and allowed me to make up my exam and other work. Thankfully, that request was denied. I thought it was over and I could relax, but now there is this request for parole. Releasing him now from prison is unfair to me. When I was accepted at boarding school, my mom and I felt it was safe to go because we had the security of him being in prison. I'm not prepared to deal with this heavy weight on my shoulders while I just finished my sophomore year in high school. I grew up with the comfort of knowing that I would be 18 when he got out and never considered or knew that early release was a possibility. I love being at school. I have a great group of friends and I'm doing really well academically. If he is released, I wouldn't feel safe being a boarding student at a school so close to Connecticut and would need to consider changing schools. Being away from my mother, with whom I am so close, and attempting to deal with this huge change wouldn't be possible. Please give me as much time as possible to be a high school student without worrying about my safety and the safety of my mom and my sister. What happened has had a serious impact on me and my sense of security. Knowing that the person who nearly killed my mother could be out of prison makes it difficult for me to feel at ease, especially while I am trying to focus on school and finish high school. I should be able to feel safe where I live and study, but this situation makes that very hard. For all these reasons, please deny the request. Lily Rose Scharf. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, board members.
Thank you. We appreciate the input, Ms. Scharf, and that of your two daughters.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Farron, at this point in the hearing, we're going to discuss your case. We ask that you not interrupt. So this was a horrific assault. Entirely unprovoked and life endangering, as we heard from the victim and her daughters. I too had some concerns in questioning Mr. Farron about his acceptance of responsibility. It felt like he struggled to actually apologize. You know, the use of the words remorse, guilt, regret are his experience without really, you know, acknowledging responsibility for the harm. He made some assurances that he would not find himself using this level of violence in the future, but without being able to explain exactly why it happened. Saying specifically he doesn't understand what happened. And that raises concerns for me. I take some assurance and hope the victims do as well that Mr. Farron's sentence includes 5 years of special parole. His eligibility date for discretionary parole is at the end of December, and his end of sentence is at the end of October of next year. So we're talking about a 10-month difference in the time that he serves. And the victims have made compelling argument for the need for that time to prepare for their own safety. There is a standing criminal protective order, and there will be supervision at the level of parole for oversight as he transitions back into the community. But as of today, I am not prepared to grant Mr. Farron early release to discretionary parole. Ms. Chance?
Yes, Madam Chair, I agree with what you're saying. And I think for me, I was truly concerned when I asked Mr. Farron what he had learned about himself during this incarceration. And he never acknowledged that he had a problem with anger, which it appears to have been quite obvious during the period of time that he spent with his former wife and children. So that was very, very concerning to me. And not being able to actually talk about the actual incident as Miss Berry had tried to get him to acknowledge is also very concerning. So despite Mr. Farron having completed several programs, I do not find him suitable today. And, you know, it's just due to the nature and circumstances and the injury and impact to the victim and, you know, the strong objections from the state attorney. So that's where I am.
Ms. Berry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am not in support of discretionary parole to either.
Okay. I would like to add to the suggested reasons by Ms. Chance, inadequate evidence of offender change.
Absolutely. I had a
Okay.
question mark with that.
So in setting his special parole conditions, I have behavior management for domestic violence, a mental health evaluation, and treatment is deemed necessary, and no contact with victims MSAF or AS and EF or ES.
Yeah, I think that we probably need to get some clarification because I'm not sure that
Last names.
not even the last name, but the first name. I mean, he said the name's Lily Rose, so I'm not sure if she should legally change her name or if her name is Elizabeth still. I mean,
Would you like me to speak to that?
Please go right ahead.
So, through a court proceeding, the girls and myself changed our last name to my maiden name, Scharf. So it's Abigail Scharf, Lily Rose Scharf, and me, Mary Scharf.
Okay. So not Elizabeth.
It's her name, her actual formal name is Elizabeth Scharf, but she goes by, it's Elizabeth Rosemary Scharf, but she has always gone by Lily Rose. And I believe that the protective order wrote Lily Rose, but her formal name is actually Elizabeth Rosemary.
We'll be sure
Her
the
legal
decision reflects the name and the name she goes by.
I don't want to speak out of turn, but if you're putting restrictions, maybe I should just do this offline, but is there any means to have GPS monitoring as a requirement?
That would be decided by parole.
Okay.
We're just setting the conditions for his supervision, but the nuts and bolts parole handles. So thank you for that clarification. So in the matter of John Farron, inmate number 373413, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: the nature and circumstances of your offenses, the injury and impact caused to the victim and the victim's family, and inadequate evidence of offender change. I further move to set the following conditions for the 5-year period of special parole that is part of Mr. Farron's sentence: behavior management for domestic violence, a mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary, and no contact with the victims MS, AS, and ES. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Parole is denied.
So, for John, if you know 373413.
You're all set, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pick it up here.
How are you, man? Who do you want next?
Cruz.
Dela Cruz, please. And then we'll do Bryant.
Dela Cruz.
Oh yeah, because we have
That's a victim.
How are you doing? You okay? Your head is still better. You don't have to sit down, sir.
So, Mr. Dela Cruz, we need to continue your hearing to the next available date because of additional time needed for victim outreach. So in the matter of Joel Dela Cruz, inmate number 448851, I make a motion to continue his discretionary parole hearing to a future date. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So, Mr. Dela Cruz, we apologize for the inconvenience today, but you'll be on a docket in the very near future.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Joel Cruz, number 448851.
Yeah, the ID and the pass. Would you like that, man?
Bryant,
Brian,
I don't want to keep checking in, you know. I'm gonna write
Yes.
Where you go?
Morning.
Good morning. Wait. Do I sit face this way?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Morning, my name is Parole Officer Martinez. Today is Friday, July 17, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Hannah McBarry.
Joy Chance.
Also present is the Office of Victim Services and the Board Supervising Psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Richard Bryant. What do you want me to say? What else to say?
Your inmate number.
191960. Sorry about that.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Richard Bryant, inmate number 191960. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, suspended after 5 years, followed by 10 years probation for legal sexual contact with the victim under 16. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of November 7th, 2026. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the short track problem sexual behavior program from his original recommended OAP programs. The RT shows he remains on the wait list for voices, higher education, educational needs, and addiction services and a job. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low range. Mr. Bryant, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Yes. First, I'd like to thank the following people that are here for this parole hearing. Since I've been here at Osborne, and the first one was McDougal. I've learned a lot. I took the class that I needed to class. I took the class that I needed to understand all the different circumstances and responsibilities of my actions, and I've took this time that being sentenced to really evaluate myself, why and give me a second, why this happened and what I could have done to not have this happen. It's only a one-time thing for me, and this will never happen again to me. I will continue with the counselor that I had at the community health building in New Britain, Allison Cormier. That was my counselor. She prepared me for a lot of things that was gonna come about, and I can continue that when I be released and follow, whatever the parole person says I have to do. There will be no problem out of me. I still have being 65, I still have a good life ahead of me. I noticed from reading, and I study reading the Bible, and I'm a good person. I've always been a good person. This never happened to me before. This is a one-time thing, and I already made it up in my mind, and I wanted to first say to I don't know if I can say her name.
No, do not use her name.
Oh, I'm sorry. But I know I can't talk to her no more or whatever. All I know is I'm not. I've always had a good life, and I've never. I know I was charged with this. I accepted it and everything, and I've learned a lot. Even though I was a person that went to church, I still go to church. I believe in the Lord, my Lord God, and he's just the time that I've been here. He's made me understand that everything's going to be all right. Just obey, do what you're told, and be consistent on being
Okay,
good.
Mr. Bryant, we're getting a little far afield.
Right.
Would it be okay for us to move into asking the questions that we prepared?
Yes.
And then after we're done with the questions, we'll turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services. And at the end, we'll discuss your case amongst ourselves and give you our decision.
Yeah,
We're going to begin the questions this morning with panel member Barry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Bryant, you seem to be struggling with saying what actually occurred. I know that you have some ailments, but I'm not talking about your verbiage. I'm not talking about your speaking impediment. I'm not talking about that. So why are you in prison, sir?
I'm in prison for the sexual
Assault?
Sexual assault.
So you're in prison for the sexual assault?
Yeah, the one that there was only one. Yes.
So I'm in prison because I sexually assaulted a child?
Yeah, it was a 16-year-old, if I can say that.
You can say that she was, that was, you can say she was 16, but she says it happened. Okay, so you're in prison.
Yes, ma'am.
So can you say I'm in prison for sexually assaulting a minor? Can you say that?
Yes. I'm in prison for sexually assaulting a
child.
Minor, yes.
So, and you sexually assaulted this victim, so I appreciate your stating that. Yes. And I heard you say in your opening statement that this was a one-time incident.
That's
the
correct.
Victim in this case says that you assaulted her from ages 9 to 17. Are you aware of that?
I wasn't aware of that statement, but I know I'm telling you the truth because I only. Okay.
All right. So tell me if this was a one-time thing, what did you do to this victim? What did you do? I don't want to hear anything about what the victim did. What did you do, Mr. Bryant?
I I don't remember. I mean, I want to say I don't remember, but I feel I didn't do anything else except for the one time that I let what
And
happened.
I'm asking you what you did in that one time. What did you do?
I sat there on the couch and
And let her do what?
oh, if I could say, yeah, let her give me
Fellatio.
yes. Yep, that happened, yes.
Okay. And so my review of the documents indicate that you said that this victim wanted to have sex with you.
Yeah, after that was done, the thing we just mentioned.
Yes.
She went in another room to.
So I'm going to stop you, Mr. Bryant, because you're struggling to speak, and I think it's a yes or a no question. So you said that this victim wanted to have sex.
Yes.
And do you know what is wrong with that statement?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
What is wrong with it?
It's
Inappropriate, right?
Yes,
Why?
ma'am. Because she's underage. She's not my age. She's a young child.
So you made two statements that were concerning to me during your being interviewed in preparation for today's hearing. You said one, that you let her give you head, and you said two, that she wanted to have sex. And I'm not sure where this 9-year-old child would learn about giving a grown person fellatio. That's one thing. And the second thing is that as an adult, you know that you should not be participating in that kind of behavior. Is that a fair statement?
That statement would be a fair statement, but that's not true. You said 9 years old. She was not 9 years old. She was
telling
6.
me that she says that you sexually assaulted her. She went to the authorities in 2020 and reported that you sexually assaulted her from ages 9 to 17, that you grabbed her breasts, that you took out your your private parts, I'll say, and that you performed oral sex on her. And yeah, you need to read the official description, sir, because there's a lot of stuff. And so you're saying to us that you allowed this one thing to happen, and that she initiated it is problematic for a person, in my opinion, who says that they've learned from this whole ordeal. And the second thing is that I didn't hear you say anything with regard to an apology to this victim for what you did to her.
If I may speak, yes. I apologize for that one indication. I have taken the class.
It's not a class, sir. It's problem sexual behavior treatment. That's not a class. It's treatment.
Yes, I did that. You know, I did that because I learned everything about this situation, and that I was wrong. I was the older person. I was old. I was a grown man. I would never, you know, I'm not that kind of person to do something over and over and over. That's not me. I've never done that. As I swear to God with that, and God knows that. I voted. I know what I did. I sat there and I let her, you know, and that's it. I never grabbed in. I never did. Never those other things. I didn't read the whole.
Well, you should. You really should.
Yeah.
That's why you got the amount of time that you did.
Yeah.
You know.
What? I'm just asking. What is that thing? The only, can I just say this? The only thing that I have is the
PSI?
Huh?
The PSI?
I don't know it, but can I just show you? I brought it.
It's okay, but are you saying that that's the only official description that you have of the offense? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, and that is it. I talked to my counselor, Kim.
You spoke with your counselor about it.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
Mr. Bryant, I understand that you may you don't agree with all of the facts of your case. I think you did plead under an Alfred doctrine, if I'm not mistaken. And that's all fine and well. I'm telling you what this victim has said. And this is the information that we're going based off of.
So what can I do? Yes, ma'am.
There's nothing you can do about the official description. You pled guilty to the crime, and you said that you didn't agree with all the aspects of the offense. So you've already done all that you can do. So my next question to you is, we received just a final summary of how you did and the sex offender treatment.
Yes.
And one of the things that stood out to me is that one of the risk factors was that you failed to use moral judgment at the time of the offense, but you acknowledged cognitive distortions and impulsive thinking and instant gratification. So I point that out because it's important that you understand that your impulsivity and your cognitive distortions may have led you to believe that it only happened one time, or it may have led you to believe that she wanted to give you fellatio and that she wanted to have sex with you. I have no idea whether or not that is true. Well, I'm here because you said that that's what happened, and you were convicted of that happening. And so it's important for you moving forward to understand that, one, a person of that age cannot consent to anything. And that two, I know that you're having a difficult time discussing the nature of your crime, and I understand that. But this is just the beginning. To be honest, you're going to be with us until 2029, and then you have 10 years of probation to follow your incarceration. So you're going to have to talk about this. You're going to have to explain it to other people why you're on a sex offender registry. You have to get comfortable with, the nature of your crime because you committed the crime. So
let me know when I can talk, because I'm just listening to you. Yes.
All right, you can talk. I'm done.
Okay. I am comfortable with this, what I've been charged with.
No, you're not.
Yeah. If I can talk, I have no problem whatsoever. I have no problem because I know the truth. I know what I did and I know it was wrong. And I learned all of I have the paper act because I have to have that because it has everything in it and I can go by it step by step to explain how I learned what was appropriate, what was inappropriate, what I could have did better from the situation. You know,
Right, you may not believe, honestly, you may not believe that you have a problem with it, but during your whole opening statement, you refuse to identify your behavior as sexual in nature. You said the offense or the case. You called the treatment a class. You didn't say that I participated in problem sexual behavior, even if you would have said the sex offender class. I mean, you have a problem with it. Maybe you're not aware of it right now, but it sounds to me that you're struggling with the fact that you're a sex offender at this point, and that, okay. I'm not holding that against you. I'm just saying that I'm not holding the fact that you, I can't acknowledge.
I'm being straightforward and honest. Okay. Listen, if I'm wrong, let God take my life. God knows I didn't do what is being said.
Okay.
They didn't show me. They didn't show me what I was being. What I was being. Yes, I did not have that. I should have got that because then I would have done. Yes, I should have got that. That's upsetting to me because I'm hearing directly from you what she was said and the age and everything, and it's totally wrong. I have the documentation. I've done everything that I had to do.
Yes, you have, Mr. Bryant. I'm not saying that you did it. I'm not saying that.
No.
But we can't. I mean, the facts are. I can't dispute them for now. And
see, but you're talking as this as best as I can describe it. You're saying what you think, what you have written down that I did, and I'm sitting here, first time ever in any situation like this, or in this situation ever in my life. I'm 65. I'll be 63. I've never been in nothing like this, so it's okay. It is okay. I know who has the last say. I know it's not me. It's God. And he knows I'm right. He knows listen, I will do anything.
So Mr. Bryant, I'm going to stop you because this is not a trial. You're not, we're not here to dispute your guilt or innocence, sir. And it's not my place to tell you whether or not you're guilty or innocent. That's not my job. My job, just let me tell you, because you want to dispute the facts of the case, and I understand that they're disturbing. But I'm here to tell you, I'm looking at the level of responsibility that you are accepting for committing this crime. That's what I'm, okay, but let me talk, because you think that you have to plead your case to dispute the facts of the crime. And I'm telling you that you don't have to do that. I'm saying to you that my line of questioning came from, my line of questioning is derived from I want you to hear your level of responsibility, your acceptance of committing this offense, and some of the things that you've learned and the treatment and that along that line. So that's what this is all about. It's not about Mr. Bryant is innocent or guilty. It's not. It's about your suitability to return it to the community and not commit another one of these offenses. And I heard you say that you have learned your lesson, and I accept that as your response. So I appreciate your speaking with me, Mr. Bryant. Please allow my colleagues to ask you questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, can I get a second? I just want to get it. I just want to get the paper so I can answer. And I'm looking,
You're looking down. Are there papers on the floor that you need to get them if you need them?
okay, thank you, thank you.
Ms. Chance, do you have any questions for Mr. Bryant?
Yes,
Yeah, okay. Yes, sorry, I got it.
Mr. Bryan.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
So I know that you struggled with saying that you actually completed the problem sexual behavior treatment program. But I want to go back to a question that the parole officer asked you during the interview with you.
Okay.
And when you were asked to describe the events as it relates to the crime, your response was the victim gave you head and wanted to have intercourse with you, but you said no because you were messing around with her mother.
That's correct. That's correct.
That your motivation was selfish gratification.
Selfish.
So I understood that as you were accepting just partial responsibility and blaming the victim.
No. At that time, just if I may please speak, at that time, I understood that I let what I did, you know, because I took this class. It helped me understand a lot of things were wrong that just being there, being in that situation, just starting at the beginning, and
Mr. Bryan,
yes.
Let me just stop you because I want you to think of the situation that you were in. You lived with the mother and you were dating the mother. You were sleeping with the mother. How did you expect to sleep with the daughter?
No.
And that was okay.
I wasn't dating the mom. See, so am I supposed to listen to things that are being in where I live? I didn't date her. She had other men, not just me. Okay, and it's in here about that. You mentioned that I had sex with her. Yes, that was the mom. Her mom would never let nobody touch her daughters. Her mom. She would never do that. So I was wrong for doing this.
So what was your takeaway from the problem sexual behavior treatment, other than the fact that you failed to use moral judgment?
Well, that's one of them. There's a bunch of things. You see, okay.
You mean the fact that you were minimizing it and saying it was a one-time thing when the victim said it was over a period of number of years?
No, I'm telling the truth. I need, ma'am, the only reason I need this is because this is the truth. This is not something that I had typed up. This is the lady that ran the
We have that report, sir.
We have that
right here.
Brian.
No
I'm talking about you. Okay.
Yes,
so what do you think were the consequences of your crime on the victim and the victim's family and friends and community?
Real bad because most of the community knows me. They know me. They know me as a person, as my, you know.
Who do you have for support in the family, in the community?
The mayor of New Britain, Bobby Sanchez, so, you know,
Mr. Bryan, I'm just going to say to you that From what occurred during the interview with the parole officer, you lived alone. You have one adult son that lives in Farmington, but not in contact with him, and that you would have to go to a halfway house. So where's the community support?
Oh, I was, if I, my community support would be, okay, it would be my landlord, Mr. Pettit, okay? The apartment that I had for this, that my landlord was owner of, was right next to his office on Plainville. I had the apartment by myself. I paid my rent 17 months straight. I wasn't late with payment or anything. There was no bringing people to the house and stuff like that. I didn't do anything like that. There was never no FEMA or nothing like that. You figure, living by myself, if I had some kind of sexual fantasy, then I would do stuff like that. I've never been like that. The only person that I was with was her mom. And they live with me. It's not I live with them. I gave them a place to stay twice.
But that did not give you the right to sexually abuse.
Yeah, that doesn't give me no right.
An underage victim.
Right.
So, Mr. Bryant, that's what you need to focus on. What you did to this victim, and not able to express any remorse for what you did to her, and instead you're challenging what she said.
So I, as God is my witness, I am sorry that I ever did anything like this at all. It only happened that one time, and that one time I paid for it. I'm in prison. I took the class. I understand things that I didn't even know myself. Why? Because I don't have a sexual, sex means nothing to me. Sex is nothing to me. Okay? Listen.
Okay. I hear what you're saying, Mr. Bryant, and I appreciate you sharing what you did. So I wish you the best of luck. Madam Chair, I'm all set.
Thank you. I would just reply to you, Mr. Bryant, that sexually abusing a child, the tools are sexual in nature, but the purpose is power and control. And you weren't having sex with this victim, you were violating and victimizing her. So at this point, we're going to turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services, and you are not to speak. Ms. DeJesus.
Good morning, board members. I do have a statement, and it reads as follows. First, I would like to thank everyone for giving me the opportunity to speak today. This journey has been long, deeply emotional, and a traumatic experience for me. The sexual abuse began when I was 8 years old and continued until I was 17. Today, at 35, the long-lasting effects of his actions are challenges I must navigate for the rest of my life. It remains an everyday struggle, and I continue to suffer from nightmares, PTSD, and other ongoing difficulties. The inmate before you has not changed. This is his true character. The mask he wears today is the very same one he used to gain my mother's trust and enter our home. He has shown no remorse and has offered no apology because he is not sorry. He cannot even admit to what he has done. However, he has never denied his actions because we both know the truth of what occurred. And now the truth is public. He is a pedophile, a child molester, and a manipulator. These are the choices he made, and he must face the full consequences of those actions. The brief period he has served in prison is far from sufficient to justify his release. Furthermore, during a prior period of house arrest, he managed to remove his ankle monitor without facing any consequences. I strongly urge you not to grant him any leniency or sympathy as he remains unchanged. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and for hearing my statement. Thank you, board members.
Thank you so much, and we appreciate the victim taking the time to prepare a statement and participate in the hearing. So at this point, Mr. Bryan, we're going to discuss your case. We ask you not to interrupt. Ms. Berry, you began.
Thank you. So the cases like this are so difficult because while Mr. Bryant says he accepts responsibility for his actions and is paying the consequences, this victim, as she stated in her statement, it will suffer for the rest of her life. So we have Mr. Bryant here. He rates out as a moderate risk to recidivate in terms of further criminal activity, but in terms of another sexual offense, he rates out low. He did complete the program. He did complete the treatment for sex offender. And I have that he's currently in voices. He also had addiction services on his offender accountability plan, and he has not received any disciplinary actions. He has some other crimes in his history. I see larcenies, assault on safety personnel, interfering with and resisting arrest, and then this offense. So he doesn't have an extensive violent criminal history, but the nature of this crime is very concerning. I'm saying all this because I came in here with a question mark. I wasn't sure how I was going to vote in terms of his suitability. I wanted to speak with him. And I can't say that our discussion gave me the confidence that I needed to be able to support discretionary parole. I am interested in hearing your input, and I guess I will take all that into consideration and then make my final decision if that's okay. So
absolutely. Certainly. So while Mr. Bryant completed the program and we do have the evaluation, it does highlight the fact that he fluctuated throughout the course between denying his crime, which we heard today, and minimizing it to a one-time, one and done. And we know from the powerful statements at sentencing in the pre-sentence investigation, and then again here today, that the victim endured years of victimization at the hands of Mr. Bryant. And, perhaps it's difficult to face the reality and take responsibility. He was, by my count, 41 years old when he began violating this child under the guise of babysitting. And I do want to point out that in the investigation the police did and talking to the victim's siblings, there was a brother who walked in on the situation. It was not a one and done case. So while he might have completed the program, I don't think he achieved maximum benefit from it. But with the 10 years of probation, he will again need to engage in problem sexual behavior treatment. And I hope that it can bring him into greater understanding and responsibility for the harm that he caused, as the Voices program he may have started will also help him do. I do not find him suitable today, and I will not be granting him discretionary parole. Ms. Chance?
Reasons, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry. Nature and circumstance, injury and impact, inadequate program participation, and evidence of offender change. Ms. Chance?
Ms. Turner, I have to say I totally agree with everything that you have said. And I also had him denied for those same reasons, and I did not have him coming back. I think hopefully when he take the Voices program, he might gain a little additional insight into the effect on the victim and her family.
So back to you, Ms. Berry.
I can talk.
No, you can't. Hold on with the denial.
Okay. So in the matter of Richard Bryant, inmate number 191960, there is a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: the nature and circumstances of your offenses, the injury and impact caused to the victim and the victim's family, your inadequate program participation, and evidence of offender change. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Parole is denied.
This concludes the hearing for Richard Bryant, inmate number 191960.
You're all set, sir. Please ask
Thank
you
you.
to send in the next person. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can rule yourself out of it. Es que tú, Hernández, a ver si te puedo.
Transfer parole down.
Yeah.
Just give me a second. I'm ready. Are you okay?
Yeah. I'm at my room.
Right in here.
Thanks, bro.
This is Mr. Hernandez. Does he have an interpreter yet?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we knew we were going to do him. Next.
I have our interpreting clerk, Daisy Capella, here for interpretation of this case. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that you will faithfully discharge according to law the duties of the interpreter to the best of your abilities. So help you God, or upon penalty of perjury. I did that. Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Martinez. Today is Friday, July 17th, 2026, and it's the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information and preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Panel Member Barry.
George Chance.
Also present is the board's supervising psychologist.
Buenos días, soy la oficial de libertad condicional Martínez. Hoy es viernes 17 de julio del 2026. Y esta es una audiencia de la Junta de Indultos y Libertad Condicional del Estado de Connecticut. Los siguientes miembros de la Junta están presentes esta mañana y al decir sus nombres en el registro, certifican que han revisado todos los documentos exigidos por la ley y la información pertinente disponible para la preparación de esta audiencia. Tenemos la presidenta del día de hoy, Nancy Turner, y los miembros de la Junta, la señorita Parole y George Chance. También presente el día de hoy se encuentra la psicóloga o terapista supervisora del Departamento de la Junta de Indultos y Libertad Condicional.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Favor de decir su nombre y número de confinado para el registro.
Ok, mi nombre es Enzo Hernández y el número de preso es 273-770.
Okay, my name is Hector Hernandez and my
No,
inmate number is Angel Hernandez and my inmate number is 273770.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Angel Hernandez, inmate number 27370.
Esta es una nueva audiencia que se está llevando a cabo en consideración a la solicitud de libertad condicional de Ángel Hernández, número de confinado 273770.
He is serving a sentence of 5 years jail for burglary third and larceny third.
Él está cumpliendo una condena efectiva total de 5 años de prisión por robo en tercer grado y hurto en tercer grado.
As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of July 31st, 2026. There is no victim input in this case.
Hasta el día de hoy, los expedientes reflejan una fecha de elegibilidad para libertad condicional de 31 de julio del 2026. El día de hoy no tenemos un testimonio de víctima para este caso.
There is an offender accountability plan for the offender and has been reviewed and shows that the offender has not completed any of his original recommended OAP programs. The reported he has been participating in the MAC program and has been working in the clothing factory for 7 months. The RT shows he remains on the wait list for voices and education and vocational needs.
Hay un plan de responsabilidad para el ofensor. Se ha revisado y muestra que el ofensor no ha terminado ninguno de los programas originalmente recomendados en el plan de responsabilidad para el ofensor. Él indica que ha estado participando en el programa de tratamiento asistido con metadona, conocido como MAT, y ha estado trabajando en la fábrica de ropa durante 7 meses. El sistema RT muestra que permanece en la lista de espera para los programas de nombre Voices y las necesidades de educación y vocacionales.
Permiso, ya yo estoy cogiendo el programa ya de Voice y mi sentencia son 3 años, no son 5.
So, excuse me, I am already taking the Voices program and my sentence is 3 years, not 5 years.
Yes, we were going to correct that.
Sí, íbamos a corregir eso.
Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Hernandez, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Utilizando el sistema colaborativo estatal de evaluación de riesgo de ofensor, el puntaje general del ofensor en el SRT se encuentra dentro del rango alto de riesgo de reincidencia. Señor Hernández, esta es su oportunidad para expresarle a la Junta por qué cree usted que se le debe conceder la libertad condicional. ¿Puede usted comenzar?
Ok, yo entiendo que, ¿verdad? Perdonen, yo entiendo que yo le he fallado varias veces, he cogido programas de Parole y Probation, pero en esta situación yo soy una persona mayor, ya yo estoy cansado de estar preso y todo, y yo prometo a ellos que yo de verdad voy a hacer las cosas bien ahora, cuando salga. Primero que nada, no tengo casa, tendría que irme a un halfway house para poder empezar otra vez a conseguir trabajo, ir a los meetings y hacer las cosas bien como estoy supuesto a hacerlas. Y a cuidar a mi mamá. Yeah.
Well, I understand that I have failed several times when it comes to parole and probation. I do want them to understand that I am an older person now. I'm a senior person now, so I'm tired of doing the things that I've been doing. I do want to do things right this time around. First of all, I don't have a house or a home, so I do want to start by getting a job of some sort and trying to do things right this time.
Wow.
Adelante.
Ajá, que sí, que yo estoy dispuesto, ¿sabes? a ir a Parole y todo, porque no tengo donde vivir ahora mismo. Si me aprobaran para Parole, no tendría donde vivir. Pero si voy a Parole, puedo conseguir trabajo y puedo, ¿sabes? Ir a los meetings y hacer las cosas bien como estoy propuesto a hacerlas.
So I don't really have a place to live right now. If I were granted parole, I wouldn't have a place to live. I do have to find a job. I will go to meetings. I will do things this time around if I'm granted parole.
All right, Mr. Hernandez, we're going to ask you some questions and I will begin.
Muy bien, señor Hernández, le vamos a hacer algunas preguntas. Comenzaré yo.
We have an indication that you want to go live at a friend's home in Bridgeport and your friend has agreed to sponsor you. Are you not aware of this?
Nosotros tenemos aquí de que usted quiere ir a vivir a la casa de una amistad, en su casa de este amigo, y esta persona ha estado de acuerdo en ser su patrocinador. Parece que esta persona vive en Bridgeport. ¿Usted no estaba al tanto de esto?
Oh, no, ese es mi sponsor, Dave Memory. Él es mi amigo, pero no sé si él quería ayudarme para salir a la casa de él, porque él lo que tiene es un cuarto con una habitación nada más.
Well, that's my sponsor. He's a friend. The thing is, I don't know if he would want me to go and stay at his home, if he'd be willing to do that, because he only has a place with one room only.
He was contacted and he agreed. You have a place to go. So my next question is about your employment. You worked as a dishwasher at Little Kitchen and you were terminated from that job. Why?
Entonces quiero que usted sepa de que se le contactó y él estuvo de acuerdo en patrocinarlo, así que usted tiene a dónde ir. Otra cosa que quería yo preguntarle es, usted estaba trabajando como lavaplatos en el lugar de nombre Little Kitchen y le habían terminado el empleo. ¿Por qué?
Fue que yo y el vómito tuvimos un pequeño problema en el restaurante, entonces me despidió. Entonces yo fui donde él a buscar el último cheque que me quedaba. Y no me lo quería dar, porque el día que me despidió se quedaron unos camarones en la mesa y se dañaron. Yo le dije que perdone, ¿sabe? Que si tenía que cobrarlo, que lo cobrara del cheque, pero no quiso darme cheque. Y por eso fue que me metí ahí y le robé y yo de verdad me siento mal por eso, porque él me ayudó mucho, pero si yo saliera de aquí.
Mr. Hernandez, please pause for the interpreter.
Señor Hernández, le pido que tome pausas para la intérprete. So what happened is we did have a small problem, him and I at the restaurant, and so he terminated my employment. So I went back so I could get my last paycheck, but he wouldn't give it to me. He said something about something was left on the tables and the tables were damaged. I told him that he could take that money for the damage out of my last paycheck, but he didn't want to do that. Since he didn't want to give me my paycheck, that's why I broke in and stole some items. I do feel bad about it because he did help me a lot. So I do feel bad about it.
I'm going to ask you, sir, to limit your answers to the questions that are posed to you.
Le voy a pedir que de ahora en adelante, señor, por favor, limite solamente a contestar lo que se le está preguntando.
What was the small problem that got you fired?
Me gustaría saber cuál fue ese pequeño problema que tuvo con él que le causó que le corriera de su empleo.
Oh, porque ese día tomé en el trabajo.
That day I drank at work.
Okay.
Está bien.
So you lost your job. You went to get your final paycheck and you were told no. So you returned to the restaurant after hours, intoxicated, broke in, and stole because you thought you were owed money. Do I have all that correct?
Muy bien, entonces usted perdió su empleo. Usted regresó por su último cheque, le dijeron que no, entonces lo que usted hizo fue regresar al restaurante después de que había cerrado, estaba usted ebrio tomado y robó. Tengo todo porque pensó que se le debía ese dinero. ¿Tengo todo eso correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And somehow, Mr. Hernandez, you think you're going to go back to that same job and get rehired. I'm sorry, that makes no sense to me.
Y después de todo esto, señor Hernández, ¿usted piensa que puede regresar a ese mismo empleo y que le van a volver a dar un trabajo ahí? Lo siento, no tiene sentido eso para mí.
Were you to be granted discretionary parole, you would have a stay away from that location because that's a business that you burglarized. So you wouldn't be allowed to work there.
Si es que se le fuera a otorgar la libertad condicional discrecional, usted tuviera una orden de alejamiento de ese lugar, ya que ese fue un negocio el cual usted entró a robar a ese negocio, entonces tuviera la orden de alejamiento, no se le permitiría regresar ahí.
Talk to me about the extent of your problem with alcohol.
¿Puede hablarme un poco más acerca de la extensión de su problema con el alcohol?
Sí, yo voy a beber así como 4 años atrás, nunca había bebido en mi vida, pero antes que me arrestaran yo estaba tratando de entrar a un programa para alcohol. Y iba a decírselo al Parole Office mío para que me ayudara para eso, pero tuve esta situación, no me dio tiempo para hacer el programa.
Interpreter needs to verify something. May I please go ahead?
Yes.
Me dijo que apenas tiene 4 años antes de que lo arrestaran que había empezado a tomar.
Sí.
Okay, gracias. So really I started drinking about 4 years before I got arrested. Before that I hadn't drank in my life. I just started drinking, and even before that, I was going to start or try to get help with the alcohol. I did need to ask the parole officer with help with into getting a program for alcohol assistance or help, but I never got time to do the program.
So when you are under the influence, you commit crimes? and you violate the rules of the workplace, do you believe alcohol is a problem for you, sir?
Entonces, cuando usted toma, usted comete delitos, usted incumple o quiebra las reglas del trabajo, de su empleo. ¿Usted piensa que el alcohol es un problema para usted, señor?
Sí, sí entiendo que el alcohol es un problema para mí, pero en el caso del restaurante fue que yo estaba enojado porque él no quiso pagarme, pero en verdad yo no soy así cuando bebo, ¿sabes? Cuando bebía.
Well, yes, I do understand that I have a problem with alcohol. That alcohol is a problem for me. However, the restaurant situation, that was different because I was mad at him because he didn't want to pay me. So it wasn't because I was drunk. I don't get like that when I drink.
Nevertheless, you were intoxicated when you and your co-defendant went to the restaurant and burglarized it. So in addition to a problem with alcohol, you have a problem with anger?
Bueno, de todas maneras, usted estaba bajo la influencia del alcohol cuando usted y la otra persona que cometió este delito con usted entraron a este restaurante para robar. Entonces, aparte del problema con el alcohol, también tiene un problema con la ira.
Fíjate, no soy así, porque nunca he tenido problema de ira, no he tenido pelea ni nada. Yo no soy un tipo violento. Esto fue una cosa que no entiendo cómo pasó, pero si se ve así, necesito ayuda. ¿Sabes? Si salgo a la calle, trabajé buscar un programa de alcohol y todo eso y mantenerme ahí. Pero no soy así violento.
Well, I'm not like that. I don't have problems with anger. I don't get in fights. I'm not really a violent person. I don't understand how that happened. But if that's the case, then I wouldn't mind getting help for that. I do want to, once I'm out, get into a program for alcohol and stay there. But I'm not a violent person.
I don't think it would be appropriate for you to go out into the community without a program to address your abuse of alcohol, heroin, and cocaine. Otherwise, you pose a high risk to reoffend when you're angry, when you're intoxicated, and that means you're a risk to public safety.
Muy bien, entonces yo no creo que sea una buena idea que usted regrese, se reintegre a la comunidad sin hacer estos programas. Un programa que le ayude con su problema con el alcohol, el uso de la heroína y la cocaína. Si eso fuera el caso, siento que usted estuviera bajo alto riesgo de volver a reofender, de reincidencia, lo cual significaría que si usted estuviera intoxicado sería un riesgo a la comunidad.
Bueno, no sé, no creo que yo sea así. Yo es la primera vez que me pasa esto bajo el alcohol, porque yo nunca he bebido, y, ¿sabes? Yo no llevo 4 años que pegaba a beber, pero no creo que yo sea así violento y sea un peligro para la comunidad. Yo soy un hombre trabajador y me gusta trabajar. Y soy puntual, lo único que un día fallé, ¿sabes? Como cualquier otra persona puede hacerlo.
Well, I don't know. I don't think I'm like that. This is the first time that this has happened. I don't think I'm like that. In 4 years, I was not a drinker. I'm not a violent person. I don't believe that I am a risk, a public risk or a risk to the community. I believe myself to be a hard worker. I like to work. This was a one-time thing. I feel like I failed one time, like any human being.
Okay, well, Mr. Hernandez, we have different understanding of a one-time thing. Your criminal history goes back to 1998. You were denied parole in 2019 for larceny first, when you were on probation for robbery first. So there is some violence in your criminal history, along with other burglaries and drug possession. And the stipulations you had for special parole in the past set in 2019 involved no consumption of alcohol. So I'm not sure your 4-year, measure is accurate either.
Bien, señor Hernández, siento que tenemos diferentes definiciones de lo que quiere decir solamente una vez. Porque si recuerda, tiene usted un historial de antecedentes penales extensivos que regresan hasta el 1998. En el 2019, usted, me parece, se le imputaron cargos de robo, mientras usted ya estaba bajo periodo de supervisión de libertad provisional por un robo en primer grado. Aparte de eso, tenemos un historial de antecedentes penales que tienen que ver con otros incidentes de robo, al igual que también posesión de droga o sustancia ilícita. Entonces, también me parece que tenía usted estipulaciones o condiciones cuando estaba usted bajo supervisión especial en el 2019, donde se había indicado que estaba prohibido ingerir bebidas alcohólicas. Entonces, también no sé si ese periodo de los 4 años sea algo que está, se puede decir que sea verdadero.
So the good news is that the special parole you were serving when you committed this offense ended last December. So you have no supervision to follow. You have a sponsor and you have some supports. Have you saved any money working in the clothing factory?
Muy bien, entonces la buena noticia es de que su periodo de supervisión especial en el cual usted estaba cuando usted cometió este delito ya terminó el diciembre pasado. Entonces, usted ya no tendría un periodo de supervisión a seguir. Al igual que también tiene usted un patrocinador y parece que tiene usted algún apoyo en la comunidad. ¿Usted ha podido guardar dinero del que ha ganado mientras ha estado trabajando en la fábrica de ropa?
Sí, he usado el dinero para comer y para comprarme cosas que me hacían falta. Pero sí, tengo planes de reunir un poquito de dinero, por si acaso salgo a tener algo para comprar cosmético o sacar mi ID o algo así.
Well, yes, I did use some money to eat and to buy a few things that I needed, but I do plan to save some money in case I am released, for like medical things or to get myself an ID.
Well, you will be released. You are end of sentence in November of next year. So I do encourage you to save as much money as you can to help yourself when you go out into the community and live with your friend.
Es que sí se le va a poner en libertad porque el final de su sentencia en realidad es para noviembre del próximo año. Entonces sería buena idea empezar a guardar dinerito o a ahorrar para que tenga usted alguna ayuda una vez que sea puesto en libertad y pueda usted ir a vivir con su amigo.
Ok, bueno, eso es buenísimo.
All right. Ms. Berry, any questions?
No, thank you.
Ms. Chance, any questions?
No questions, Madam Chair.
Okay. So that ends the question period, Mr. Hernandez. We're going to discuss. Please don't interrupt.
Muy bien, entonces la señora Berry tiene preguntas, no tiene preguntas, la señora Chance tiene preguntas, no hay preguntas. Eso ya ha finalizado la porción de las preguntas. Entonces lo que vamos a hacer ahorita es vamos a hablar de su caso. Usted puede escuchar, pero por favor no interrumpa.
Okay.
So Mr. Hernandez scores high for his risk to reoffend. He has failed 5 out of 6 opportunities at community supervision. He has an over 25 plus year criminal history, and he has a score of 4 for his drug and alcohol use by DOC. So it's very concerning to me that alcohol was involved in why he lost his job. And then when he returned and committed this burglary and larceny, he did so under the influence. So it's concerning enough to me that he engaged in a program through addiction services that I would not find him suitable without that.
Muy bien, entonces el señor Hernández en realidad está bajo alto riesgo de reincidencia. Él de las 6 veces que ha estado bajo supervisión, no ha completado exitosamente 5 de esas. También tiene un historial extensivo de sus antecedentes penales que se puede decir ya más de 25 años llevan estos antecedentes penales. También al igual que ha tenido delitos por droga y alcohol, y también en este momento tiene un puntaje de 4 referente a su uso de drogas y alcohol, como se determinó por el Departamento de Correccionales. También es para mí muy preocupante de que el uso de alcohol se vio involucrado mientras él cometió este delito del robo y el hurto, al igual que también fue la razón por la cual él terminó perdiendo su empleo. Entonces yo siento que él en realidad necesitaría completar exitosamente o participar en un programa de adicción y al alcohol para antes de encontrarlo apto para que sea puesto en libertad condicional.
I have Mr. Hernandez denied due to the nature and circumstance of his offenses being committed while he was on special parole and inadequate program participation.
Entonces yo tengo al señor Hernández hacer que se le deniegue la libertad condicional por participación insuficiente en el programa institucional, al igual que también la naturaleza y circunstancia del delito actual.
Panel Member Barry.
I also have Mr. Hernandez denied, but I did have him coming back for a rehearing since his sentence is flat.
Ms. Chance.
I had Mr. Hernandez denied. I did not have him coming back for a full hearing. He was on special parole. He denied during the parole interview having a problem with alcohol, yet that was the reason why he was fired from the job. And then he was drinking when he committed the offense. So I do not have him coming back, but I do have him denied.
La señora Berry, y yo tengo al señor Hernández como para denegarlo para la libertad condicional, pero sí tengo para que regrese para una nueva audiencia para volver a escuchar su caso de solicitud de libertad condicional. Para la señora Chance, tiene al señor Hernández denegado para libertad condicional, no tiene una nueva fecha para que él vuelva a regresar a una nueva audiencia, ya que mientras él se encontraba en un periodo de libertad condicional especial y durante la entrevista para cuando cometió el delito actual, él negó tener un problema con el alcohol. Sin embargo, el alcohol fue la razón por la cual él se le corrió de su empleo o se le terminó el trabajo. Al igual que también él estaba bajo la influencia del alcohol cuando ha cometido esta ofensa actual.
In the matter of Angel Hernandez, inmate number 273770, there is a motion to deny parole for the following reasons. The nature and circumstances of your offenses being committed while you were on special parole, and inadequate program participation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Parole is denied.
Entonces, en el caso del señor Ángel Hernández, número de confinado 273770, se hace una moción para denegarle la libertad condicional porque él cometió estos delitos mientras estaba en el periodo de supervisión especial. Entonces, la naturaleza y o circunstancia del delito actual, mientras estaba en este periodo de libertad provisional especial, al igual que también participación insuficiente en el programa institucional. Entonces, se hace una moción para denegarle. Todos que estén de acuerdo están todos. Se le deniega su libertad condicional.
This concludes the hearing for Oh, I would like to go back on the record and clarify that he is serving a sentence of 3 years flat for burglary third and larceny third. And his total eligibility date is July 26, 2026, not July 31st, 2026.
Me gustaría poner en el acta o bajo el acta de que el señor Hernández está cumpliendo una condena efectiva total de 3 años de prisión por robo en tercer grado y hurto en tercer grado. También me gustaría que la acta refleje que el expediente refleja una fecha de elegibilidad para libertad condicional de julio 26, 2026 y no de julio 31, 2026 como antes se había dicho.
This concludes the hearing for Angel Hernandez, inmate number 273770.
Esto concluye la audiencia de Ángel Hernández, número de confinado 273770.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. We're done.
Gracias, señor Hernández. Ya hemos terminado.
Entonces, y el abogado, no hay abogado tampoco.
Señor, la casa de reinserción o la casa de transición, eso se hace por medio del Departamento de Correccionales.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Raymond.
Sir, what's your name?
Ramos, Stephen Ramos.
Yes, in the restroom.
No problem.
Give us a moment.
All right, no problem.
Morning, my name is Parole Officer Martinez. It's Friday, July 17th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Panel Member Barry.
Joy Chance.
Stephen Ramos.
Also present is the board supervising psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Stephen Ramos, 422967.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Stephen Ramos, inmate number 422967. He is serving a sentence of 12 years, execution suspended after 4 years, followed by 5 years probation, criminal possession of a pistol, and alleged illegal sale or purchase of large capacity magazine. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of August 24, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has not completed his original recommended OAP programs to date. He is on the wait list for new thoughts and a job. The RT shows he remains on the wait list for a job, education, and vocational needs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Raymond, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Officer Martinez, I have that he, his OAP lists new thoughts and addiction services and job. Actually, so I think that's where, because it's a job twice.
Yeah. Okay, so he's on the wait list for new thoughts and a job. And addiction services. And addiction services. And his parole eligibility date is August 20th. Yes. August.
Not 24.
20, that's 20.
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Ramos.
All right, thank you for your time and opportunity. I wrote something I would like to say. I believe I should be granted parole because I now understand what and who I need to be as a father, a husband, and a pillar of the community. I accept all consequences given to me, whether good or bad, and I don't blame nobody but myself. And my actions cause nothing but pain to my kids and my wife. Most important to myself. And I reflect every day not being at the dinner table at night for 2 years straight, not being able to teach my son his favorite sport or support my daughter at her gymnastic classes. Broke me in many ways words can't describe. But even then, being locked down, I managed to instill patience, self-motivation, determination, and being humble. I come from Bridgeport, where my environment is not good at all. With that being said, anything I ever did was to fight to survive. And I was shot 7 times. And I was put in a life or death situation, so I resorted to what I knew to keep me and my family safe. Since then, I've relocated and will never see or put myself in that environment again. I always kept a job, and I'm a wonderful father. As of right now, my wife is working 3 jobs, CDL, CNA, and DoorDash on her free time just to provide. So I need to be home. And these are my plans I came up with. I have a relapse plan and a release plan as well. For my relapse plan, most important would be to get a sponsor, someone I can trust and open up to. Attend AIC, volunteer for NA once a week, and give weekly earns. Stay active in a weekly sport as well. And my release plan, I already paid for my driver's license, so all I have to do is take the test. Contact old boss or relocate to something closer. I wanted to open up a LLC for kids, rental parties for snow cones, popcorn, cotton candies, machines, bouncy houses, water slides, and etc. Give back into my kids' sporting events, and most important, give my son and daughter a father I never had. As well, I also came up with something for the community. I wanted to start a program to tackle problems the state can't help it because of funding/time. I wanted to get together a group to help single mothers with monthly necessities for females, pads, toilet, tampons, etc., and for boys, monthly haircuts and anything else that the mothers will need for monthly help. With that being said, I've come a long way. I'm not perfect, but I'm ready to elevate and succeed in life. Even if the board doesn't approve me to go straight home, I would like to get approved to the halfway to build a foundation or get on my feet. And I just wanted to say thank you for your time. As well, I also have a paper for New Thought group. I was selected to attend the group on 7/20/20. 7/2026, and it will end 8/31/26. And I also have the paper. Okay.
Finish.
All right.
Was there something else, Mr. Ramos?
No, I just have a paper. I'm assuming you guys have as well. Just everything stating I've been on the waiting list for new thoughts for the education referral. And I also volunteered for Embracing Fatherhood. So I was put on that program as well, and I'm just waiting to attend.
Okay, well, you know how this works because you've been before the board before. So I'm going to pass the questioning to panel member Berry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Ramos, thanks for preparing that statement. You know, you spoke about the impact that your crimes have had on your children and your family. You said that you were a product of your environment. I would add to that list of people impacted your community. You know, people who take on the mind frame that they're protecting themselves and their family by possessing illegal weapons creates public safety. You do understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm not sure if you remember me, but I was on your prior panel when you were in prison for interfering with and resisting arrest and the risk of injury to a minor.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
I ran to do parole. I was on the panel that voted in favor of your being released. And just in that supervision alone, you had 3 misconducts. You received a parole violation, you absconded, you were remanded back, then they found you with drugs again. And now you're back here with another weapons conviction. You had children. How old are your children?
My son is 10 right now. My daughter's 8.
Right. So, you know, you had kids when you were committing that stuff too. So what's different now?
A lot of things. First off, I wasn't in the right state of mind. I was intoxicated. I was doing drugs, and I wasn't focused. As of now,
That's a recipe for a disaster, by the way. Under the influence and weapons. Go ahead.
as of right now, I'm focused. I have no time to play around. My kids are getting older. I'm losing time, and it's a lot of things that I need to get back on track. I need to build a foundation. I need to be there to support them.
Okay. So were you going to be there to support them when you got the smoking pipe ticket in March? Did your wife know you got the ticket?
Yes, but I wasn't. See, what it was I was targeted, and I took a urine, and I passed the urine. The medical evaluation, I passed the medical evaluation, and then I was targeted for contraband. That's what the ticket was. But I'm also at fault because it should have never even been around.
And so you couple, okay, so here are the facts of life, Mr. Ramos. You rate out high. You received 5 disciplinary infractions that I count since you've been in prison. I see you have not participated in any programs. Your drug score is a 4, and you, but you haven't completed any addiction services. You've done that in the past. I see you've taken voices in the past. You've taken good intentions, bad choices in the past, sudden challenges. You've taken the programs. It's the thinking that continues to make you wind up back in prison. And as I stated to you earlier, sir, I voted you to parole the last time. Been out in the community, it says 3 times, and you failed twice. So I'm not convinced that you're capable at this point of remaining in the community without committing additional offenses. So I will not be in support of your discretionary parole today. You have some more work to do on yourself, sir. So I thank you for speaking with me, and I wish you the best.
Okay. So, Mr. Ramos, there's a lot that's concerning. You were on probation. The police got a tip about you having a firearm. They conducted a motor vehicle stop. They found the loaded gun, crack, and fentanyl. You were on probation for the 2019 conviction in which you were selling crack and heroin out of your car with your kids in the car and you were driving without a license with the wrong plates on the car. So you went back out, and despite tier 2 in the programs my colleague mentioned, did the same thing. And that's the definition of insanity, because obviously those actions are going to bring you back to prison. So now this is your second gun conviction. You'll have a new period on the deadly weapon offender registry. You know, I'm sorry that you were shot multiple times in 2024. Why were you targeted?
Because of the environment.
Okay,
Because
but you do realize when you said in your opening statement that the environment of Bridgeport is why you had a gun, but you were part of that environment because you're peddling drugs, illegal drugs, and you're carrying around a firearm as a convicted felon who's prohibited from possessing a firearm, and you're on probation at the time.
At the time, man, when I came home, I wasn't selling no drugs. I was using, and at that time, I was carrying a firearm because I was shot multiple times. But again, I should have never been carrying.
You had indicated to the parole officer that your drug issue was Percocet. So now you're telling us you were using crack and fentanyl too? Because that's what was in the car with you.
No, that was, yes, ma'am.
So you were using those substances. You claim you weren't selling them.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I'm very concerned for you. Obviously, tier 2 was not a high enough dosage of a program for the problems that you have with substances. You do have a drug score of 4. No. And I sincerely hope that you would be able to take tier 4 at some point. That's your children's best bet for having their father in their lives. I know you went to AIC twice and weren't successful, so I really hope you will work to embrace recovery and get the support you need. I'm glad you know about sponsors. And are you attending NA there in the facility?
No, ma'am.
Well, that's another thing you could do while you're waiting for programs. Ms. Chance, any questions for Mr. Ramos?
I didn't.
No, Madam Chair, but I do agree with everything that you had said.
Something you wanted to say, Mr. Ramos?
I didn't know that NA was, I thought that was a program you had to get into one.
It's a voluntary thing. Sitting in NA meetings.
I didn't know that.
Do something to help yourself with the time remaining on this sentence. Give us just a few minutes and we'll get back to you with our decision. Ms. Berry.
Ma'am, I don't
As I stated to Mr. Ramos, I'm not in support of discretionary parole. It's for institutional adjustment, inadequate program participation, and inadequate evidence of offender change, in my opinion, renders not suitable for discretionary parole. I would be willing to rehear him in July of next year.
Okay, I had June. Ms. Chance, are you open to a rehear?
Yes, and either one of the month is fine with me. I didn't have June.
Fine, so we'll go with June. So in the matter of Stephen Ramos, inmate number 422967, there is a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: your poor institutional adjustment, inadequate program participation, and evidence of offender change. And I'm going to add nature and circumstances of your current offenses. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Parole is denied. I further move to rehear you in June of 2027 with a recommendation that you not get any additional disciplinary reports and you engage in positive programs, come back before the board with a solid relapse prevention plan. We'll see you in June, sir.
Good question. So is it a denial or is it, so I'll come back next year?
It's a denial with a rehear. We'll see you in June. You'll get this in writing, but get busy.
Right. Thank you.
This concludes My name is Parole Officer Martinez. Today is Friday, July 17, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members up this morning, and by stating their name on the record, certified to have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information and preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Panel Member Barry.
Joy Chance.
Also present is the board supervising psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record. Sir, what's your name and inmate number?
Roberto Leandro, 447133.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Roberto Leandro, inmate number 447133. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 66 months, followed by 3 years probation for possession with intent, stealing a firearm, and corrupt organization and racketeering act. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of September 3rd, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed police thoughts from his original recommended OAP programs. The RT shows he remains on the wait list for a job and educational needs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Leandro, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
The honorable board members, first and foremost, I want to thank you for allowing me this hearing today. I take full responsibility for my actions in the past, the misconduct and crimes I committed. I am very remorseful and been using this time not only to better myself, but to learn how my actions affected not only myself, but my family, community, and society. I have completed Voices and New Thoughts programs and been on the list for fatherhood. These programs really taught me that my actions affect a lot more people than myself, even though I can pinpoint what caused me to my behavior. But I know this was my first and last time breaking the law. I'm 36 years old. I'm a father of 4 children, ages 8 to 21, and this is the first time ever away from them, the rest of my family. I have a tremendous support system, being that I have always was on a straight path, supporting my family and being a positive member in the community. I am done beating myself over what I did, and I really took this time to plan my steps when I am released. I already have a job awaiting for me at a construction warehouse. I plan attending school to complete my GED, and I'm looking forward to getting back to my family and a positive person in society. I am a firm believer that your past is not preserving your future. Everyone faces challenges, setbacks, and moments when they doubt themselves, but I learned I might not be able to control the outcome, but I can control my response. I believe that I have the power to change. Many people feel stuck for the mistakes they make or the challenges they fear. But this time, give me hope and might encourage me to keep going. I personally took this time to learn, improve, and become a better version of myself. My past teaches me a lesson, but should never limit what I can achieve. I am the only one that has the power to change and make new choices. My future shouldn't determine what I started, but decisions I make. Going forward, I feel that if you grant me my parole today, it will be my opportunity to create a better future for myself and family and prove myself that I deserve this chance to get back to my community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for preparing that statement for us. It covered a lot and it was very helpful. So you've done pretty well this period of incarceration, Mr. Liardo. No disciplinary issues. Are you still working in the kitchen?
Not at the moment. I'm on a waiting list.
Okay. Where are you with getting your GED?
Oh, well, I had signed up. I was currently in the other facility. I was attending school. But since
Okay, so you're not in school now?
Not at the moment.
Okay. How far did you get in the other facility?
I was a couple months in. I had just got transferred to another facility.
So did you take any of the pre-tests?
No.
Okay, so you still have quite a ways to go. I hope that you can focus on that because you get a lot of support there in the facility with school endeavors. And I think that could make a big difference for you. So you had almost no criminal history. You have driving on a suspended license. So why did you tell the parole officer that you weren't able to obtain legitimate employment?
I tried to find a job to, maintain my family or whatnot, but it was very hard at the moment for me to find a job and, do what I had to do for my family. Took the wrong path. What
was your challenge in finding work? Because without a criminal history, you're a good candidate and you're able-bodied and.
Yeah, I tried numerous jobs, trying to go for the numerous jobs and no one ever called. And like I said,
you ever go to a temp agency?
I actually signed up to a temp agency and nothing.
Because, this happened well after COVID was, under control. So it just didn't make any sense to me when I read that, did you not want to work in landscaping, construction, labor, delivery driver?
I was actually looking for any job. I signed up to a Napa Auto Parts for delivery, counter person. I signed up for this construction warehouse where I was, I thought they would have hired me. But.
All right, so how did you get into this criminal enterprise?
I chose the wrong path. I had to feed my family, had bills to, to pay and whatnot.
How did you get into it? Who did you know that, connected you to this drug operation?
People that, I grew up with.
So the 10 co-defendants are people you grew up with?
Yes.
You understand that there was deep surveillance conducted that brought this case to prosecution.
Yes.
And you got the largest sentence of the 4 co-defendants whose sentences we know about. So you were a pretty key member of this criminal enterprise. Did you just get hooked on the lifestyle, the money, was it a matter of greed that you went down this path?
You could say I just had too much, bills and having to take care of my kids. I just, it was a lot at the time. So I just kept, doing what I had to do just to maintain.
But there were no parameters for you about doing it legitimately. You went right into illegal drug trafficking. And you were willing to move cocaine and fentanyl across state lines to Pennsylvania. So you're bringing in the feds at that point. That's interstate trafficking in drugs. You could be facing a much longer sentence than what you've got. I really hope you so how did the New Thoughts program help you with some of this responsibility and change that you're talking about?
When I attended the programs I had, it taught me a lot on just not thinking about what, what I was gonna do with other people, you know, just be learning on I have to do for myself and do the right thing. You know, not just sitting here and going the easy route on the wrong path. You know, it taught me, you know,
There's no right way to do there's no wrong way to do the right thing, right? You know, but honestly, Mr. Leonardo, you didn't need a program to teach you that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
So, like, what did you take away from New Thoughts that's going to help you make better choices in the community?
Going forward, actually attending more stuff, more programs in the world and getting to work and staying focused on work. You know, going to school and not having to go back into the same thing that I got me in here in the first place.
So it's actually even an option to you to go back to doing what you were doing that put you in prison?
No, that's not an option.
Okay, that's what I want to hear, that it's not an option, not that circumstances being what they are might make you, as you put it, have to re-engage in drug trafficking.
Yeah, no, I won't. That's something I would never get back into. That definitely was the wrong thing for me to do. Like I said, I have a job opportunity to wait for me.
It wasn't a wrong thing, it was criminal.
Yes.
So the landscaping job, that's what you're going out to?
No, actually, construction warehouse.
And how do you know about that job?
I was working there prior to coming in to jail.
So you ended up finding a job after you got arrested?
Yes. I started doing the landscaping.
Isn't that bitter irony? Okay, because in the pre-sentence investigation, one of the letters from your previous employer, Delgado Landscape, is welcoming you back when you're ready.
Yes.
So you need to appreciate that you have options that are not criminal. I'm still not really convinced that I understand what you got out of New Thoughts, because you said literally taking more programs.
No, I want to take more programs just to stay focused. You know what I mean?
Okay, but the question was, what did New Thoughts do for you?
It made me realize, you know, that I have to do what I have to do, the right thing. I'm not going to sit here and.
But you know, I think you learned that when you walked in the door of prison. You know, so you have a marijuana habit of using 4 to 5 times every day. And you say it's not a problem. Right. How do you have the money for that? From the drug crimes you're committing?
At the time, yes.
Uh-huh.
But I have not, since I had stopped smoking once after I caught the case or whatever, I had stopped smoking. I was just focused on work and doing the right thing. It's been over 3 years.
It's good that you got the message.
Yes, it's been over
but tell
3 years.
me, why would you need to smoke pot 4 to 5 times a day?
I was diagnosed with anxiety, depression.
Uh-huh.
So
have you seen a therapist?
Yes, I've actually seen I was seeing a therapist before coming in, and I'm still in contact with her.
Okay, because they're very safe and helpful medications for dealing with anxiety, rather than using marijuana for medicinal purposes when you are, you know, responsible for driving a motor vehicle or operating equipment at the job. All of that you would be doing impaired at the rate of 4 to 5. Were they blunts or the joints?
Joints.
Okay. All right. So how were you a positive member of the community, since you put that in your opening statement? What were you doing that was positive?
I was helping out a lot in the community, you know, doing volunteer stuff out in the community, even though I was, you know, doing the wrong thing, but I was also volunteering.
Okay, hold on. I need you to be specific, otherwise it's just a statement that sounds good.
Yes, I was doing volunteer work, washing cars, for you know, wasn't charging. I was, were you working with an organization when you were volunteering? No, I was doing this myself.
So you just brought your hose down to the curb and washed random people's cars?
One of my friends has a mobile detail shop, so we would, you know, do things out of, you know, just to help out on the community, you know, people that wanted the car wash and stuff, or just do little events. And
he's not running a car detailing business for free. And if you had a friend who had a business, why didn't you work for him?
He didn't have the that's why we were doing the volunteer work and stuff for the community, because he didn't have the what do you call it, the customers and stuff to keep the business going. That's why I couldn't work for him. He wasn't going to be able to pay me.
Because he wasn't charging for the service that he was providing.
No,
there's no way to run a business. None of it makes sense. Okay. I think that you might have overstated how you were being a positive member of the community. You know, the most positive thing you can do in the community is abide by the rules of our society and the laws of our state, you know, and then grow it from there with, you know, being a registered voter and paying your taxes and volunteering your actual time to an existing organization, giving of yourself, your labor, your time. Maybe you can do that going forward. It would be a great value to teach your kids.
Yes.
Engage in and be part of, and it would be a nice way for you to get back for the harm that you were causing, peddling poison to people in your community. Ms. Berry, any questions?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Chance, any questions?
None, Madam Chair.
How are you spending your time now? If you're not in programs, you don't have a job, and you're not in school, what are you doing?
I'm reading. I just finished my program. I also signed up for fatherhood program.
Okay, that's not filling your days. What are you doing with your time?
Reading. I have books that I got mailed in. I'm reading. I attend church.
All right, well, we're done with the questions, sir. So Mr. Liardo surprisingly only scores out as a moderate risk. The level to which he was entrenched in this criminal enterprise was extremely concerning, and we didn't even touch on the guns. He now has the state's deadly weapon offender registry ahead of him and 3 years on probation, which will be a new experience for him, given this is, you know, at 33, his first conviction. He's not end of sentence until February of 2029. So this would be a really protracted period of discretionary parole before beginning probation.
So, Madam Chair, can I just add something?
Jump right in,
So
sure.
what I found concerning is that, you know, I read the PSI of Mr. Luando, and he had a previous history of alcohol, marijuana, heroin, fentanyl, Molly, ecstasy, and Percocets. And he did complete a treatment program at the Root Center. But during his interview with the parole officer, he denied having any problems with drugs and alcohol.
Just the
And
marijuana.
right, so I just found that concerning. He kept focusing on the fact that he needed money to support his family because he was unable to obtain a legitimate job. But he knew a lot of people in the community that had, owned their own business because he was employed full-time as a laborer and doing part-time at landscaping, and that was up to 2023. He just got a bigger and better offer to move and sell large quantities of fentanyl and cocaine, damaging his community. And then when he said he went out and, was giving back to the community, that was just, a drug dealer feeling that, he just wants to do that. I like the ideas that you mentioned to him about giving back to the community because I don't think he's done any of that. But going back to him not having any problems with drugs and alcohol, and the fact that he didn't complete an addiction services program and really could not share with you something good that he learned from the New Thoughts program was concerning to me.
So, can I add?
And no, you're not, your time is finished. So the PSI reads that he reported the use of all of these drugs. I'm not sure what beyond the marijuana became a problem for him. He said when he engaged in treatment, he realized he had an issue with alcohol, but it doesn't address the other substances and the extent to which he abused them. Ms. Barry?
So I understand both of your concern. Mr. Laureato's case behaviors are very, very concerning. But from my perspective, he has a very limited criminal history, as you stated, Madam Chair. He does rate out as a moderate risk to recidivate. I do not see any violence in his history. He received no disciplinary infractions, and he's taken appropriate programming. While he's not doing anything in the facility now, he said that he signed up for things. He just hasn't been called. I see all of that as positive efforts towards his rehabilitation. So I would be in support of his discretionary parole.
Aside from nature and circumstance, there wasn't anything else that that popped up for me as a denial reason.
I did have Mr. Luando granted, but I also wanted to express my concerns about his case.
Well, while he's on parole, if there are problems, they will be addressed swiftly and he'll be back before us. So as far as conditions, I have no alcohol and 10 co-defendants.
Yes.
Anything else?
That's it.
Anything else, Ms. Chance?
No.
I know he said he doesn't have a license, but he also should understand that he can't be driving without a license.
Yeah, I saw that back in 2014. So,
and also I received several letters of support on his behalf too. So he does have some community support.
And he has the sponsor, which is terrific. And according to him, a job offer. Okay, so in the matter of Roberto Leondo, inmate number 447133, there is a motion to grant parole on or after your eligibility date of September 3rd, 2026. with the following conditions. You are not to consume any alcohol, and you're not to have any contact with the following co-defendants: Jordan Mendoza, Angel Perez, Geraldo Rios, Elijah Lopez, Thomas Rodriguez, Eric Morales, Brian De Silva Serrano, Mayotzitz Davila Serrano, Bianca Ayola, and Nelson Vasquez. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations, Mr. Lyondo.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
This concludes the hearing for Robert Yondo, inmate number 4471. You're all set.
Thank you.
Morning.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Martinez. Today is Friday, July 17th, 2026. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating the names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information and preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Panel Member Barry.
Joy Chance.
Also present is the board's supervising psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Jeffrey Thomas, 346-183.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jeffrey Thomas, inmate number 346183. He is serving a sentence of 5 years jail for robbery first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of September 7th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows that the offender has completed tier 2 from his original recommended OAP programs. He remains on the wait list for voices, vocational, and educational needs, and a job. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Thomas, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay. So I've been incarcerated for approximately 4 years. Looking at my past, I can say that I spent my time spent in prison. It had helped me reflect on my issues with substance abuse and managing self-control. I recognize that my discipline record within the Department of Corrections stands as evidence against me. However, I do not believe that it will prohibit me from being successful in the future. I have made many positive changes within my time spent here, such being my focus on maintaining a longevity-based mindset and managing my relationship with other people. It is difficult to avoid certain predicaments in prison, and as much as I would give to change my past, unfortunately, I cannot. Through my faults, however, I've learned that it is my own way of thinking which must change. By thinking before I act and by responding differently to the same situations, I find the gateway for a healthy living. I care about my health and safety now, as well as those people around me, especially those who I have affected with my own actions in the past. These are not things that I've learned overnight, but over time. Who I am today is not who I was several years ago. My priorities have changed, and now I feel my time with healthy, positive coping skills. I refuse to participate in harmful, negative habits anymore and aspire to replace poor choices with resolutions. Finding the strength to do so, do the right thing, has been a difficult learning process, but it has been one of my greatest success in recent years. To transition into a more healthy life, and in order to secure a positive and addiction-free future, I have decided to chart a course based on the most important things for myself and others closest to me. Moving forward with my release from incarceration, I must secure a valid driver's license, suitable living arrangements, and keep my sobriety at the focal point of my activities. Along with these things that are most important are regaining the custody of my children. There is much work to be done in the years ahead, and striving to complete it all is my motivation. I hope that you will recognize my changes and see that I value my progress as a man in the road to recovery.
Well, thank you, Mr. Thomas. You did a nice job with that. Did it take you long to write that statement?
Yeah, a couple of days.
Did you have any else?
Yes, a cellie of mine, he helped me come up with some things to say, because I couldn't really find the words to put it down on paper. So
Well, you did find the words.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
With the help of a cellmate, I did. Yes.
Yeah, but it's to your credit that you put the effort in.
Yes.
You cared about how you presented to us.
Yes.
Okay. So you were serving a sentence for what is a designated 85% case.
Yes.
And so that date is in September, and your end of sentence is the very beginning of February. It'll probably be mid-January by the time you continue earning rec credits. So I just offer that to you to keep the perspective that we're talking about a 5-month difference.
I don't get earned credits, so my EOS date will be June 8th, 2027.
Okay, so that didn't change then. Okay. No. We're going to start questions today with my colleague, panel member Barry.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Thomas, I appreciate your opening statement too. I took a lot of notes. I'm glad that you took this time to focus on yourself and your substance abuse and your self-control, and that you feel now that you've prepared yourself to return to the community and be a productive, contributing member. You're not really sure about what you'll do for work, but you know that you do have some support out there, and that you intend to get a job, get your license, get custody of your kids, and start working your way back up the ladder instead of down. You're 35 years old, sir, so you do have the time to try to turn your life around. Been participating in criminal activity, my records indicate since 2009. It also indicates that you participated in so many different treatments to address your substance abuse. AIC, CBH, Morris Foundation, Horizon, all those things you've done to work on your substance abuse. Have you had an opportunity to figure out why you use drugs, or some of the reasons why you use drugs?
So my drug of choice is crack cocaine. I've been doing that since I was 13, 14. This is the longest time I have clean away from that. Majority of my usage has been from stress, depression, anger, and sometimes, honestly, just boredom, not having things to do, not keeping myself occupied.
So this 4 years that you've been in prison,
This is the longest I have cleaned from that drug, and I can honestly, yes.
But you have several other intoxication tickets for K2.
Well, so those tickets, so even though I did take accountability for them, and I still do because I did sign those tickets, them tickets wasn't for me. When they came for that, it was for my cellie, and I just ended up getting caught up in it. They urine tested me and gave me breathalyzers. I passed both of them, and they still took me to SAG.
Okay, so why would you sign something? Why would you sign something that you didn't do?
Because there was other items in the cell that that the person I was in the cell with, he wasn't copping out for, so I was going to SAG regardless for the things that he wasn't taking. So I just signed with whatever tickets they brought. But like I said, I take account of.
I did write that down. If you accept full responsibility for your actions, that when you're in prison, it's very difficult to avoid conflict in there because, you know, everybody has to try to prove themselves. I know you didn't say those words, but that was my take on what you wrote in your opening statement. And I said that because during this period of incarceration, you've received 20 disciplinary infractions. Did you know that?
Yes.
So it's difficult for us to say that you have demonstrated some evidence of change based on the way that you performed in the facility. You just got a ticket in June for being in possession of bleach. You had Pruno in October of last year. You have the K2 disciplinary infraction. I see a few fights, insulted language. Why are you insulting the staff in the facility?
He did something wrong, and I didn't think that it was right. So he said something to me, and I said something back to him, and he wrote a ticket. I mean,
I understand that everybody in there is nice, and I understand that some people may abuse their power. I understand that, but
that was at the beginning of my bid, so I believe I was still on. I was coming off of drugs and stuff, so I was in a way in the beginning of my bid.
But you did have a fight in April of last year.
Yes.
So you talked in your opening statement about self-control, and you also spoke about addressing your substance abuse. And I show that after you completed tier 2, you have 3 additional disciplinary infractions for the substances that you're not supposed to have in the prison.
Yes.
Yeah. So this time, I'm not trying to take away from the work that you've done. It really does sound, the person that I read on paper, you don't present as him. I'll say that. But it's very difficult for me to say that I'd be able to support your parole when I'm looking at 20 tickets. You take a program and you get 3 tickets right after that, you know, and your drug score is 4, and you know you just said to us that you've been using crack since you were 13 years old. But congratulations on sobriety from that drug, because I know how addictive that drug is. You participated in a number of treatments back out in the community and in the facility. I show you took tier 4 in 2007, but you went out on transfer on TS, and then you went out on 2008. You participated in that too, but your EOS, so you couldn't even finish that. And you did tier 2 in 2012, and you did but you were removed because you got a ticket, and then you did it again in 2020. I mean, you participated in the medicated assistance treatment. So I'm not really sure what it is that you need to be successful, Mr. Thomas. Do you have any idea what it is that you need? Because we all get bored.
Really, I just need to fill my time with things, with positive things, positive people, working, and I decided to get my kids back. Once I get my kids back, I believe I could maintain a sober-free life.
So I
Other
wrote down
times
that
I
you have
may
4 children.
relapse. Excuse me?
I wrote down that you have 4 children. How old are they?
22, 11, and 7. The 11-year-olds, they're twins.
And are they in school?
Yes, yes.
So tell me, why didn't you get your education since you've been down?
I've tried, and every time I got close to getting my GED, I got transferred or ended up going to SAG. And then I just wrote again to go back to school, and they just told me I have to wait till my ticket clear.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Do you think that I don't know. I just, this is just so much to try to overlook. I wish that we weren't having this discussion, but you have 2 other robberies in your criminal history. You violated. It says 6 opportunities under supervision out in the community. I wish that I could say.
Can I just say something about that?
Sure.
About them violations, all them violations, and me that time I did in jail. None of that time was long enough for me to get that monkey off my back. That year or 18 months, that time, it wasn't long enough. So when I got released back into the streets, that drug was the first thing I went and picked right back up. This is the longest time I had from it. So I can honestly say that it's not on my back. Like, I'm not even thinking about that drug.
So what's going to happen when you're angry or you're stressed or you're depressed or you're bored?
I got other outlets. I work out now. I got my mom I could talk to. I got other outlets that I could lean on. Stuff that I didn't use in the past.
All right, Mr. Thomas. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
Certainly. So, Mr. Thomas, what are you angry about?
My mom left me when I was 2. I'm just angry about that. My dad, he was in and out of my life. That's what started it, honestly. And just seeing him smoking crack and being that, seeing him doing that and thinking that's the way of life and wanting to be like him.
You want your kids to be like you?
No.
Okay. So you're 35 years old, and, you know, I'm sorry for the childhood you had. I don't know what your mom's issues were. You told us a little bit about what your dad's issues are.
Yeah.
You know, if you can find a way to forgive them and realize that as parents, they were doing the best they could. It sucked, but that was the best they could. And you yourself, I think, would like to see, like people to see that you're doing the best you can, even though you're now in your 4th period of incarceration. Yeah. So, you know, I offer that to you because if you can find the forgiveness, then you can let go of the anger. And then you can actually live your life. Do you know what depression is?
Yes, I believe I do, yes.
Anger turned inward. So they didn't leave you because they didn't think you were important. They left you because they had issues bigger than themselves. At least for your dad, it was his addiction. And we do know that, you know, addiction is familial. You know, it happens in families. So you have to make an active, conscious choice to live clean. When you were interviewed by the parole officer, you were asked about what you learned from the programs. And you said from tier 2, you learned the importance of avoiding people, places, and things associated with your past behaviors, as well as the need to abstain from all drug use. And why that stood out for me is it's a mild difference abstaining from actually engaging in recovery. It's like white knuckling your way through sobriety. You don't have to. you can embrace recovery, work at it, find a community of people who know your experience and can support you. You know, it's very hard to abstain there in the prison. We see you weren't successful out in the community. You know, so I offer that to you to think about the difference between abstaining and actually engaging in recovery.
Okay.
Does it make sense to you that those are two very different things?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I think in your case with the drugs that you've been using and the age that you began, abstaining is insufficient. It's not going to work. So this crime was just stupid.
Yes.
Just stupid. So I get that you think the sentence was unfair. 3 bags of seafood, walking out the grocery store without paying for it. A really bad choice, a crime. But you had a prior robbery first in 2011, and you got a sentence of 7 years with 2.5 to serve. So of course, if you go out and you do the same damn thing, your sentences are going to get longer.
Yes. No, I understand.
Because the system is trying to find a way to wake you up, right? So of course you got 5 years to serve this time. So I get that it's like, Christ, it was 3 bags of seafood. But at the same time, you know, it's your choice to commit the robbery. You knew what you were doing. And I don't buy your whole story about you thought this person was going to do something bad to you. He asked you for the receipt.
Yeah.
What criminal who's going to rob you is going to ask you for the receipt for the groceries you have already put in your car? So we don't need to discuss it. I'm just telling you, I'm calling your bullshit. Okay? All right, Ms. Chance. Any questions?
You're muted, Madam.
Sorry. I just had 1 or 2 questions for Mr. Thomas. So it's obvious that you still have a substance abuse problem and you're angry about a lot of things in your past. So have you thought about how you're going to address both of them together?
I'm not angry about nothing no more. I'm over it, and my substance abuse problem, I don't have that K2 incident. That was just a one-time thing when I went to that hospital. I never used it after that one time I went to the hospital. Yeah, I was, I'm listening, sorry.
Yeah. I just want to say to you, Mr. Thomas, that obviously all the things that you have done before when you go in the community didn't work.
No.
So you have to think about how your release plan is going to be different from the last time when you went out into the community. And that's what you need to focus on.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I'm all set, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Give us just a few minutes to discuss, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So based on Mr. Thomas's poor institutional adjustment and his inadequate program participation and inadequate evidence of offender change, it does sound like he has demonstrated some evidence of change. I just don't see it with the disciplinary infraction. So I hear him wanting to, but based on those reasons, I really cannot support his discretionary parole today. So my vote will be to deny.
So, Mr. Thomas
yes,
has accumulated a troubling number of disciplinary reports. and struggled on probation in the past, which is why I guess he received a flat sentence for this latest offense. My concern is he doesn't have a sponsor, and he doesn't have a relapse prevention plan. In fact, it started to sound like he was telling my colleague he didn't need one.
Right.
So I was in a position, despite the DRs, of granting today for the purpose of creating some structure and stability to ensure some success from Mr. Thomas. But I certainly understand where you're coming from, panel member Barry. Where are you, Ms. Chance?
So, I was a bit ambivalent between the deny and the grant. And I do agree with you that despite those 20 DRs, Mr. Thomas, based on what he presented today in his opening comments about the fact, when he said for a long time he was angry about his childhood, about his mother and his parents having issues. And so I thought perhaps he needed to look at his relapse prevention plan differently from what he's done in the past. And part of that could be a mental health evaluation for him, along with substance abuse, and doing both of them together. So if that was something that Mr. Thomas thought he could handle, I would be willing to go along and do the grant, Madam Chair.
Yes, that is something I can handle.
I mean, it's time to break the cycle, right?
Yes, it is.
For your kids' sake, if not for your own, but it really should be for your own. So your co-defendant is your sister.
Yes.
So you wouldn't be able to have contact with her without first getting your parole officer's permission.
Yeah, I'm done dealing with her, period. No.
So her is a high risk, so.
Yeah, okay, well, that's good. Your parole officer has access to programs and services to help you. You have had parole before, haven't you? So, this isn't a long period of support that we're offering you, so make the most of it. They can connect you with employers that are willing to hire people with criminal histories.
Okay.
And they can refer you to programs that would be helpful to you. So, step up and build that relationship. Don't consider your parole officer just there to supervise. They want you to be successful. Okay. I have halfway house, mental health evaluation and treatment, no contact with Sierra Vereen without PO's permission, and a stay away from Stu Leonard's at 100 Westport Avenue, Norwalk. Anything to add, ladies?
Excuse me.
One second, please.
It's Tara Stewart.
I have nothing else other than what you said, Madam Chair.
Are you correcting her name?
Yeah, Sierra Vereen is my niece. Tara Stewart is my sister.
Okay, well, Sierra is your co-defendant. Is she a minor?
No, she's an adult. I don't know why she's the co-defendant. Tara should be the co-defendant, not Sierra. Tara's the one that's on probation right now for the same thing.
On probation, but I said Sierra.
Yeah,
that's what I saw.
Yeah, but it also said that Sierra.
It was her car.
DMV photo didn't match the female inside the store.
It said it didn't.
Did not match the female inside the store. you want to leave the code D off? I don't have anything with the name that he's presenting to us.
I think that they are going to bring it back because her name is listed as the co-defendant.
You
So,
need Sierra?
yeah. Unless we clarify in our written decision that there was some discrepancy between, I mean, we could do that, that's not wrong.
Okay.
I would judge that.
All right. So, in the matter of Jeffrey Thomas, inmate number 346183, there is a motion to grant parole on or after your earliest eligibility date of September 6th.
September 7th.
September 7th, 2026, with the following conditions for your supervision: halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment, and a stay away from Stu Leonard's at 100 Westport Avenue in Norwalk. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
All right, Mr. Thomas, this was a majority decision. So you'll go out at your 85% date, and we wish you much success. Build that relationship and, consider your parole officer part of your support network.
Okay, thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Jeffrey Thomas, inmate number 346183.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Are you ready, sir?
Yes, I nodded.
Good afternoon, my name is Parole Officer Bragg. Today is Friday, July 17th, 2026. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner?
Panel member Barry?
Joy Chance.
Also present is the board supervising psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Trayvon Norby, 434-239.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Trayvon Norby, inmate number 434239. He is serving a sentence of 10 years execution suspended after 4 years, followed by 3 years probation for conspiracy at larceny second, 6 counts burglary third, conspiracy at burglary third, larceny third, conspiracy at larceny third, larceny first, criminal possession of a firearm, assault third, and interfering resisting. As of today, records reflect a past parole eligibility date of April 5th, 2025 at 50%. There is no victim input in this case. The inmate was heard by the board on November 14th, 2025. He was denied parole and new hearing date set for July 2026. The board recommended that the inmate continue with school, encouraged to participate in any other positive programs, come back with a strong release and relapse prevention plan, and not receive any additional disciplinary reports prior to his free hearing. Since his last hearing, the offender has completed voices on March 3rd, 2026, and Tier 2 completed on March 13th, 2026, and he is currently participating in anger management. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score for recidivating falls within the high range. Mr. Norby, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I would like to start with saying thank you for giving me this opportunity to come back and represent myself. And I did write a letter that I would like to read if you guys don't mind.
Go right ahead.
Dear members of the parole board, I am writing this letter to respectfully ask, consider granting me parole. Since the last time I was in front of the board, I have continued to take full advantage of the opportunities available to better myself. I have been working to rehabilitate myself and become more responsible, mature, and a productive person. I understand the importance of taking accountability for my actions, and I realize that I cannot change the things that I have done. However, I can choose how I want to be moving forward. I have completed 2 programs since Tier 2 and Voices, and I'm currently in the 3rd of anger management, and I start a reentry program this following week coming up. These programs have helped me better myself, improve how I can handle difficult situations, and make healthier decisions. I have been continuing a career in carpentry, which will allow me to work honestly if I'm released back into my community. I'm still working on my last GED test and currently waiting to hear back when I can test again. I know learning and personal growth are essential to building a successful future. I have a solid plan to reintegrate back into society, maintaining employment, continuing personal growth, and being a positive member in my community. I have much family support who are ready to help me stay focused and be ready to be successful. Thank you for giving me this time to reconsider my parole.
Nicely done, Mr. Northey.
Thank you, Ms.
Good to see you again. Panel member Barry and I were on your prior hearing. And the recommendations that we made, you've abided by fully. Good to see you could refrain from DRs. You already had 16, so this was a good thing. And the educational pursuits and the programming, it's all what we want to see when we're considering somebody for parole and assessing suitability. So talk to me what I got confused about what you said about the GED. You're waiting on the results for the last test?
So I took it 2 months ago and I failed by 1 point. But you have to pass a post test to requalify for it. And I just finished taking the post test today, this morning, actually. So it should get sent out and I'll find out when I'll be able to take it this upcoming week.
So the post test is what's needed to retake the, okay, and which test is this?
It's math.
How do you think you did today?
I think I did pretty good.
Well, I have one word for you: study.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. It would be so important for you to walk out with a GED, and you know, it's just a foundation you're going to build the rest of your life on. So I really hope you're successful. And I commend you for sticking with it, you know, for doing the post test so that you can test again. I think that's great. Okay. Let's see if, anger management, why did you want to take that?
So I want to take the anger management program to continue to better myself as far as controlling my emotions beyond like just the anger emotion, and to help me better understand myself, to find different ways to cope with negative situations that I may encounter in future situations.
Okay. Did you take volunteer for Alternatives to Violence?
I did.
I notes from last year.
I had wrote them last year when I came to see you guys, and I didn't get a request back. But I just recently heard that they had switched the person who's running the program, and I haven't done the program yet.
So from Tier 2, were you able to put together a relapse prevention plan?
Yes.
Will you share that with us?
So my relapse prevention plan, I actually have numbers to like recovery groups in the community. Like for one in New Haven, it's called Cornell Scott Recovery. It's on Dixwell Ave. but I've also learned like different ways to identify triggers that will, like cause you to relapse, and like how to prevent certain situations so that I don't put myself in an environment that I don't need to be in.
I think of triggers as things that challenge your sobriety, your recovery. Because they're always going to be there, as opposed to triggers that cause you to relapse, because it's always a choice to pick up, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Uh-huh. Does that difference make sense to you?
Yes, a little bit.
Right. Like if you're embracing your recovery, then the triggers are just there to test you, as opposed to having the power to suck you back in and cause you to relapse.
I understand.
Okay. I'm just thinking that through out loud. What about any intention to participate in NA or AA?
I would like to actually do it so that way I can keep learning skills for the personal gain.
So you'd like to do it. Are you going to do it?
I'm going to do it.
Okay. Do you understand what the 12 steps are the foundation of AA and NA?
No.
Okay. I encourage you to learn about the 12 steps, because meetings aren't just sitting there listening to other people talk and share their stories, but the program itself is designed for you to work on your own recovery as you make the choice every day to live clean and sober. So the steps are how you work on yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
So, if you have a sponsor in the program, they can help support you as you work through the steps. And then you can go to certain meetings that are just for step work.
Okay.
So you can go to all male meetings. There's lots to sample from out in the community. And you just got to find, your home meeting, the one that really works best for you. And then you go to others as you have time and the need. But, some people set a goal for themselves coming out of incarceration to do 90 meetings in 90 days. Have you ever heard of that?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of your priorities, you're a very young man. You talked about carpentry, hopefully not needing to finish your DR, but employment, etc. Do you have a sense of what your priorities are?
As far as like if I was released back into the community?
Well, that's not an if. You are going to be released at some point.
Yes.
So when you are released, have you written out a plan for yourself, week 1, day 1, first month, that kind of thing?
Yes. So I've gotten maybe like a few months into my plan. And like for like my first couple weeks, if I was to get back into society, I want to go. When I get back into society, I have my OSHA 10 in general industries, which is good for like warehouse jobs and stuff. So I plan on going to apply to all different types of warehouses to try to maintain employment or gain employment. So that way I could keep myself occupied when I'm in the community, doing better things, and start building my future as far as being able to rent property, own a car, and just
you achieve all those goals one step at a time, and not getting ahead of yourself with being impatient or being greedy, right? So that's why a plan is really helpful, because it keeps you focused in such a way that you can get to those ultimate goals. So have you ever worked with a reentry center? Probably not. but they're all over the state, and they help connect people coming out of incarceration with employers who are willing to hire people with criminal histories. And it's important to work with your parole officer if you're granted, or your probation officer, because you don't have to go from job site to job site putting in applications. You know, they can make these kind of connections to support you being looked at favorably for a job. And the fact that you have some skills and some certifications is really going to be positive, and hopefully you'll have the GED as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a life goal?
My life goal, I actually, like, when I do get released and I do have the time for it, I want to go back to school for either cosmetology or culinary, and hopefully one day become my own business owner.
You're never going to have the time for it. You have to make the time.
Yes,
because you're always going to have demands on you as a young adult, things that you need to do and take care of. So you got to make the time to achieve those goals. And that's why I'm talking about that plan. But I'm going back to priorities. I hope that your recovery is your top priority.
Yes, ma'am.
When you focus on that, the other things come together. But if you ignore it, anything you put in place falls apart.
I understand.
Thanks for talking with me, Mr. Norby. I really do wish you much success.
Thank you.
Ms. Berry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Norby, as the chair stated, I was on your prior panel. I'm happy to see that you were able to comply with our recommendations. Sounds like the additional time gave you some more time to work on yourself. I want to tell you, your last disciplinary infraction for intoxication was in May of last year. So you've been free from K2 or marijuana or any of that stuff, hopefully, since then. So you've made it over a year. So I wanted to congratulate you on your on being able to do that. You know, a lot of young people think that smoking marijuana is not really an issue, but when it prevents you from doing positive things in the community, or makes you lazy, and it's really is an issue. You can't sit around smoking all day every day. So I hope that you, now that it's out of your system, you don't put it back in.
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck, teacher. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Certainly. Ms. Chance?
Yes, I just wanted to ask Mr. Norby, you talked about the Cornell Recovery Group.
Yes.
What is that specific group about?
So there's we have this FYI on the tablet, and it has like, it's a section for reentry, and I had grabbed this from there, and they say that they offer an addictions. So I wrote the number down for me to have it as a reference guide, so that way when I do get back into the community, I could call them and help myself get into these programs.
Okay, so Madam Chair was talking to you about the reentry center.
Mm-hmm.
And that may be part of what they have at that group. So I hope you paid attention to what she said.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I think they have a lot of what recommendations she made.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to wish you good luck on the next time you take that GED.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm all set.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. So, Mr. Norby, give us just a minute to discuss. So I think it was pretty clear. I am impressed with the work that Mr. Norby's done since his prior hearing, making good use of his time in the facility and correcting some of his problem behavior and decision-making. So I would be in a position today to grant him early release to discretionary parole. It's not a long period, but it could be, what's needed to set him on the proper path. Mr. Norby, do you have a valid driver's license?
No, I do not.
Okay. So, Ms. Chance, are you in agreement?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I have halfway house, no alcohol, general no contact, Marquise Norby, I guess without PO's permission, and Larry Codre. And I also have no driving
Yes, ma'am.
due to this repeated acts of stealing motor vehicles.
Well, you have your license, so you
Right.
should be driving.
Yes. Okay. So in the matter of Trayvon Norby, inmate number 434239, there's a motion to grant parole on or after today's date of July 17th, 2026, with the following conditions for your supervision. Halfway house placement, no consumption of alcoholic beverages, general no contact with Larry Codre, and a general no contact with Marquise Norby without PO's permission, and no driving without PO's permission. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Parole is granted. Congratulations. Much success to you, sir.
And thank you, guys.
This concludes the hearing for Trayvon Norby, inmate number 434239. This concludes the.
Nope, it's not yet. We have a case review on our docket that we have not addressed, sorry. So this, you're all set, Mr. Norby, we just have some health stuff to take care of.
Thank you. You guys have a good day.
Good, thank you. That's all right.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Nancy Turner.
Panel member Barry.
Joy Chance.
So in the matter of Justin Richard, inmate number 441915, he was docketed for a case review to set his special parole stipulations on this Osborne docket of July 17th, 2026. And it's my understanding, having been on a prior panel, that these conditions were already set by the board, so we will take no actions. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
This concludes the July 17th, 2026 special parole hearing for Osborne 2018.